Oh, you can tell. Oh.
Yes.
Oh, and Fry has disconnected.
Yes, I am terribly sorry.
It's all
That's
good.
okay. I just wanted to mention there's every player has 2 avatar dice, one in the jars and one in your reserves, I guess you could call it, by your radio signal. The one in the reserve stays there unless you get to add another avatar dice with one of the work cell cards that exists. So the avatars that go in and out of the jars are the ones you want to use normally.
Right.
All right.
All right.
Are we live?
Are we live?
Yes.
All right.
Yes. Okay. So
Well, I will.
we'll start with individuality. Who's got a meathead cyborg who is
Barnacles.
going to presumably. You've decided to go for the.
He's actually in a good spot here because if he takes this card, the player green cyborg will probably take this card and have to give it to player gray.
Exactly.
Which is a good strategy.
Yeah,
so
that is one thing I was
and
worried
assuming
about.
we're in an objective universe, I get 7 points. Assuming also I keep both cards.
And you survive.
Right. So player gray for this is worker placement has used their cyborg to research this Reber nozzle in hopes to being able to radio back interesting information back to Earth along the voyage. This also acts as a prerequisite for the utility fog, which is going to be the centerpiece of our strategy of surviving going through the dusty parts of the voyage between here and Sirius AB. The commander is equality, and they've decided that we're going towards galactic east, towards the giant star Sirius A. So I guess since player gray has gone, that's one. We go to number 2, freedom. You want to place your avatar.
Yep. Do you want me to help with the nozzle telescope?
Since we don't have any data to transmit, it's probably not a good idea.
Okay.
It probably better
Yeah.
for you to start up the engines.
Yeah, I think.
And actually, I'm going to
we
add
need
that to the
speed
precondition.
up.
That is maybe, yeah. Oh, yeah, I see. That's
All right.
obviously.
So you've placed in the cell that ignites the engines. So we're going to get going here. We're going to go to player white honor. That's you, Justin.
Okay.
We don't really have that much more on our blueprints to do, right? Because we are fully charged. Well, we could instantly recharge, right?
Yeah, it's okay to place on the batteries because we will charge down, but it's also okay. No, it's also okay to do something like no, that won't work either. I was thinking of marriage, but because equality is in command and we've got the polycule, marriages are all pretty much promiscuous liaisons rather than marriages now. So
I'm going to place my avatar on GUI architecture to librarian that away.
That sounds smart. We probably won't need that.
So on to 4, the Unity bot.
That's me. And now I'm not sure what I want to do either.
I think someone needs to charge the battery.
We could
All right.
also.
I'll go to the battery, although it is. Yeah, I'll go to the battery, even though we will be taking stress here and the like. And librarians might be useful.
Will everyone take stress? Only you
Everyone,
will take stress. Okay.
everyone awake will take stress. Only awake.
Oh wait, is that
Awake-
for battery
That's for
or
the
is that
engine,
for
right?
ignition?
It's
That's
also for ignition.
Oh, what
Yeah,
about the
but
stress
for
on the
battery, it's
recharge?
only you, right?
We're not playing with the stress on the recharge.
Okay.
No, I took
Okay.
that. Oh, sorry. I did change that. I just haven't updated the new picture. I'll do that real quick, just so it's not confusing to anybody.
Okay.
Cool beans.
So there's no stress on the recharge. That's just the precondition.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm changing it right now.
Okay.
There we go.
Nice.
Lovely.
Oh, nice.
Authority bot's up next.
That's me. I will try. MPD generator.
All right. Let's go on to Commander.
Yep.
Yes, I will. Okay, I'll need to think for a second. So, it's not really that high of a chance to succeed, right?
True,
On
but
my own.
the odds are better than 0.
Yeah.
Yes, I was just thinking
Yeah.
if I might take
And-
the war card to get the evil card myself.
Commander,
mean-
permission to speak.
Yes.
If you don't go for the utility fog like we suggested, like
we
we
will have a
discussed,
problem.
Yeah, there will be problems.
Yes, I understand.
We
So
will
it is.
find the
It is.
first excuse to mutiny against you.
It is. It's unlikely that you'll succeed in the role, but it's possible. And if you don't, sorry, I messed that up. If you don't, you will gain an augmentation for it, which is nice.
Yes,
Yeah.
and if I do, I am the one who chooses, so I can just unlock my third cell, right?
And technically speaking, the augmentation is actually worth more victory points than the control shift card.
You do take 1 stress for that, but there's plenty of librarians out on the board, so
Yes.
that shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I placed there actually as my librarian. So I want to mention real quick.
Librarians can reduce stress.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
This Reaver Nozzle Telescope card we talked about briefly. I added the precondition on the spreadsheet that there has to be an available dynasty with a radio dome. Right now, there's no Earth Data cards out there. So in order to actually roll dice on any work cell cards, the precondition has to be met. So we don't even actually roll this one. So we don't have to worry about that. So this one, there is no precondition, so we obviously have to roll that one. So that's how
Okay,
that
so
works.
there's
might
one
be
roll,
better
right?
call Justin. It might be better
Yes.
to call it a task precondition, just because to distinguish it from an acquisition precondition.
Yeah, I understand, and actually, it's sort of implied because you have this dark black box circling the work cell. But again, these cards are still very prototypey, so I want to redesign them and make a lot of this very clear. I just haven't done it yet. So
All right, so we're done with assignments. I think we're done with assignments.
yeah, I believe so.
There's nothing more to design here.
Yep.
There would only be marriages. No, there are no marriages.
Not in this, yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
you can, if you can try to propose a marriage as an attempt to start a mutiny, but does anybody want to try to does anyone want to start a
I
mutiny?
think only individuality can, right? And I would not mutiny myself.
Oh yeah,
That's-
and I'm not
that's
interested
true.
in mutiny, so yeah, I'm good. Yeah, we don't need to put a label on this. We're good.
I prefer to have the new player be the commander, anyways.
Yeah.
So let's not mutiny. Let's not mutiny him out too early.
Okay, so now we're at phase 2, which is the cell rolls. So there's only one cell roll that I know of that we have to make,
Yes.
and that's on the utility fog. So
Give that a good couple of.
only a 1 will succeed. This is in
Yes.
general on tasks. If you've got a whole bunch of workers on there, if any one of them rolls a 1, it succeeds. But we only have one cyborg. So go ahead, Commander, make a spin, and let's see what you got.
And
Perfect.
6.
Stress.
Now, that was terrible. Now, first of all, we should...
and you don't need you do not need this exotic augmentation.
They have a yellow card here, so the requires is either is satisfied by
Okay, nice.
a yellow card in the same slot or an augmentation or goo.
All right.
Yep.
So you did get a commander. You got a blue augmentation for that, but you also got an extra stress.
Yeah. But I have a question. Can each librarian reduce 1 stress?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because in that case, it would not matter, right? Because we had 2 librarians.
No, I did not have librarian. I take it as a work, so.
I got you though. Don't worry. I'll take one away.
Wait, no, there was a second librarian.
Wait, there was a.
Wait,
where's the other card?
can the avatar take the card as well?
Oh
think
no,
that
avatars
would be
can't.
a-
No, my bad.
Avatars
want
don't
to
quite have
replace
the
your-
creativity to do that. Not yet.
But do you want to replace the dice
Yes.
if you did it to get the card? I would allow you that. I don't know how the other people would.
This one's not bad.
Yeah, I don't think
'cause-
we're going to need to cannibalize the engine yet.
Yeah.
That's true.
So that's all the
Okay.
cell rolls, so maintenance.
Now we're going to maintenance. And the rules say that we've got to do, this is done in the order determined by the commander, except engine has to go first.
Yes. Well, engine goes first.
So we've
So
got
we-
player red. Go ahead and fire up the engine. Now, this has several effects. It speeds up the starship to something like 4% the speed of light. It expends 1 step of fuel, and it gives all awake dynasties, in other words, dynasties that have cyborgs out of the jars, 1 stress.
Perfect. 3 stress, 12 years. Love it.
I mean, hey, it's the first year. It's a pretty exciting time.
It's true.
Yes.
And I am the first time commander. That's stressful.
Yes, I'll tell you, I'm getting
You're
stressed.
fresh out of the academy.
Yes.
I would call
Commander-
you a greenie if it wasn't such an awful pun.
Yeah.
True.
All right. I'm going to roll for the no. Yes, that is mine. I'm going to roll for this battery.
When
No,
you
it's
don't roll
automatic.
for maintenance.
You don't
Automatic.
need to roll, right?
It's
Yeah, I
automatic
don't-
now, Phil. Remember we changed it.
Yeah, it's automatic. So let's go ahead with the librarian actions now.
Yeah. They can choose who gets the stress reduced, right?
Mhm.
Well,
So
my
for
friends,
me,
I would
for
ask
white,
you
I'm
to reduce my stress.
going to take 1 stress away from our illustrious commander.
Thank you very much.
Did we have an illustrious commander?
Yes. I also reduce equality and hoping they will remember.
Always.
Remember, my family did things for you before we were born.
We always thought about you, even in our sleep.
All right. Let's go ahead to phase 4, which is move the starship. Our speed is 1, so let's move this starship 1 space.
Wait a minute. The yellow card says add a wisp or radio signal. Could we roll for the wisp?
Oh,
No, so we don't roll because I had mentioned it earlier, but there is a precondition on that. I just had to add because I realized it wasn't there. So
Wait,
the precondition is the precondition is there has to be a dynasty with a dome on an earthware card, and there aren't any earthware cards, so we can't send a radio signal.
Would we need a dome for a wisp? Because we could also send out a wisp with this card.
That's true, actually. Yeah, because I was thinking we couldn't send a wisp to Sirius, but we actually could send one to Alpha Centauri if we really wanted to. That's a good point. So maybe I'll have to reconsider that precondition. So if you guys want to
go ahead and do the roll.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do the roll. That's a good point.
Well, in order to send a wisp, someone had to assign to life support, and we had to lower the battery.
Well, no, it's
well, it's a work cell, so it's. I mean, you're rolling to place the wisp. It can either be a maintenance or a card.
Okay.
And it doesn't matter either way. I failed the roll, but at least I do get an exotic augmentation.
Yes.
Which is valuable.
Yeah.
We need that, yeah.
Somehow I'll have to make this distinction on the precondition. I'll have to figure that out.
All right.
And if you add the wisp dice, you choose which color.
You have to send your the chief engineer gets to pick who gets sent as the wisp.
Correct. And you're going to be using the probably the avatar and the reserves for that, because if they have their dice somewhere else out on the map or on the table, then
I think it's easiest just the chief engineer himself goes, uses his dice and moves it on the map. But at any rate, let's go ahead and move the starship.
One step, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Amazing. Now we are in the Sunlands. So
yes. And we'd be able to use that sun lens if we assign someone to a cell that takes snapshots. Those don't happen to be available at the moment, however. All right.
It's on the back of the jars.
Back of the jars. Let's go to attrition and aging. For each awake cyborg, make an attrition roll if they're old, but we don't have anyone old. So all of the cyborgs advance by one step.
Then
now, let's go to the last step, which is refresh. Return all workers to their ovals.
Which is done.
Plus 1 stress if you've got an arch enemy.
No one does.
No one does. Go ahead, refresh the market. And we'll start our second. We'll start our second turn, our second dozen years. These use the same dozen-year cycles that were popular back in High Frontier days. So,
all right,
got their dice back. I guess we start with the meathead again.
Yeah, and I'm going to assign to the utility fog.
Good choice.
I think we should all assign there, right? Because we don't need to speed up before we have a shield.
If it wasn't mentioned earlier, the light bulb on this work cell card means you have to have a cyborg assigned here. In order to have avatars.
Oops. We could also do one or two wisps. Like 1 or 2 rolls for a wisp. Well, yeah.
I'd like to mention to the commander that one possibility for you is your pregnancy cell. If we want to get
Also, I would like to mention to the commander as well that if he assigns to the utility fog, he does have a blue augmentation, so he has a better chance than anybody else to get it.
That is true as well.
So the choices are already getting difficult.
Right. Because right now, I mean, the good news is that because we are a polycule, we have much higher fertility rates.
Exactly. Yeah.
So we could stretch time out a little bit, but at the same time, this is your peak years of fertility, and it drops off quick after this. So weigh your risks. Otherwise, we're gonna have to resort to popping someone out by decanting, and that's not fun.
It's not fun, but for those of us who don't have anyone out and are looking, we're starting to get tempted to decant ourselves out if we can. I mean, it'll be random who comes out, and there'll be orphans when they do. But
somebody's better than nobody.
For me, I don't have a cyborg out unless I can convince the commander to assign me as the next berth. I'm going to start getting antsy after a little while. But for right now, if it's my turn, or no, Honor, are you
Honor
playing?
first? Yeah.
Yep, it's my turn.
I just want to repeat that we might want to send out a wisp to Alpha Centauri while we can.
Can we?
I don't know how distance is counted, but it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think 10 is still possible, right?
Yes.
And the wisp can reorient while it's passing through Sol, right?
Yes.
And the Ort space actually doesn't count as a space because it's like a half space. So
yeah, but we are already 1 out. That's
but what I'm saying,
exactly
because you counted the Ort though, so from here you can actually go all the way to Alpha Centauri instead of going to Proxima Centauri.
Yeah, Alpha Centauri is barely within range. But I am only going to go to the utility fog. And that's it for me.
Right. Authority bot.
I go for the wisp.
Okay.
Fair enough. And our illustrious
Since we get
commander.
2 rerolls for fertility, I think we are still pretty good. Never mind. I'll do fertility.
You'll do fertility. Okay.
Yes.
Commander, what would you? What's your price for having me as the next one? I know.
Commander, if you promise to select Unity as the next Awake faction, I will raise a mutant.
It's probably. I would also propose to selecting a Unity cyborg.
Well, since everyone else is doing it, if you choose me, I have the Goo Whisperer, which could come in handy if we need domesticated goo at our location.
Although that does give the commander an arch enemy, which is not.
That's true.
That I will not want.
That's true.
The big question
I'd be fine with either.
Can even be offered.
Yeah, I'd be fine with either
freedom or authority. I think
or
it's a good choice.
Yeah, and if we get freedom, then we could get the midwife ability up and running eventually, which is a lot better than getting the hacker.
That is true.
The baby's not even born yet, and you guys are already arguing about it.
Just cut it down the middle.
It's twins. Congratulations.
All right, so we're all done with assignments, I think. So
yes,
I didn't
we will
want
start
to do that.
with the wisp cell roll.
Yeah, the most dramatic one.
The most dramatic one, right?
Do you mind if I do the roll?
Go for it.
I think he wants to start with the wisp first, right?
Yes,
Commander?
I wanted to start with
Okay.
the yellow card because that's
Yeah,
the most
okay.
dramatic one.
Oh, come on, give it a real roll. You gotta hit it a couple. You gotta hit it a couple times, otherwise it's just gonna flip over. Go ahead and re-roll it again.
We allow you to re-roll that.
Okay,
You
well,
see, it's just it's doing the same thing.
But that's all right. That's
All right.
that's good enough.
We'll take it.
Yeah.
all right.
if
So, time for the utility fog. Let's see if we can get this thing to work.
Yeah, better have to.
Look at that.
Hey,
Nice.
2 successes. That means now. Question: can a sleep dynasty be the chief engineer?
Yes.
All right, so it's either going to be Unity or Honor. It's going to be chief engineer.
What did we say the tiebreaker was? I don't know. This
I think
question.
it was
Owner
the-
of
I
the
always forget.
playmat.
The chief. Yeah, the owner of the playmat decides. So me or Phil?
I'll let Honor be the chief engineer. So
All right.
you get to pick
Okay.
which one of the blueprints gets skinnied, and then you also get your shield.
Does anybody have any recommendations before I choose, or do you want me to just choose?
I'm just looking at them right now. Ah, we are not in the Sunlands next turn. Sad, because otherwise Draws would have been good.
Yeah. What is the other one?
So
Sure.
we're deciding here, I'm just making some commentary on how to redesign the ship most efficiently.
I'm kind of thinking of maybe doing.
We could also do
Life
engine
support.
to make it more efficient.
Yeah, that's true.
Not to mention, if we do get Earth data, we'll be able to transmit it back without having to gamble on the
That's
transmit.
also-
but here's the thing. I don't have a cyborg, so why would I bump? Because someone else is going to get that privilege, not me.
Fair
Um,
point.
I mean,
It's also true.
sure, Earth data helps all of us, but it also is going to give someone a medallion. I don't really do that. So I'm kind of thinking maybe because we don't do it very often, maybe skinnying life support, which opens up the aerogel.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Option.
Yeah. So I just want to make some more commentary. We're already in the agony over whether or not it's best to help the mission or help ourselves on our own selfish goals.
I would say if you help the mission, you always help yourself. So
no,
I'm
the
gonna
mission.
do
Sounds
the
like what a
jars actually.
commander would say.
Oh, you're doing
So
the
it looks
jars?
like, yeah, and I'm only doing it because Phil. It looks like Phil maybe made a change to one of the abilities. So I'm gonna update the blueprint in the game real quick. But so instead of it being decant, it's actually resurrect. It says decant an age 0 cyborg as an orphan, or resurrect an age 1 plus meathead. So I'm going to choose that one, and I'll update that live here in a second. So I'm going to add a shield.
So that lets you get meatheads back without needing the corpsicle tech.
Yes.
That's the idea.
Well, that's really nice. That's a good choice.
Yeah, that way
I'm
we can
proud
just
of
throw the
you.
meatheads back into the jars when they get too old.
Yeah.
Does that take a pulse assigning a meathead back to the jars, or can you just do that spontaneously?
It is the pulse, I think.
I think the only
I don't think it's a pulse. I think if you do it, you can put them into the jars, and then the avatar you get in exchange, you can assign immediately. So use your pulse for that. So the actual sleepyhead part of it doesn't really take a pulse.
Because I also know that you can force a
Okay,
meathead
yes.
to resign if if it's making room for an Amazon.
It's in
Yes.
the rules. As your assignment pulse, you may move your dynastic avatar out of the dust and assign it. This hibernates your meat. So the pulse is placing the avatar and freezing the meathead. It's one pulse.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
All right, so that was that. And then we have the motherhood roll.
All right.
Yes. I have 2 rerolls, right?
Yes.
Never mind.
Yes.
But a 2 is already a hit, so
There we
It's
go.
already a success.
and I think I will do Meshkanet for her
Good choice.
wisdom.
Freedom is alive.
For her
The
wisdom
maintenance cell on the
ability.
jars has been updated. If anyone had any more questions.
Actually, that one goes on top of your age
Oh, yeah,
counter to mark
sorry.
your
I'm
age.
not aged yet.
Yes, you are. You're still a little bit wet behind the ears.
Yes. Yes.
That's
All
all the
right.
skill rolls, I believe. So
Yeah, that looks like all the cells. Let's go to maintenance and librarian.
nothing.
But I don't think we've got anything.
Yes.
So,
Movement.
yes.
Just
we move 1 step.
well, commander gets to
Thank you.
Now, Commander, we're going kind of slow, but I guess we need to because the LIC is coming up fast.
Yep, but now we have a shield.
Yes. We have 1 shield, but we need 2 shields. But I think we can speed up next turn because
We'll have time to
at
get a
least
second one
once,
set
maybe even twice.
up.
Yeah, I think we can speed up at least
So-
once.
Attrition and aging. So
I am H3 now.
yep, and
So, Commander is now at what, 42 years, something like that old?
yeah, time flies.
And a mother as well.
And refresh. Nothing happens.
All right.
All right, our third dozier.
I'll
discard.
mention to the newbies who may be listening is that we're concerned about shields and utility fog because the blue spaces are LICs, or local interstellar cloud, which can damage the ship if we don't have shields going through them. An interesting thing about these, though, is that they can also create nuggets, high particle accelerated created pockets of reality that will be able to set the victory conditions at the end if we can discover the nature of the quantum reality. So let's start with Meathead,
Yes.
the presumed proud father.
Oh, I was definitely involved in some capacity.
Yes. Changing
Let's
diapers,
see.
if nothing else.
True. Let's see. How far are we away from Cirrus? 1, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 13. Yeah, no, we're too far away to start sending out wisps.
Yes.
I think that way we're fully ready for the impact here. I'm going to again assign to actually well no, by the time I guess Mescanet could assign to to the utility fog, and then the bots can follow her, and I can do something else.
Yeah, can do that.
Let's
But the
see.
utility
I believe
is
it's
a light bulb.
Yeah, I don't think the light bulb. I don't think the cyborg has to be on the card before any avatars can be placed there. I think that's just in order to make the roll. I believe that's.
okay.
I believe that's how it is in the
Yeah,
rules,
that makes sense.
right, Phil? Or at least it should be, because
Correct.
otherwise
Yeah,
turn
we
order
played that
becomes a
wrong then,
problem.
Yeah. Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah.
What are alternatives here? I don't want to pick anything with stress, otherwise that's not going to be fun.
So we,
Actually, here's something interesting.
Could
If we got,
Give me this card.
well, I
Because we want
could,
to speed up now, so it would make sense.
right? But I've realized something else, which is that we could, if I bought the MHD generator and put it in somebody's dynasty, we could slim down the batteries automatically because we would
That's
have
also
4
true.
total blue. We would have the utility fog, your augmentation, and the card, and then somebody could be assigned to batteries and slim that down. Boom.
But for that, you would need to be successful, right?
Well, no, that
well-
doesn't require success. It says this work cell counts as 2 cards.
Yes, but
Oh,
it
this
says
turn.
this turn.
Oh,
so I
this
think you
turn.
need to be successful.
Nonetheless, I mean, it's
Yeah,
still,
and actually, the way we have the rules for the foamed metal right now, at least the foamed metal maintenance cells, is that augmentations don't count for that. Only battery, only work cell cards, because it says work cells, but really work cell cards and domesticated goo, and that's it.
Okay, I must have
Oh,
misread that
okay.
rule. Okay, so this is not that good of a plan.
So you could
This-
give me a yellow card.
Yes, I could. Yeah, nano desalinization isn't that good. No, we can't do programmable matter. Once again, the siren call of Josephson computers are
Ooh,
calling
don't go
me.
there.
So I mean, you could get this card for free, and then give this card to the same person, and then we would have Earthware. We
That's
could send a
also
radio signal back.
Permission
True,
to speak
but
to
that's
the
also
first
handing
mate.
them like a lot of points, and I don't
It
think
is,
it's
and also,
that
and,
important.
yeah, and also the radio signal would have to be. I mean, it's also a roll of the dice on the Reaver nozzle telescope because we don't have a skinny engine yet. So
Yeah, so instead, I'm gonna go and work on. I'm going to invent the deuterium spin polarization, and I'll have to put it in Quality's Dynasty.
Perfect.
okay, and just so
was a
everyone's
good trade.
also tracking. You do have to have permission to give it to him because of. Oh,
no.
I'm sorry. Green is commander. Never mind.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yes.
Quality
I was
does not
looking
value
at,
copyrights.
Yep, you're right.
I think it is a good trade.
Yeah,
I just
think
wanted
that's
to remind the first mate that the last time he played with a quantum computer, the entire
I know,
starship
I
blew
know.
up.
Don't worry, it probably won't happen this time.
Not if we can help it.
Either it will or it won't.
Actually, I was thinking, Mescanet, it might be a good idea to. Actually, wait. Yeah, we have time. We have super high fertility rates, so we're good.
Let's get through this LIC first.
Yeah. So Honor Bot, your turn.
Are we firing up the engines on our bot?
I will ignite engine. My turn.
I'll just go ahead and do it now.
Then Unity Bot.
I guess if the engines are firing, the batteries probably should fire because they can only go when the engine's firing.
Yeah.
It's
Makes sense.
Then we have Authority Bot.
I go Halamir.
Why?
Do we need?
I mean,
To
it would be nice
reduce
to avoid
stress.
the stress, but only Awake dynasties suffer from it. So, I mean that's
we need
very
some of the
selfless.
utility fog as well.
I mean,
Yeah, I
it would
think-
be nice to get some more help on there so we can make sure we got the shields all up and running.
Yeah, I would
Yeah,
probably
why
go to
not
utility
do-
fog.
Yeah.
And do we
I
need
agree.
2 shields or 1?
I mean, over the
Two,
journey,
because
we'll
we
need
have
2
two.
shields.
Yeah.
Yeah, I also think
Not
green
to
should
mention
probably go
slimming.
to utility fog as well, since they have the blue augmentation.
Yeah, that makes sense.
If we can get another skinny blueprint, we're going to be in really good shape.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And I guess I don't want to try to start a mutiny over marriage. I don't imagine Equality wants to start a mutiny over marriage. Freedom, do you want to start a mutiny over marriage?
Let's go to cell rolls.
It's tempting, but no.
Oh, wait.
Okay.
Are we good?
We are.
All right,
good.
we're good.
Everyone is happy with me
So yeah, I
now.
only have the ship's best interest
for now.
For
in
now.
mind.
All right, so
Okay.
which one do you want to do
Engines
first?
first, right? I think engines have to be first, right?
Oh, no, you have. This is cell roll, so it's doing the.
You have to do
works
cards
stuff.
first.
Ah, okay, yeah. Well, first we try to get no stress.
All right. Perfect.
Hey,
Perfect.
No stress. I guess we'll just keep this here as a reminder that succeeded. And then
I'll do the roll, okay?
see if we get a second shield.
by all means.
Nice.
Yes.
Success. And Equality is the chief engineer, so you get to
Ooh,
pick.
right.
Yeah, so you get to pick
Well,
both what we slimmed down and
Yeah.
Your own
and you get to
shield.
put your
I wanna-
shield out.
I want to recommend engines, but it's your choice. And only because it'll open up earthware on a future turn, but nobody has an earthware
Yeah,
card
I
right
think
now.
I think I'll do engines.
Okay.
Because I said it last time that we should do engines.
Yeah,
So I
I think
can't
it's a good choice.
not do
You are
engines
keeping
anymore.
the commander is keeping her promises.
Wait, can I choose the auto shields?
I don't think so. I think it's directly to the bow because that actually helps me a lot because then your shield gets eroded away and mine will stay there.
Yeah,
but yeah, it does say to. So.
However, you do get a medallion if your shield is the first to be eroded.
That's true. That's okay.
So there's
yeah,
worse
how you rearrange the ship is on the back of the warden's transposition.
Yes. Yeah, that one I know. I just was wondering if I could choose the shield order or if it's always the first shield.
I don't think
it makes
so,
sense
unless-
this.
No, the rules always say place into the bow.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're just
Yeah.
kind of layering
Sure.
surplus matter on the front of the thing.
Yeah, that's true.
Which is really nice actually, because every other time we've played, it's like you gain a shield and then it gets eroded away immediately. So I'm actually happy to be in a position where my shield will stick around a little bit longer.
All right, so I think that's all.
I just did it for the savior medal.
Now, if it's not obvious, Commander, because the shield went onto the blueprint, that opens up a brand new slot on your playmat.
Yeah, but I think when my shield gets eroded, it's closed in, right? Or
Yes,
isn't it?
it'll close
Yeah, it'll
again. But
bust.
honor will have this use of this extra slot for a longer time. It looks like.
Yeah. That's why that's why I asked if I could switch them, but
Quick,
guess.
everyone, flood their dynasty.
Well, we're moving in here right now, so it's not really possible.
All right, so maintenance engines have
It's
to
actually
go
so
first.
that's actually a really good strategy. Like since
Or
you
the
don't need
medallion.
owner's permission to assign to slots, like if we wanted to use a card only for one
okay.
turn and then you wanted it to get discarded, someone could assign it to my shield slot, and then when I go through, it'll just get discarded.
That's true.
I guess, Justin, technically, instead of starting the engine, you could be placing it on the radio signal.
Yeah, because we're allowed to reassign this now that it's flipped.
True,
Yeah,
but there's
we
nothing
don't
to
have a radio
broadcast.
dome.
Yeah,
We've
there's
just
nothing to
been sending
broadcast,
back
and
I don't know.
I
We'll
want
be
to start
sending
the
back
engine.
just a love letter back to Earth. Like, we're doing good. Everything's great. Loves and kisses.
Yes, the commander sucks.
So it's engines first, right?
Yes.
So
Okay.
down
So
one
battery goes
mass,
to 5.
up one speed. And yeah, the engine's more efficient now. It only needs one battery.
Yes.
And nobody takes stress because
No
we are able
stress,
to
yeah.
we're able
That's
to
perfect.
polarize the based on spin.
Well, and the battery
Exactly.
is recharged instantly. So
Which suppresses the side reaction, the deuterium side reaction in the He3D fusion reaction.
Ah, yes, of course. Yeah,
All right.
I am
As I
not a rocket
thought.
scientist.
And can the engines be ignited by some Vexel's card or only by engine here?
I'm
I
sorry,
believe only
ask the
by the
question
maintenance
the
cell.
engine. You can recharge the battery other ways than having the engine ignited, but that's pretty much the only way to do the that.
Yeah, it might be worth it to add a card. Since if the battery is completely drained, then you're kind of screwed. But that's
but that's actually created some really interesting gameplay tensions. Like we
Yeah.
struggle to find because there are multiple cards that let you recharge the battery without having the engine lit.
No, that was
Yeah.
not my
No,
problem with the last line here. Precondition engine not ignited. If I think it is not necessary, probably.
but I think it would be able to assign 2 cubes, right?
So
To each
yeah, so what
maintenance
you
cell?
so the reason why it can't be ignited is because you're essentially using the nozzle as a dome, or like a dish. So I guess if you assign to both of these, the commander could just choose to do the radio signal first. But if the commander doesn't like the person that assigned to the radio signal maintenance cell, they could choose to fire the engines first, and then that radio signal would not be able to go.
Okay.
But I think it's always engines first, right?
True. Yes, it is always.
It's always engines
could-
first, but it isn't always ignition first.
Well, this is a new change in the rules. How the order of operation should go. Do you have any thoughts on this, Phil? Because I know we had a lot of extensive discussions about why the engine fire first to do the battery stuff.
The engine
'Cause
can
I-
only go.
I liked the tension where if there was a dice in each one of these, the commanders could say, well, no, we're going to fire the engines first, and then it just nullifies the radio signal. But if the engines always have to...
I think it could be pretty easily resolved just by having it be that the engines have to be resolved first. So you have to do everything in the engines first before you do anything else. But you can decide if you want to do nozzle first
I
or
see.
phone
So the
metal
engine,
first.
what you're saying is the engine blueprint has to be resolved before,
Yeah, that's
not
what
the
I
engines
thought.
firing. Yeah, that's probably the best way to do it, honestly. What do you think, Phil?
I'm gonna have to run through some scenarios in my head. It's I have to run through some things in my head before I do that. So I have to think about that.
Okay.
So we get to move the ship. So, Commander, if you
2
please,
spaces.
2 spaces.
We have
Pass
now
through.
flown through the cloud.
Yep. So the quality
Yeah.
shield gets blasted, and a nugget gets embedded in the windshield.
And we don't
One of
have
the Cosmos
all
nuggets.
of the medallions, but I'm going to give you a cube of your color to place on your play mat there.
Yep.
And does this
For your-
medallion have any effect? No, right? Oh, nice.
And is this
So it has Savior one is.
I think only Hero and Explorer have effects, right?
Yeah, they don't have. These ones don't have abilities. They may in the future. gotten that far with them yet. So
yeah, no worries. Just a question. Okay.
And is the shield returned to the board, or it's removed? And
No, it's back to the board.
I can replace it if I skinny another.
And when the slot is busted.
Sorry.
When this.
That's a good question. Because this...
whenever the shield is here, this whole thing is considered busted. So you can't place any cards here. If that was the question.
So it's never busted forever.
No, it's busted now, and then once this is off, it's unbusted. So whenever the shield is out, it's unbusted.
Commander, I guess, pick one of the 3 nuggets and put it on the bow of the ship without looking at it, of course.
And they're over here.
Yeah.
All right, we're one step. Okay, my other question is this. So with state security, does that mean any nuggets on the bow of the ship automatically get claimed by the commander? Or is it just that if anyone claims a nugget, it gets transferred automatically to the commander?
The latter is the intent.
Okay, cool. That I was thinking maybe it could be the other one, but that one doesn't make as much sense. Like, I don't think the power of...
You have to do the work. You have to do someone has to do the work, essentially.
Right. I don't think the power of communism alone can take a nugget out of the front of a spaceship.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, I think you mentioned there's unobtainium, there's handwavium, and then there's stalinium.
Really?
Yeah, it was a joke in a lot of like video game communities where the Russian tanks had a tendency always to be overpowered and really strong, and so they would always make jokes about them being made out of stalinium. Kind of a mythical substance. But anyway, so aging and attrition.
Those of you who actually have humans awake can age them. The others of us will just sit by watching us rack up victory points and medallions and things.
We need to
Don't worry, you'll get your chance.
We need to give Phil
probably
a cyborg at some point.
I kind of like the way things are right now, frankly.
They're nice. They're nice.
Yeah, there's no arch enemies. We all agree about stuff for the most part.
Yeah, like, it's really nice.
Yeah.
It's a good spaceship.
Yeah, well, let's not make this complicated.
You have no merit rules. It's easy.
I think it's time to start making some risky choices. Things are too good. All right.
Commander, are we firing the engines again or no?
I think we should. Because we have a shield, we are on the safe side right now, so we can
I think we should too, in my opinion.
Yeah, it would be... Yeah, because last time when we tried to get to Cirrus, we just had 2 speed, that took way too long.
And maybe get some fertility again.
Yeah, also if we fire the engines this turn, we will be able to send a wisp to Sirius on the next turn. If we don't fire the engines this turn, we'll have to wait 2 turns.
I also wanted to mention to the commander that there's a lot of victory points for doing a seed ship maneuver, which means to drop off a couple of people who are still in the jars, who haven't seen much action yet, maybe, off at Sirius, while the starship goes on towards a final destination. In Johnny Appleseed fashion.
Unfortunately, we don't have any of those up in the market yet, but, you know, we could get around to it. Let's see, so it's my turn. Since we're planning to ignite again, and I'm good at exotic matter stuff, might as well assign to it. Because there's nothing too attractive in the... Yeah, let me double check to see. Desiccation. Motherhood. Well, wait, no, you don't. Well, actually, Nah, we don't need Sangricites yet. Although the Earthware would be nice.
This one's pretty good.
Oh, that's
because
true.
a wisp does what does a wisp reveal? Is it just the air dice, not the water? The air chit, not the water chit? Yeah,
Air.
just air. So yeah, if we get this, that's 4 extra points.
Well, or
and
one.
we don't really need the Reber nozzle telescope anymore because we're going to stop firing for a bit. So if we invent something with Earthware, we'll be able to transmit back easy. But I would take one. I would be taking on some stress, so we would risk a goo outbreak. Then again, that might not be the worst.
Goo is not always a bad thing. I mean,
true.
You know, the last.
You
don't
could
want
just
to realize
give
you
this
need
card
goo
to me.
at the last minute.
So says the Goo Whisperer.
Yeah. Also, I'd be getting an extra victory point out of it if I'm able to hold on to the card. You know what? Sure. I'll. That's a pretty useful thing. So I'll go ahead and I will ditch the nozzle and replace it with this. So I am very much invested in the battery surviving.
So where will it be ditched?
Into the bottom of the engines.
Okay.
Okay.
And I'm invested into keeping the batteries charged and other janitorial services that gain no victory points.
Let's see, Mescanet.
Well,
Yeah.
every human is very happy with my work.
Your leadership, yeah.
Yes.
The only thing
Mescanet, it might be a good idea to, while we are still in this kind of peak of fertility, it might be a good idea to have another kid.
I was considering it, but that would be... I'm still very... If we bring a Unity kit into the mix, then we start having stress.
You know, to help tide over these differences.
Could also just bring in...
You're in a perfect spot to birth a child that'll
Nancy.
create an arch enemy of the people of your choosing.
That is true.
Or you birth Nancy.
I mean, this is a very cooperative game, but the decisions like that make it somewhat competitive as well. So
Yeah.
That's true.
I mean, if you birth Nenshe, then what's going to happen is either I have to force retire Hornigold, or Homagold, or I'm going to have to toss out these two, which, yeah, I'm just going to have to force retire Homagold.
Yeah, that's true.
So, I mean, if you do this, you get a lot of authority, a lot of bargaining power. Or you could, since we are planning on igniting the engines...
It's a good position, I think.
It's a nice position.
Yeah, it is. All right, Honorbot, what are you up to?
all right, here we go. I'm going to claim this nugget.
Oh, you don't do that now.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself here. I have
Unity
a plan.
bot.
Did I steal
He's
your move?
grabbing the nugget for himself.
I have the plan worked out in my head. I've been thinking about it for 10 minutes.
Well, also recognize that when you grab the nugget, it's just going to be given straight over to equality.
Well, this is part of the plan.
Oh, okay. I see what you're going to do.
Always help the commander. That's part of the plan.
Oh,
I don't think his plan
I
is to help
sort
the
of
commander.
Honor,
'Cause, yeah.
I sort of thought you were going to start up the engines rather than go out in the bows to steal nuggets.
That sounds like a very
I
Unity
think we
thing
should
to do.
now do one person in engine, 2 person in.
Oh, wait a minute. You want me to do the grunt work again while you're out collecting nuggets?
According
Is
to
this-
the High Frontier methodology, Honor is more concerned with glory than than keeping the ship afloat.
It's about
Damn it.
looking
No, I'm
good,
doing-
not doing
I'm
good.
doing this move because I want to test something. I want to see if anyone says anything about order of operations, and then I'm going to bring something up that may or may not need to be clarified. So that's why I'm doing this.
All right.
Yeah, I see. Because equality is the commander, the nugget you collect could very well get stolen anyway.
Yeah,
Right,
but that's the point. That's the point I'm trying to make. I want to have that play out and see what people say about it before I say my piece on it. So
yeah. Well, somebody's gonna have to light the
Someone
engine.
please fire up the engines.
Yeah.
Now, I
think
guess
we can
the
live with the 5 charge
you-
battery.
if you were Unity or Authority, you could order someone to the engines. That's the little pawn icon there. But you're just Equality, so you're not actually allowed to order someone to fire up the engine. But I
That's
guess
why I'm asking nicely.
Yeah.
I guess once again, this helps me not at all. It speeds up the ship and makes sure that everyone else will get points and not me.
I go to charge batteries.
And
Hey.
finally,
I'm not sure if we need to charge batteries.
I mean, I guess we'll be fine for the moment if we don't have the batteries charged.
honestly, I would probably recommend going to Gray's hyperspectral telescope because since the engines are skinny now, it only takes to charge anyway, so it's only going to go down to. So I think we could
But
probably
this
avoid-
won't work this turn, right?
What do you mean?
Because we have no star system that is less.
Oh,
than
you're
10
right. We're not within
ton-
10 spaces away. Yeah, you're okay.
Well, actually, wait
Yeah,
a second.
and actually-
does
This
the
will be resolved first, and afterwards we will move.
Yeah, and actually, no. So Peter's right because I forgot. I also went to the Wardens, which is going to drain the battery by 2. So we're actually going to go 6 to 3 on the battery charge. So we probably do want to
Okay,
have.
then he's correct. Yes.
Yeah.
So yeah, battery's not a bad idea.
Smart
Then
move.
equality. I guess you can try to have the get the deuterium, the
I
spin
could do
polarization
that, but
work.
I'm also thinking about this.
I mean, you could.
Yeah, it's an
There's
Earthware
no
card, which is
engine is
nice, but it's not
nice.
very likely. I mean, it is nice because you could get a red augmentation for it. So
You could get a red augmentation and it has the radio dome.
Yeah,
Yes.
True.
it's worth victory
Um,
points.
I'll just do.
Yeah, everyone else is going for immortality and stuff. And what am I doing? I'm scrubbing the
No
septic
worries, guys. We will revive you soon. Once
Don't
we
worry,
get
your
take
time
your
will
stress.
we will revive you.
Oh, yeah, you have to.
Don't forget to
yes,
take your
I get
stress
one
for that.
stress.
Now we might get the red outbreak. Oh well, such is life.
No, that's good. We want outbreaks. Outbreaks are not necessarily a bad thing.
That is true.
I mean, we
Okay,
don't want too many
so-
of them, I guess. but-
Okay.
And nobody awake wants to
Several.
start a mutiny over marriage, right?
No,
Nope.
probably
Well,
not.
friends.
All right, yeah, we're good.
I think-
I like the situation as it stands. So cell rolls.
Cell roll. So
I
this cell
guess-
roll is not necessary.
Yeah, I'm
Well-
going to update the precondition on that as well.
Yeah, so it
Needs to
says
be-
you
you need to be
know,
within 10 spaces.
yeah.
So
I think
I'll
otherwise-
just
I actually did
begin.
change that one.
So yeah, I'm just gonna sit here.
Yeah.
So-
I'll just begin.
Wow. So-
Perfect.
That is some rolling.
Hmm.
Yep, so somebody is immortal,
Oh yeah.
although nobody's at risk of dying.
We won't know who.
But yeah, that can be broadcast later. And then the pregnancy die. So you get to roll that 3 times, and if you roll a 1, 2, 3, 4, or
work out.
yeah, this should.
Just no 5 or 6.
Yep.
Yeah.
All
No
right.
problemo.
So Mescanet, who do you want the kid to be?
Yeah.
And should we get the goo outbreak here? For roll 1?
Yes.
Oh yes, right.
We should.
We
Yep.
get a
Oh,
blue,
red.
red
Good
booster.
point.
That is a good point.
So you are fighting it immediately?
Nope,
No,
you have to wait till the next
I don't think so.
goes year.
But it won't spread this turn either.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah, we're just it's currently just like a little splotch. It's actually, I guess right now it's like microscopic at this point.
Yeah.
Nobody's even noticed it's there yet.
Just some irregularities in our data, but nothing's
But
gonna happen.
Yeah.
It's within error. It's within the error bars. That's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. 10%. 10%.
Let me see. I'll just have a peek at these cards.
So I just want to remind you again about the Goo Whisperer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine if the Goo Whisperer comes
Yeah,
out, but
but-
I just do not want a Unity.
I don't
'Cause-
think that's great.
Because she has
I
to
would
age
rather
out
have a
up to
different-
5 as well to be
Yeah.
useful, which is not. It's. I mean, honestly, for this Goo fight, more than likely. But any future Goo fights, now that stress is starting to become a little bit more apparent on the ship.
I think there are better choices.
Here we go. It's gonna be
You don't seem to think
Arduino.
so.
Yep. So we put that on.
Oh yeah, sorry, over here, age 0.
That's a problem.
It's a problem for the commander. I'm fine.
Yes.
The commander is getting older now, so
Yeah, that might actually. This feud might actually kill her. Anyway,
Nah.
maintenance.
She can just be made immortal.
Oh, that's true, I guess.
Okay, so engine cell. Everyone
Yep.
gets 1 stress.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody awake.
And we fire up the engine once.
Everybody
Yes,
awake and not age
everybody
0 gets stress.
Yeah.
Oh,
Right, Phil?
okay.
No stress on age 0.
Yep.
Correct.
Okay.
So then we go down 1, up 1. Unless you want to go down 2.
Nah,
Commander.
I don't think that's.
you
that
have
would
to
be a
break
bit
against
much.
We need to break somehow, so.
Yeah.
Not for a while.
Then, yeah, we got some time. Then you can either let that drains batteries to 5, so you can either let the Warden or the batteries resolve.
No, it's
Probably wanna
Warden
do the
first.
Warden
We
first.
want a full battery.
Yeah.
All right, so here's this process. So I'm going to take the nugget. The commander could say,
I want to get the nugget.
okay. So the distinction I wanted to make here is that the person takes the nugget first, because on the board here it says state security commander may confiscate all nuggets. So Phil, if you are listening, I think that it should be clear that the person takes the nugget first, because at the point where he says but at the point where he says he wants to confiscate it, I can mutiny, right? And the reason why that's important that I have the nugget in my possession is because this counts as a vote. So that should be the process. So I can take it, I can look at it, and then if he decides to take it from me, I can mutiny, and then that nugget will be in my possession for an extra vote. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if you want to take it, Commander, you'll have to take it from my cold dead hands.
Well, wait, you're not awake. So, now you are actually.
Well, whether I'm awake or not, I can still
that's true.
mutiny. I just can't vote for myself if I'm not awake. But now that I am awake, I can.
Equality.
So if the commander wants to try and take it,
okay, then I need to think about if I want to take it or not, because I probably don't want to.
The current vote standings are.
Your opponent is like what, 5 years old? Isn't this like taking candy from a baby?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'll just let him have the nugget. That's okay.
You're gonna play with the
just one nugget.
What's the harm one nugget can do?
Really?
Well, I think we all know what the harm one nugget can do.
Oh yes.
Yeah. I have to
one
remind
question.
you of Alpha Centauri and that little quantum incident outside.
Well, okay. The incident outside Alpha Centauri
question.
wasn't a quantum problem. That was a last-ditch desperate attempt. Anyway, the batteries are recharged to 6, right?
Yes.
Yep.
But what counts as a vote?
Any augmentation, either goo or regular augmentation, counts as a vote. Also, nuggets count as a vote. Basically, any chit in your upper half of your playmat counts as a vote, but not stress.
I would have 3, or do I have 2?
No, you get 3.
Just being your playmat also counts as 1, so everybody gets 1 no matter what.
Yeah.
Okay.
And does cyborg cars counted as a 1 or no?
No. I don't think so.
What was the question?
Having an awake cyborg does not count as a vote.
Nope. But having an awake cyborg matters because only awake cyborgs can become the commander. If there are no awake cyborgs, then it turns into a ghost ship, which has its own set of rules.
Yeah, they're not good rules. They're avoid this at all cost rules. But yeah. All right.
Okay.
Move radios, wisps, and starship. The starship moves 3 spaces, so commander, if you please.
This actually goes back.
So once again, our commander, who's something like 60 years old now, was put in her place by like a 5-year-old.
C'est la vie.
Oh wait, I misunderstood my immortality thing.
Yeah, you don't stop
because
aging.
It's attrition
it just makes
first
you
and
don't die
aging
from it.
afterwards, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Happens. I got the groove.
There actually is a card that allows you to. I think there's a card that allows you to not age.
Yeah, at first I thought it was not aging, and then I thought, well, I have 3 stress, I will roll for attrition, but it's attrition first and then age. So I won't attrition.
Yeah, well, on those tricky math problems, you can ask Ardunana, the 5-year-old.
Yeah, so I'm just age 5.
Yes.
Yeah.
Arduino reaches age, and has Meskinet aged?
Oh, I haven't aged.
She should be age 3 right now.
I have a question for Phil. So Phil, this red card about the aging thing has always been a little bit weak to me. What do you think about adding what he suggests here, where it's basically choose one cyborg to be immortal to attrition and aging this dossier? Do you think that would be a good idea to add and aging? Because I sort of do. I don't know the details behind the name of this card, but it makes the card a little bit stronger and way more useful. And did you roll? You rolled a. Let's count that for this game then, Green. So let's have you age back to 4 in that case. And I will make the change on the spreadsheet for this card. I like that a lot better.
Yeah, I know I'm not a major figure in this, but one of the kind of design philosophy things I've tried to stay with is the idea that age isn't really something you can directly address. You can't move age back and forth, otherwise you get these weird scenarios where you have, well, okay, the card says they're age 4, but really they're age 5.
Yeah, and I know that's one of the reasons why I wanted Phil's opinion on it, because I like maybe he would just say no, well, let's not mess with the age. But I mean, there could be thematical reasons why you don't age. Maybe because aging isn't necessarily just years; it has to do with a lot of other things too. Like, for example, when you're flipped over on your old side, you could be age 8, even though you're actually only age 5, and maybe it's because of radiation or whatever, and it's you have cancer or whatever. So. Like, to me, thematically, not aging.
Crossed that Rubicon because we've got jars.
Yeah,
they are.
Yeah, but not aging from 4 to 5. Basically, it's not that you're not going up 12 years. You're just maybe you are not gaining as much radiation this dose a year or something like that. I'd have to look into this Sangrosite's terminology a little bit more, but yeah.
Sangrosites are basically artificial nanite blood.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then
so it's probably okay. Makes sense.
The last thing that happens is refresh, which Pachamama and Arduino both get 1 stress because they're arch enemies.
Yes.
Oh no.
Yeah, 4 stress. That's not looking good for Pachamama in the future.
Not really.
So either she's going to have to keep staying immortal, or that stress is going to have to come to bear.
Yes. This is like a Portrait of Dorian Gray scenario.
Yeah, like if you don't maintain this, it's all going to come crashing down at once.
So now that I'm 18 years old, I don't even need to mutiny. I can let him die, or let her die, and then take over.
Yeah, just outlive her.
I'm just gonna roll so many ones. This immortality thing.
I don't know if you've ever heard of a tontine, but that's basically the concept of a tontine. A very long, the winner is the one who lives the longest scenario.
Let's see. So we're back to assignment.
Blue and a new red card, right? Okay. Collecting.
Well,
so
let's see.
We've got hermaphroditism.
The thing is, I think what we're going to need now is we're going to start needing some method of stress relief.
Yes.
Which is why I suggested the diplomat. But as Justin already pointed out, we're 10 space. We're within wisp range of Sirius AB.
Yes.
Also, Commander, technically you get to decide right now if do you want to try to kill the goo or domesticate the goo?
Oh, that's a really important question.
Yeah.
Okay, we're trying to domesticate.
Domestication, it is.
All right, then that changes the calculus here a little bit. Because
we will need so much help.
Yes, I think we should probably bend back. But also, I am very stressed.
Hey, Phil, question. Is the so I know that setting the goo to kill or domesticate is a helm decision. Is this a decision? So obviously, when this is made in phase 4, which we're mulliganing that we're doing it now, is this something that you can mutiny against this decision, or are we really only saying mutiny affect the? Actually, I guess helm is in the political hexagon here, so maybe that's something you can mutiny against. Which I guess opens the question of you can also mutiny against the direction of the ship.
You cannot mutiny against it. You can only mutiny against marriage and against a regulation that stops you from doing something. Right now, I don't have any mutiny options for the alert status.
Okay, so we should probably have maybe off to the side here on the board have it say like regulations and make sure that helm is in that category.
Yeah. All right, that's a good point. I'm making a note.
Okay.
But yeah, like as
And I have one more question. If we domesticate the goo, the person, the commander-in-chief gets the domesticated goo, right?
I think
No,
it's
whoever the chief engineer is on the goo roll.
That's what I meant. The chief engineer. I just
And they don't necessarily
Used the wrong
take it;
word.
they just decide who gets it.
and
Yeah.
I think
okay.
because of the fact
Is it-
of the amount of stress that Hornigold is currently going under, that I think I'm gonna retire him because there's not really a way I can relieve the stress otherwise, unless we get eventually the game.
Death is a
stadium.
really useful stress reliever.
Yeah, I think Hornigold's gonna go back to the jars.
Oh, interesting.
So
Yeah, we don't have any flares or anything coming up towards Sirius, so we probably won't need that pilot ability anyways.
yeah.
How
yeah,
do we keep track of his age? Is the question.
I think we just
You put him into the jars at his current age.
yeah,
okay.
that makes sense.
sense.
It's unlikely that someone's going to throw someone to the jars at age 1, so it'll be pretty obvious that he's
true.
a sleeper.
Yes,
not.
this is a design problem. Right now, I say anyone in the jars at age 1 is an embryo, even if there's a chance that they could have had a few years as teenager awake. Anyone in the jars at age 1 is an embryo, and anyone older than age 1 is hibernating.
All right, so
Yes.
so I did that. So I went to sleep. So do I still get to assign the die, or do I need to wait to get back to my pulse?
No, you get to assign your avatar immediately.
All right, then I will assist with the goof. I will fight in the goo war. Mescanet.
So I have no method to reduce my stress right now, right?
The only thing we can really do is library actions. That's it. Or if we get lucky and get Game Stadium from the broadcast.
Yeah.
But you're right, you don't have anything you can do yourself, I suppose.
Yeah.
This might be a point where, I mean, the only other method of stress relief available to you is marriage, which you could send on your pulse to, like, say, I want to get married, and that would start.
But I have no one I can get married to because in the.
Oh yeah, I just went to the jars.
Yeah,
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah, this is a design concept because it makes the game harder and it just puts you that much closer to death.
It's illegal.
Yeah. I should have just let myself age, I think. But it's okay. Because if I now age, next turn I have 5 stress. So I will just instantly die, right? Because there is no age 10.
No, so you would just roll for age 8 until you die.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it's always roll for age 8 max. Okay.
Yes. That was changed. Originally you would just die, but that was too strong.
Okay.
Okay, so Mescanet, what's your plan?
Yeah. I'm trying to have a plan.
And there's a good chance, Green, that if we get a wisp out to Sirius and we need domesticated goo, your wisdom on the back of your Amazon counts as domesticated goo. So there's a good chance that everyone might help you try and stay alive by doing librarians or whatever. So
thing is, if I now help with the goo fight, there could be another goo outbreak, right?
There can't be another goo outbreak on the same card, but
there's only one goo of that color, so it's not going to outbreak again.
Correct.
Okay, so if I just stay on red cards, I'm safe.
If we're able to domesticate it, yes. Or
if we are able to domesticate it.
Yes, but no, you've got a good point. If you only stay on red cards, if there's a
you can't
goo
cause
outbreak,
another goo outbreak on a different.
You will shift that goo to the new card, but you won't cause a new one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll just stay immortal then.
Is there any good arguments for bringing another cyborg into the world while I'm still fertile?
I mean, you could bring in Nanshe.
Now,
kind of.
I think we could
permission
use
to
your
speak here.
wisdom.
All my legacy for the entire mission is in the jars, and nobody seems to be that interested in stopping the goo, which will spread to the jars and kill both me and all those babies unless it's stopped now. And the decision to domesticate is an incredibly hazardous one.
Oh,
I mean-
I want everybody's help on this.
Everyone
Yeah.
should be stopping this goo.
Yeah,
I was
don't
gonna
think we need-
suggest.
I don't think we need.
I was gonna suggest that we kill the goo. We set the alert status to kill because we're still pretty far away to really even know if we need domesticated goo or not. Like maybe kill for this round and then maybe domesticate for the next round if our chit requires domesticated goo. But I'm not the commander, so I didn't make that decision. That's why I asked if I could mutiny, and I can't. So
Can't mutiny.
I think we have to stick with what we got.
I want to
If
say
we
I
don't-
don't think we need a motherhood roll right now because your wisdom assures us success.
Yeah,
Right,
and I
your
have an
wisdom will
Amazon as
kick
well.
in
I mean-
before.
If
Yeah.
I don't see any action against the goo, my only sane choice is to try to decant my guys out of there as fast as possible so I don't get killed. And that's what I'm going to do unless I
Yes.
see some action on this goo.
I mean, I put down.
Yeah,
one.
I want to
So-
say that Meshkinet should help on the goo and not roll for motherhood.
Okay, and then,
Yeah, I agree. Because I'm the newest Amazon at only age 1. So what I will probably do is I'll probably assign to my my pregnancy cell as soon as you flip to the old side because then
Right.
so
all right.
All right. Thank you very much. You can be assured I'll assign to the goo as well.
All right. Arduina, want to join us in the goo war?
Just-
Might be good training.
no, I don't.
Oh,
I want to
come
get some
on.
I want to get some cards here.
What?
Ooh,
This is
Whoa.
quite reckless, I
What
might
have I
say.
brought into the world?
I'm not old enough to understand what right and wrong is yet, so I'm only 18.
You should be.
you are old enough to know that this is my nugget, though.
Let's see. Sorry, I'm looking at the cards here. Give me a second.
Oh, this is Lark.
This teenager is already the most
Just
It's
causing
the
so many
rebellious
problems.
yes.
I mean, if you'd want to do something besides, well, actually, I guess you would be helping out Equality by sending out their radio signals. So,
Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
yeah, that makes
Is there something against stress?
Commander,
this one here.
why
I was
did you
considering-
bear this teenager
considering
into
this
the
one.
world? It would have been better to
did
get
not.
a diplomat like
But
me.
it's only a
Meshkinet
secret.
did.
better. And this was Meshkinet's fault.
This sounds not bad, I think. Because it would already remove the stress of individuality.
Yeah,
And
that's
it
what I
would
was
help
thinking.
me in the future. No, but in general,
Yeah.
it sounds not bad, and I think there are not many other good choices. If you don't want to help our goo fight or send out a wisp, then you should do that.
Yeah, I'm gonna take this.
She's a delinquent, I tell you.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, I kind of appreciate the idea of,
Especially
All right,
relieving all my stress, but at the same time, I'd rather you did something else.
Questionable. It is questionable.
Highly
I
questionable.
mean, it's a side. So for me, there's a couple reasons why I did this. Number one, my basic idea for cyborgs is always that they should, if they can, they should gain cards because they're the only ones that can gain cards. And two, since I'm just now awake, I don't have any cards, so I would like to get some.
I
And
don't
I'm
have
also
any
trying to
cards.
set up for a medium game here, like cards out here. You know, I'm also interested in, and this will help
It
me.
was an absolutely purely selfish move that doesn't help the mission even in the tiniest way. But
I mean, it kind of does, and it relieves my stress.
Five dice on the goo. I
Don't
think that
say.
extra
Do not
dice
say.
is gonna really
Do not
help.
say anything about the odds. Don't you dare.
Well, just because you did this, you're gonna roll first.
I would love to
This
roll
is going to be your
first.
fault. Yeah, you roll it.
If the goo fight fails, it's going to kill a red card, which could kill that teenager. If this goo spreads, the teenager could die this turn.
In that case, Commander, if you wouldn't mind, would you roll this one first?
I just rolled it.
Oh, you did?
Disconnect.
Yep.
Oh,
no, he rolled for himself.
Arduino already.
Roll for the good side. But
Okay,
I think we should
go
wait
ahead.
for Peter to reconnect.
Oh,
maybe?
yeah.
And oh yeah, he got disconnected. That means the stream stopped too. So let's let him get that set up again.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's
Did
why.
we lose him on audio too? Maybe.
Wait.
Oh, I hope not.
No.
So just so everyone's.
Peter is in the room still. Yeah.
Yes, I am here, but I am disconnected from the.
Okay.
All right, we're waiting.
Yeah, no worries.
No worry.
It's just
got
we can wait for it.
Just got a power mad teenage hoodlum wandering the starship.
I mean, kids these days, am I right?
Hey, I mean, I could just as easily roll a 6 and gain stress. So.
Wow.
Yeah.
So if I now roll a 6, but someone else rolls a 1, do I get stress?
Yes.
Well, if it's a cyborg, you will suffer stress. That's shown, by the way, hopefully in this work cell, goo cell rolls on the right edge of the map.
My general question was because if I roll a 5 and someone else rolls a 1, I do not get failure.
Yeah, it's true.
So that's why I'm
the
asking.
overall task succeeded, so nobody will gain an augmentation.
Yeah, that's why it says as row above. It says as row above, meaning it's either a success or a failure, and if there's a 6 rolled, then the cyborg gets a stress.
Okay. So I will now roll for the goo fight.
Yes, I want to see this fight.
And do you first roll for the work cell, and then for the goo, or not?
Oh, crap!
Oh my god!
No.
Well.
All right. So I want to see a roll of a 1d6. What happens is that roll will determine which red cards are destroyed.
Yes.
A 3 will destroy the sangrocytes, and over here,
and mine,
and the nano decellularization, and will kill the cyborgs on them as well. So if you roll a 3, basically everyone living will die and will become a ghost ship, as far as I can tell.
So is that new, Phil? Because we haven't played it that way before, where it kills the cyborg.
That's actually not new. But if your cyborg dice is on a card that gets eliminated by the goo, then that cyborg dies. So
Okay,
right
gotcha.
now, we've got, well, there's one cyborg that's not on a red card. Is that true?
No, we were all on this goo.
Everyone's on there.
Everyone is on
for
red
white.
card, yeah.
So
So don't roll a
Another-
3, basically.
I am disconnected again.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay. That's fine. I have a comment for Phil here. So Phil, that killing of the cyborg doesn't appear to be on this this cheat sheet work cell roll table. So it probably needs to be
part of the
added.
goo. Yeah, that's part of the goo spread, actually.
It looks like we could probably add an additional line by making it a little bit bigger. Bottom.
All right.
And the goo will move to the jars anyways, right?
The,
matter if it
regardless
destroys
what
or
you
not.
roll, the goo moves to the jars.
Okay.
And
I just want to
I
make the
just-
observation that if we would have set the alert to kill, it would have been destroyed.
Yeah.
Yes, I see that, and I will switch it as soon as I can. I understand your point, and I will take this information to change my views on goo regularities.
All right.
Well,
I just
but-
want to
but you
point
know,
out that it's
the
still
bright
teenager's
side
fault.
is the bright side is somebody's going to get a medal for dying. No, actually, you don't get a medal for dying. You only get a medal for killing goo, not being
Yeah,
killed
you
by
get
the goo.
you get a medal for dying if you're the first person to lose both of your cyborgs. You get a medal for that, because the idea there is like you've probably had your cyborgs out early in the mission, and so you're kind of like heroically, they're like martyrs for the mission.
yeah, people
I
who
call that
basically,
the founder
you know.
medal.
yeah, it's you've accepted the fact that you'll probably not live to see foreign soil.
Yeah,
Right.
and you also get your
Virgin
second
soil.
avatar.
Then,
All right, I want to see this roll.
Yeah, I want to wait for Peter again.
but I do not
Yeah, let's
see.
wait.
I do not see
Oh,
any
yeah.
servers on TTS.
You probably have to close it out and reopen.
Yeah, probably. It sometimes happen when I'm streaming that it takes too much bandwidth and it kicks me
So,
from the TTS.
I'm gonna step away for a minute.
Okay. So I just wanted to say again, I will change the goo rules as soon as I can, because I have seen my errors. Please don't
All
mute me.
right. If you live that long, Commander, we could be an ghost ship in minutes.
But do I not stay commander if everyone dies?
Nope. Nobody's in
everyone-
command if everyone's dead.
Oh shit. That could be a problem.
Well,
yeah,
then-
it
But
could
it's 1
be.
in 6. What are the odds?
Don't you dare.
All right. I think
Okay.
everyone's here.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll just roll with my own dice up here.
Yes, roll with your own dice. Oh,
Easy.
all right.
Okay.
So the goo spreads to the jars.
Without eating too
Um,
much. Good.
So what'd you roll, a 2?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I just came back.
What we should do.
I love how in High Frontier rolls 1 are bad, but in this game you really kind of want them. It's really
Desperately.
fun.
Hey,
All right. So
I-
that was
yeah, there's
no
new
maintenance.
goo I got.
The
We
ship
move.
moves another 3 spaces.
1, 2, 3. We lose a shield.
And we get our second nugget.
No one fired off a wisp, by the way.
No, we were too
No,
busy.
we all fought goo.
Yes.
And I will
Uh.
change.
That was
Not all of us. I
So
mean,
useless
Ariana
players.
could have been doing something useful.
Like,
I mean,
like
And also,
kill.
because Honor lost, they're the reason. Yeah, they get a
Yep.
they get
Yeah, I
an
just
award
pulled it
for
up.
that.
Yep.
Grand.
If
Just
she
grand.
had sent out a wisp, she could have gotten an award for that and actually done something useful.
Ugh.
Hey, I did do something useful. I got 4 victory points for an augmentation. That's very useful.
I'm not sure if that can really be counted as useful. Okay,
Alright,
now attrition and aging, right?
Aging?
So
I think the
I'm
Arduino can take a second toy to play with. Second nugget to play with.
Yeah, I
So
see.
now I am aged.
All right. Finally, refresh. So
think there are
both
some
equality
attrition
and
rules,
honor
right?
get stress, and I lose one stress.
Yeah, right.
Yes,
it's
because
just-
you're asleep. Yes.
Yes, I am.
I'm not sure, Red. I'm not sure why we didn't propose marriage. Where we totally could have.
Marriage
Actually,
is
no, we can't 'cause of that.
illegal.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
we
you'd
could have
have to start a
proposed and then
mutiny.
mutinied. I'm trying to find every way possible to mutiny. So
Our
Then-
glorious
that one.
leader just decided that there is
Then
no
you have
marriage.
to do it in the assignment phase.
yeah, I have
Yep.
to do it in the same face.
We're back to the top. All right. Well, now we
We should
really
all
have
fight
to.
who now?
Yes.
All of us.
And also the market refreshes. So
Oh yeah, the market.
I think I'm going for a card.
This is disgusting. This is absolutely disgusting.
Hmm.
We all should be fighting right now.
Okay.
is
How about
Full
Mescanet?
parole.
Try to bribe Arduino with marriage bribe Arduino with marriage and commandership. Wait, no, bribe Arduino with marriage and commandership in exchange for her fighting in the Goo War. I'll vote for Arduino if it means she's willing to commit to the Goo War.
I am the youngest Amazon, so I do have I could have the longest reign as commander too, which is nice because everyone else has a chance of dying pretty quick.
But I have all the wisdom from my years of commandeership.
Yeah, there's a Goo
True.
outbreak in the
Wisdom
jar.
like we
Lot of
should
great
kill the
commanders.
goo and not domesticate it.
Oh, this is too hard.
This is terrible because it'd be nice to launch the Wisp too, but I think we're right. I think we need to try and commit to the Goo fight here. I think we could probably get away with one dice going else because we have to roll. It's on a roll of 1 or 2 now, for killing. But
Yeah, I would say we could afford 1 die, but that's it.
I guess the question is, what should that
lose.
one thing be? What should that one thing be if we're going to decide? Because we can openly discuss, in a open forum here what that one should be. But obviously, turn order is going to dictate who actually strays from the status quo. Because obviously the Nuggets out there, so that's a competitive move. The Wisp would be really nice. The radio signal could be done.
Wisp.
There's a lot of competitive moves here, but obviously the cooperative best move would be to fight the Goo. But it's just a matter of odds. Do we need all 6 dice on there if there's a 33?
And here's the thing: if you send out a Wisp to, if you send out one of the Wisps to Cirrus, then don't you get? Oh yeah, you get the you get the Explorer one, which
yes,
it's an extra 4 victory points. So Arduino, if you want to do something, then send out the Wisp.
Right, you convinced me.
That's what I was gonna do.
Crap. Well, Arduino,
Everyone else should fight in the school war. We cannot risk losing the jars.
So the thing about the goo war as well is, if you kill the goo as the chief engineer, you can also get the hero medal too, which is really nice.
Yes.
So I guess I don't know. I kind of wish I didn't have to make a decision right now because I want to see what everyone else is going to do. But I think I might go to.
You can start with the marriage proposal.
Oh yeah, I'll start with that. So that's going to force a mutiny then.
Yep.
Right.
So we start with equality. You get to vote for who you want to be the.
Yeah, I need to think because I think it is obvious that I will not stay in command here.
But you do have 2 votes, so
3.
Yeah, I have 3 votes.
Oh, you're right, 3.
But
Yes,
still.
you're right. Forgot about that.
Yeah, the
You have
current
3
votes
votes
are
well,
equality
so-
has 3, authority has 1, unity has 1, honor has 4 votes.
4.
4 even, yeah.
Freedom has 1, and I have 2.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure.
My general question would be what can honor do? I order Mita to cause the outback to hibernate. I'm not happy about that.
This honor takeover is nothing less than a coup.
It's a coup of love. Or convenience, one of the two. But equality does have to declare their vote first.
Yeah, I think I would actually. I want to talk about this, but I think I would prefer freedom.
That's what everyone
Then
wants.
we get the exogamy.
True. That means you can transfer the stress relief benefit.
Yes. Well, honor would never transfer to me. So
Yeah.
maybe we should even take individual. Oh no, individuality is not possible.
Yeah, I got nobody to
Only
run.
honor, freedom, and equality.
You go for freedom. I'll support you on this.
I will.
You could vote for yourself
freedom.
too, by the way.
Yeah, but I won't win. I don't think I will win.
Yeah.
Because
Okay, so you're voting for freedom?
Because and the polysul is not necessary anymore because we have the wisdom of freedom.
Mm-hmm.
Next turn. So I will vote for freedom.
All right, authority. What's your vote?
How many did you have there? You had 1, 2, 3 votes. Okay.
I also
so 3 for authority, or 3 for freedom.
I also vote for freedom.
All right, 4 votes.
So 4 votes for freedom.
Freedom.
5 votes.
5 votes for freedom. Well, I'm going to vote for myself. 4 votes.
Of course.
So let's see what my future wife wants to vote for.
I'll vote for freedom.
Right.
Okay.
So that's
how many? You have how many?
1.
Freedom has 1 vote.
I have 1. Yeah.
Okay.
And I have 2 votes.
So individuality can decide.
And they break the tie.
So I can pick who I want to win.
Yes.
So if you choose me, when I give birth, I'll use Nancy. Yeah.
Freedom, what can you offer me? Or Nanche. Sorry, Mescanet.
That's a nice sentence. Freedom, what can you offer me?
Yeah.
Everyone's talking about what I can do for the Starship. What can the Starship do for me?
But I can offer you exogamy. That's I don't have anything else. I mean, so far I've devoted all my actions to the spaceship and the mission. So it's either
trying to get the sympathy vote.
Yeah, that's what he's trying for.
Are you not
Why
both
don't you
fans
kiss some
of
babies?
copyright?
I like that if you vote for me, monogamy is in play, and she can't decide to divorce.
That sounds a very slippery slope.
That sounds actually very bad for you because then you cannot marry freedom anymore.
Exactly. How about
you
this?
would not want that.
Freedom. I'll vote for you under.
Ooh.
Oh,
What?
He's back.
Did you log off just when you?
Terribly sorry, my Discord crashed.
I thought maybe you were silenced by someone.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Okay.
I'll vote for you.
So,
Click.
That's
Freedom.
Minority Report.
Okay, so here's my two conditions where I vote for freedom. 1, your next newborn will be Nanshe, and 2, you marry her. So rebuff Honor's marriage proposal.
So you're gonna
All right.
marry your own child. Marry your own child. I guess that didn't come up in the game yet.
That shouldn't be a problem.
All
We can do that.
legal.
All right, I vote for freedom.
All right.
Command token.
All right,
Token.
so we put the little marriage token between freedom and honor.
Well, actually,
did
no, that
freedom
was the
accept?
proposal. So,
Yeah.
freedom,
did
do you
freedom
accept the marriage? You
No,
promised
because
you would.
I need to be married to someone else.
All right.
So
Well, this is a good. Hang on. So this is a good scenario here.
Actually,
So
yeah, you could.
I proposed, right? So, yeah. So she can decide if freedom proposed to honor, then I could just say yes, I accept, and then that's it. There's no
Right.
Yeah.
But also,
couldn't
one thing
they
I realized,
just
because
divorce?
exogamy, actually, here's the thing: you can stay married to honor, and then just next
get the
turn
bliss.
get divorced, and then
Yeah.
marry me instead. So I'd actually be completely fine with that. So just
that is also an option, actually. Yeah, because then in that case, that's a good point, actually. Yes, I accept your proposal. Then.
very short-term marriage, but
That sounded so romantic.
all right.
Hopefully, I get
Unity
a pity stress relief on that. But
Well, you two have to decide who gets the stress leave, and anyone can get it.
right. Although that's later. For now, UnityBot, want to
Yes.
join me in the goo war?
What I really want to do is decant out of the jars, but I forgot that the goo shut down that cell. So
Wait, I thought that's not how that works.
Well, decant is random, right?
So
well,
how are
it
we
is-
deciding who for in a goo fight, specifically for the hero medal? If let's say there's more than one.
I don't know. You're asking if how do we decide who the chief engineer is, since it's not in
Yes.
I think in that case, the commander would, because the commander is the quote-unquote owner of the ship.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking too. I don't see
I
another
think so
way of
too.
doing it.
So I am also
Makes the
going
most
to
sense.
fight a ghoul.
All right.
Yes.
Can I
Um,
ask? Can I
Every
ask a
good member of
clarification
the ship
question?
fights the goo.
Yeah, what's the question?
The question is that since the goo is in the jars, would it then not be possible to decant?
It's not possible
Correct.
to decant.
Okay.
That's what
And-
I
and
would
also-
have done if
Yeah.
because
Alright,
we're
Goo's shut
closing in
down.
fast to the star. I really need to get someone out, but I can't because of the incompetence of the commander.
Oh, the previous.
Well, don't worry, the commander's
Freedom,
gonna be
what have
dead
you
soon.
done?
The previous commander.
And also, it's important to note that if the jar's blueprint gets eroded, then everyone in the jars dies, and then also, like Phil said earlier, all the cyborgs with the red card, or I guess all cyborgs with the cyborg on a red card die, but I guess that's not. So I think
problem.
green and white cyborgs will actually be okay.
Yeah, they'll be okay.
Well, white still has to assign their cyborg.
Well, they would be in the jars, wouldn't they? If the jars got
No,
destroyed,
they're
wouldn't they?
they are not in the jars, and well,
Okay, I guess it could be considered in the jars.
They are
could
on
be
the
considered
blueprint.
in
That's
the
what I
jar.
meant.
Yeah, because right now, Phil, the rule is like if a cyborg on a card, but I guess it could be card or blueprint.
Yeah.
Goo type, right? I think that's probably how it should be.
Can somebody look at the rules under E4 under loss of blueprint and tell me what it says?
Yes, I can look it up.
I'm trying to decide what I should do here. I think fighting the goo is a worthy effort, but I'm also considering other options.
Yeah, of course you are. When would you ever do anything worthy?
Well, so here's my thought process is this though. Like if I go there and it's it gets destroyed, that's great. But it also like if Sirius is a viable star system, I mean there's not a lot of turns left, so I kind of need to start thinking about end game stuff a little bit too. But I think I'll tell you what, just to make this easy. I also love going against the grain because I love testing different strategies.
So I think it does not say anything about them dying. It says lost slots in E4B, lost slots. Every player checks the color of their slots on the playmats to see if it matches the lost blueprint. These slots are busted, which kills cyborgs per cards and discards work cells and avatars. That's the only time cyborgs are mentioned.
Yeah.
All
right. So since
clarified.
So are we going to call it if the jar's blueprint gets destroyed, then all cyborgs on the blueprint also get destroyed?
I don't think so, but I'm willing to listen to discussion. If that goes, then the jar's slot is going to be destroyed, and cyborgs in those slots will probably go. But whether or not the cyborgs assign to the goo, if that's considered, I'm saying no. That the goo cell is not part of the jars; it's its own cell, and those cyborgs will survive.
Okay. So in my case, then, since I don't have a cyborg assigned to a red card, if I don't assign a cyborg to a red card, I'm not going to lose my cyborg, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Not only that,
just having a red card doesn't put me in danger, right?
Right now, it puts you in no danger. If you have something in a slot that's labeled jars, then you're in grave danger.
Okay. Which I have a card there, but I don't have my cyborg there. So
I have something. Right. My cards are on a jar slot.
Okay. All right then. So not everyone's going to like this decision, but I'm going to place here.
That's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting.
Filthy bastard.
Well, hey, I probably wouldn't have got commander. You know how that shook out. So.
Well,
I mean, nobody can confiscate it now.
Well, that's assignment. So on to the cell rolls. We only have one cell roll, which is the goo war.
Oh, Commander!
I also want to mention that the reason why I didn't assign to the goo work cell is also because it's clear that if the jars die, my current awake cyborg is still going to survive.
Yes.
That is true.
So it was a selfish act.
It was. It definitely was.
What a surprise.
But Phil knows me now. Every time I play this decisions like this based on risk and trying to stir the pot a little bit. Because I mean, if I just if I always play to save everybody, it doesn't make it as interesting.
It would also be interesting if we dumped a certain Amazon into the antimatter hatch.
I also want to say that I probably assigned to the goo if I wasn't the last person to go as well, but I liked being a little bit obtuse and make that decision last. So
I think I would have liked to be last. So give me a second while I reboot it.
My marriage
I thought
proposal.
about
My
doing
marriage
radio.
proposal is what allowed me to stall a little bit, which was nice.
I actually thought about doing radio if I would have been the last person.
Yeah, because if you're the last person, like no one else can go somewhere else out of spite.
All right, give me a second. I need to rejoin.
And we have some big storm coming here, so I might get connected.
So
But let's
just
see.
to provide perspective for those who might be listening in, the if this fight loses, then there'll be massive human loss. All the babies, embryos, and that sleeping meathead will die. Also, a lot of technology, which is in the jars, will be wiped out. It
doesn't discard the augmentations, though, right?
No.
Red augmentations? Okay.
It does not.
Although, I guess the only upside to if we lose the goo war is that the ship will be down to mass 7, so we get increased fuel efficiency. But that's literally the only benefit.
That was all I was thinking about.
That's all you were thinking about. You weren't thinking about the babies on the line, the babies who will die.
Roll away those babies so we have more fuel efficiency.
All right, I want to see this roll.
All right.
Oh God.
Do you want me to roll?
And,
yes. I want you to
robot!
roll.
Right.
Jesus.
No, I'm closing my eyes, so.
Yes,
Oh,
look at that.
Wow.
All right, we have
I'm
now here's
so
we have a chief. We have two chief engineers, right? So we can discuss this real quick. So Phil, do you think it's easiest to just say the commander decides, or do you think maybe since one is a cyborg and one is an avatar, a cyborg gets priority?
Oh, I can't have that because that doesn't always break the tie. I need to say the commander breaks it.
Okay, so the commander gets to decide which person is going to get the hero medal, which is worth 4 victory points, and you get your second avatar from your reserves. Very good. So choose wisely.
So I can choose between
the original commander.
I can choose between equality and honor.
Equality and unity.
You can choose between equality and unity.
Oh,
and I want to say that I have been emptying the garbage for the entire voyage.
I'm giving it to Unity.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, equality already has a medal.
Yes, exactly.
I actually have a second question on that because it says if a roll is lower than stress on a cyborg, there's a goo outbreak. My roll is 1, which is lower than 5.
No, it says for goo rolls, if you look at it, it says no effect.
Ah, okay, yeah.
Correct. Yeah, goo rolls do not spawn further goo rolls.
And my question to the failure applies to the goo rolls?
Yes.
Say again?
Yes, it does.
This is also for goo rolls.
Okay.
But since there was a 1, there is no failure.
Yeah.
We could have domesticated it.
Yeah, so cyborgs gain an augmentation, but they can't use it for the goo fight. If that makes sense.
So we're now at maintenance. So
Commander. So who failed the goo roll last time? Because wouldn't they have gotten the red augmentation then? I guess we forgot about that.
If they had a cyborg.
There was 1 or 2 cyborgs there.
I think everyone was assigned to it except Honor.
Yeah.
So and
then
I think
green. So then
time were equality and freedom.
Yeah. So both of you guys should have a red augmentation.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Yeah. The easiest way to describe that again is you get the augmentation if it fails, but you can't use it in a goo fight.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I also want to point out that the champion hero medallion that Phil just got, it says the latest to be chief engineer. So if another goo fight happens on a blueprint and it gets destroyed, that medal can be taken from him and given to a new person.
But would he keep his second avatar?
Yes,
Okay, so it only has to be
I believe
updated.
so. I mean, it's not written, but I think Phil would probably agree that that's okay.
Agree, but it's got to be stated.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe
Okay.
make a note of that. We probably have, a page on there with a short description or clarification of all medals.
So you're
or
going
all
to
medallions. We're going to have a cheat sheet with the medallion stuff on there too, just to make it easy for all players. And we have to update both the Tabletop Simulator medallions as well, so because they're all old.
Okay, let's do these maintenance cells.
Yeah. So,
which one do you want to do first?
Wisp.
All right. So the cyborg gets put on the map and will be sent out shortly.
And
Battery
goes down to 4.
And then we're doing the warden.
Yep, it gets prospected. So 2 whole nuggets.
So I want to point out that we definitely need to fire when we fire the engines next, we need to charge the batteries.
Yes, absolutely.
Because we have 1 charge left, basically.
Okay, so movement. So we move the Wisp 10 spaces, which reaches Cirrus AB. So, Freedom, Commander, flip that air chit. Please be a Goldilocks. Otherwise, this will be not
you can
good.
flip either. Oh, okay.
Only the yellow one. Right? Yes, that's the only one you can flip.
Just flip the air one. All right, that's actually good.
That's not
want
the
to
worst.
say I count as domesticated goo.
Yeah, yep, she does. So
I just need to survive now.
And she needs to survive, and it's not looking good. So
not really.
All right.
But we still have time to domesticate. We still have time to domesticate goo, though.
Yes.
A Freedom does get the Explorer Award for being the most recent to reveal an air chit. So,
ooh.
So that means also you can peek at the nuggets that Honor owns.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Nice. What's the peak control again? I can't remember.
Alt and Shift at the same time.
Alt Shift.
So who was it that? Okay, so it was Freedom that gets the medal.
So Freedom, are you willing to tell us what they are?
Interesting. I might have to discuss that with my spouse.
I see.
And now the Starship moves, right?
Yep.
Yes.
So, Adwina, do you think it would be in the Starship's favor to tell them what's actually on your nuggets?
I don't think that you're allowed to. Actually, I think Phil and I talked about this before, right?
Okay.
Phil. So he has a medallion that peek at other players' nuggets at any time, but he's asking to tell other people that, and I think the answer is no.
Right now, it's very Machiavellian. It says you can answer, but you don't have to tell the truth.
But can he openly say that?
Yes, he can.
Okay.
But do I want to? That's the question.
Yeah.
Hey, this is not obvious. But did the Starship move?
Not yet.
Not yet. Oh, sorry. Yes, that's me. Of course. 3. 1, 2, 3. Oops,
that was 4.
Should be
too many.
Should be here. Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
And does
we're at attrition and aging.
So the only old one we have on the ship right now is Pachamama. So Pachamama, roll your die and hope you roll a 1.
Perfect. I didn't.
Nope.
Not twice.
Pachamama is dead.
And
That is
she can
a
never be
shame.
reborn, right?
Correct. But you get your avatar.
Yes.
And then everyone else ages, so...
Yes.
I'm feeling it.
And does the wisp automatically return to the ship when they explore?
Yes.
It goes back to the ovals. Yeah.
Even if you send
It's just placed out on the map because it's only placed out on the map because there's a couple sequence gap between when you actually flip the chip and when it gets placed.
All right, so
even if you send Cyborg to scan the Starship and heat, it's returned halfway to the ship. Because it sends.
Say it again.
I sent Cyborg to scan the Sirius, and he's returned to the ship automatically.
Yes.
Because it's
I mean, you're not actually sending the Cyborg. You're just placing the dice there to show that action is happening. Before we were using cubes, like a wisp cube, but it was a little unnecessary because you could just use a dice.
And thematically, the Cyborg is in that wisp, or the...
No. They're just controlling the wisp.
Okay, that's okay.
Yeah. It's just we needed something of player color, and we needed something of player color, and we didn't necessarily need a whole new component for it because it only stayed on the map very briefly. That's why we just said let's just use the Cyborg dice because it comes right back. So.
Refresh. So yeah, Asleep Dynasties lose 1 stress, and the married couple now get to discuss who loses 1 stress.
Also, there is green and actually no, there's no more. That's great.
Yeah, no more arch enemies because only Freedom and Honor are alive or awake, really.
But you can make anyone lose stress. Right?
So between Freedom and Honor, we lose 1 stress. So
and again, because of exogamy, you can share that with somebody else if you'd like.
But only with Awake Dynasties, so...
Oh, that's true.
And only the married couple is alive.
Yeah, you can't really exogamy with someone who's not awake. That's kind of not okay.
So I would love to be able to take it away from myself, but you're also age 6. But you did also threaten divorce. So that still hurts. I'd like to take it away from myself. That's my proposal.
This is not respecting the elderly, to say the least.
Who has
the final if we have another goo, so we already know. Here's my. We know we need domesticated goo. So that tells me we need to force a goo outbreak, and in 2 more turns, I'm going to have the Goo Whisperer Wisdom, but if I die, and because I have so much stress, then we're not going to be able to use it. So we can continually try to domesticate. Yeah, we should
let you accumulate more stress.
Just so I can get Goo fights going.
I mean, based on your reasoning, that's what you should do.
True, that is a good point, but same goes for him as well. So yeah, I guess that's a good point. So maybe for this round, I shouldn't take the stress just so I could try and get a goo outbreak. So yeah, that's a good point.
Okay.
So let's have you take it. Let's have you take it off. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
I wanted to point out that if we were going to try to siege ship, we do have the push rope pod out. It's kind of expensive though.
Yeah, and we don't know if this Goldilocks, if we're going to need to get it more water or not.
We don't know that.
That is true as well.
So we could do the hyperspectral telescope up here is a pretty good option for flipping that. Who has a blue augmentation? Anybody?
I think one has
Green does. Green does. So green should probably place there because that would be very useful.
Yeah.
I must say I will do that if someone sends away my data.
Listen, does this expend energy?
Can anyone on this ship do anything without having
All right.
I'm willing to send away your data, I think.
Okay.
I might pick up an Earthware card myself, so whoever does that is going to have to choose.
Yeah, it's only one, right? Yeah, it's place dome at Starship location. It will move during. Okay, I think that's just one.
Actually,
Okay, so you'll take care of that. You'll do that.
but someone should help me, I think.
Yeah, I'll help you out.
Yeah, of course. I think that would be a good idea.
I'll help you out. All right.
So, Arduana, are you going to get pregnant anytime soon? I'm still trying to get somebody alive.
Yeah, we have 100%. We have safe marriage, mother.
I would
so
not be an arch enemy to anyone.
Well, I also
neither would I. Either.
I mean, the whole discussion of me not losing my stress was so I could potentially get a goo outbreak as well. So I think getting pregnant is not really necessary right now.
Yeah, it isn't at the moment because it's auto, but also we're going to be playing with the risk of Mescanet dying.
Yes, I think you should.
I think we should use the chance right now, but I cannot force you to do anything.
Yep. So Mescanet, what are you going to do?
The commander anymore? Yeah, Mescanet. What's the?
What can I actually? Can I command people to do the battery, for example? Or what?
Nope.
No.
You're a freedom commander. This means you have almost no authority for anything.
Yeah. You pretty much only have authority in the sense that you're able to protect people's property rights, and you can command the ship. That's really it.
And helm decisions.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I think I'm going to take this guy.
That's interesting.
Yeah. I don't really know if we need that.
Well,
it's
honor?
Probably the best card to get because it doesn't give stress.
Yeah.
So that makes sense.
All right. I'm taking this card.
Disgusting. Not even getting a child right now.
Yes.
It's the perfect chance.
Hey, my body, my choice.
That, yeah.
Not wrong.
As the saying goes.
All right, Unity, your first assignment.
Yeah,
that's predictable.
You're not assigning.
Yeah, I was going to say.
That makes me thinking about sending out the radio signal myself.
Hey,
well, he has two avatars.
I have another avatar. I can send out a radio signal.
But why not send it out first so I am assured that it will be sent out?
Because I should be assured that someone else will, like individuality or something, will jump theirs out of the jars and shut me out again.
But you cannot choose, right? It's random.
It is.
It's random, but it's only among asleep dynasties, so that's like a 50 chance.
Ish.
What?
Ish.
More like 25, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, 25 is better than 0, so Authority Bot, what are you doing?
That is true.
25 is better than 15, so
if I go here and I roll 1, I choose.
Yes.
If you're able to become Chief Commander, yeah, you'll choose.
Yeah, if you succeed and I don't, then you can choose who gets the avatar dice.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, equality.
Well, this is a problem now.
want to quibble a little bit. I think the odds are exactly 50%, like I said.
But there's 4 sleep dynasties.
There's 4 sleep
There's
dynasties.
4
so the odds
sleep
are 25.
dynasties, but one of them is mine. So that means
25, kind of.
yeah,
Because the other 2 rolls
yeah.
are reroll.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, you're right.
So quality,
Yeah, I'm in a kind of a pick right now.
You can also try to remove stress.
Well, I would rather send out my data.
Yeah, that's a good point. If you leave it up to Phil, he could choose.
he
Not
could
that he
stab,
will.
yeah.
And
But
we
the
are
only
also
way, I'll tell you, the only way to
using
guarantee
battery charge, right?
is if you do it yourself. The only way. But wasn't there one other thing we wanted to do on the ship, or was that?
That was
We
the
could
check
send another.
identification, because we want to make
Yeah,
we
we
want to
could
see if
That's right. So we
Thing
want to
is,
probably
I
add
also
another
do not
dice.
have a cyborg out for this planet we are going to.
So
I mean,
you
still have
yeah.
somebody in the jar, so if the
Need
mission's
a
a success, you'll still
cyborg.
get some points.
Yes.
You
I
don't
still
need
think
a
that you should
cyborg
place-
out. They can still be in the jars and
Yeah.
land on the planet.
Yeah, okay.
I still
We
think
just
you
need
should place
one
here
awake
because
female.
it sounds like
I
Phil's
will do
gonna
that.
send the Earthware, because Earthware helps us all.
Yeah, hopefully. All right,
Yes.
Phil, are you going to actually fulfill your side of the bargain?
Well, it does help us all, but only for those who are awake. Yes, I'll go
You
ahead.
could also
and send
recharge
it off.
the battery. That
No, we
also
can't
makes
because
sense.
we're not ignited.
True.
Yeah.
True.
I also, well, it's a bit too late now, but oh well. Anyway,
You could have up here.
All right, cell rolls. What's going
No.
first?
uh,
Do we want to do hypertep? Oh, we have three. We have 3 cards actually.
Let's do
'cause we
the
have the MHT
generator first.
all right.
Okay.
No.
Negative.
You do get a blue
So-
augment.
Nice. All right. What's next?
What do we have? We have the
Neogen
Telescope.
Avatar, which is in the telescope. Yep.
let's do the telescope.
Okay. And
I
green
do
has
that
an
if it's
augmentation,
okay.
so a 1 or 2 is a success there.
For green. Nope.
Negative. No augmentations given.
No.
And
All
then
right.
the
So then
last
I'll roll for this. Nothing.
Nothing.
No, not even a goo outbreak.
Green
But an
green gets
augmentation.
an augmentation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Man, this is just one.
Right.
This is just a cavalcade of catastrophe.
Well, it happens. We still got
Yeah.
to slow down. So we have
All right.
But we can slow down twice next turn. So
Yes, we can slow down twice, and we'll know just what Sirius is before we make that decision, I think.
Yeah.
well, for that we need to check once more, right?
Yep. So
As
jars
soon
and
as
maintenance.
you enter a sun lens, you're able to flip over all the chits
But it's
in
for
that system.
Croissant.
Yeah,
Croissant.
but this sun lens is associated with Sirius. If you want to enter this sun lens and take a snapshot of Procyon, that you can do that. But regardless, you automatically get to look at all the chits in Sirius.
Okay. Then I misunderstood the rules.
I wanna provide an observation here that was probably overlooked. So this resurrection here that Phil is doing is going to drain the battery 1, which is going to make it impossible to ignite the engines on the next turn.
Right. So we're going to
we can charge the battery with the
generators to work.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have to use the MHT generator.
Yes.
But
the problem is we have to make sure, and this is maybe more of a comment for Phil. The precondition on the maintenance cells doesn't preclude you from assigning a dice there, right? You should be able to assign the dice there because
you can
just
assign
can't actually
there.
do the cell unless
The,
it's
the task, the precondition is a task precondition, not an assignment precondition.
Correct. Yeah. All right, that makes sense then, because if we succeed on the MHD generator, we can charge the batteries before we have to fire the engine.
Yeah.
So maybe instead of sending off this radio signal, I should have gone to MHD.
Yeah.
Too late.
Is that
Too
okay?
late. No. Let's keep it the way it is.
All right.
It's fine.
Let's keep it the way it is.
Ish.
All right. So
This is part of the game.
So, Commander, do you want the radio signal shot off first or the decanting first?
Yeah, let's send the signal.
All right.
So Phil, do you want to send mine or his?
I'll send his.
That one just goes over to the ship.
Yeah.
And actually, I counted, and it's going to be right at the outskirts of the solar system.
Oh,
So it doesn't make it.
Oh,
Yep.
Well, it does make it next turn, doesn't it?
It will make it next turn, but
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah.
It'll make it next turn, but not this turn. Well, that's a shame.
Yeah. And then
It'll make it next turn, and it actually won't even. It'll make it to Earth next turn, but it actually won't even make it back to the ship next turn. So.
It'll make it back to the ship because the return trip has been factored in. The speed of light is 24 spaces, and so
Yeah, but if it's only going 12, this is 12 spaces here, and so on the next dozier, it's only going to go 12 more spaces, and you start here 1, 2, 3, 4,
Technically,
5, 6,
it'll
7,
go
8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It'll make it to here.
Technically, it goes 24 on the first dozier and 24 on the
I
second.
see. Okay,
That's
gotcha.
the speed
Yeah,
of
that
light.
makes sense.
all right.
Okay,
So
I'm gonna roll the dice then to see which cyborg gets woken up from the vats here, and that
Two.
was
That's
2.
that's a win.
Um,
Reroll.
I'll have to re-roll it.
2. 5. 5 is asleep.
Congratulations, authority.
I think Eris is born.
Okay, you get to choose which one.
Oh, it's both. You can choose from both. Okay.
And you're not going to get the wisdom of either because they're going to be orphans. So
That's actually probably a
don't
good
bother
thing
looking.
considering what authority's wisdoms are.
So I would take the one that's the weakest, honestly. Or I would probably just take. Yeah, it's up to you.
The theory here is that we've decanted a frozen embryo from the jars, and this embryo doesn't have a mother. It's an orphan and is being taken care of by TV nannies. And so, as a penalty for this, it won't be allowed to enjoy its wisdom ability when it gets older.
Yeah, I've kind of
sad.
personally I've kind of personally interpreted it as a. Oh, sorry.
I've used both of these abilities against Phil in excellent fashion before.
Oh yeah.
All right, and then I'm going to give you the orphan shit here.
Yep. And the kingfish has been born.
Oh God.
All right. That's all the maintenance. So move the radio, the Wisp, and the Starship. So radio ends up right on the outskirts.
It's going to go to here. It's going to go to here because it comes back. Since it goes 24 spaces.
I think the rules state it moves 12 spaces towards Sol. So we move it 12 spaces, and next turn it'll move the rest of the way. And
Yeah, because I can't think of a scenario where I can't think of a scenario where we would need it to be where we need to actually do the full 24 spaces, because like that would require the ship needing to move 12 whole spaces in the time it takes for it to get back to it.
Yeah, but it should be annotated the same though. It should say either. I mean, really, the 12 space thing isn't because it moves. It doesn't necessarily move 12 spaces. It actually it moves 24, really. But you get the Earth data on the same dozy year if the ship is within 12 spaces. There's a difference there. So it should really be written in such a way that it either moves 24 spaces or the Earth data happens on the same turn if the ship is within 12 spaces.
Right now,
Otherwise, you have
I
this
just
weird.
have it move 12 spaces towards Sol, and when it reaches Sol, you get the information.
Okay. So is there any spaces on the map that the ship could be that's further away from Sol than 24 spaces? Because if there is, then that creates a mathematical problem that the data is getting received from Earth faster than the speed of light.
Well, no, it's not that. It's that it's calculating in the time it takes to both go there and get back. Like, I guess if you were traveling really far away and the ship was moving really fast, then maybe there's a scenario where that could break. But like otherwise, the discrepancy is, it's hidden in the wash.
It's not very big. I think it's okay. It's just simpler this way. That's all.
All right.
Okay, ship movement.
So we are now on the outskirts.
All right. So this means the commander gets to flip over these chits.
So Mescanet, if you would please.
All of them.
And do you need to make a snapshot? Or no?
No, because...
No, the snapshot is only made if you assign to it, but this observation when you enter a sun lens is automatic.
Okay.
The snapshot, I think, is for the system mentioned here, right? So for Procyon.
Yeah.
To see that
it's actually got renamed to Sun Lens Peep.
Well,
snapshot.
The troglodyte's habitable. That's something.
Yes. The troglodyte is around the white dwarf is habitable, and so is the troglodyte around the gas giant.
Well, no, it isn't, because it only has +1 water. You need +2, don't you?
No. It's hard to read, but the water is only for Goldilocks. Troglodyte is habitable regardless of water. It always has enough water because it's got a subterranean ocean. Now, and the right stuff for troglodyte is the same for all troglodytes, which I forget what it is. I think it's jars, goo, and another type of goo, or something like that. I'm not sure what it says in the rules. So,
do you know which rule section it is?
Yes, it's in not JI, section I4.
What's the question?
I will look it up.
The question is, for a troglodyte, what do you need to carry down to the planet with you? And I think it's I said I4. I meant to say I8.
I8. Yes.
Yeah.
You
need the green and red goos.
Yeah, to make a troglodyte habitable, the landing party needs goo augmentation green and goo augmentation red.
Wow, that's so specific.
Yes.
It's in purple, Phil, just so you know, which means it's not set in stone. I mean, it's just an idea.
I think.
And do we change domesticated goo to goo augmentation? Same. Because we were calling it domesticated goo, but now it's goo augmentation.
A goo augmentation is what is the name of the chit that's on the playmats.
So any augmentation is considered a goo augmentation.
No.
Or it's domesticated goo.
Yes.
Okay.
So there's augmentations and there's goo augmentations.
Yeah, that's why I was asking.
All right.
Because before in the past we were just calling it domesticated goo. So has domesticated goo been taken out of the rules everywhere else and replaced with goo augmentation?
It hasn't, but
okay. It probably should be one or the other, not both.
But it's mainly been removed. It's mainly just goo
augmentation. That's fine if you want to change it. I'm just saying we should.
Okay,
but I'm asking you, Justin, what sort of right stuff we should have there. It's possible it should say something like 2 different goo augmentations.
So do you want it to be 2? Because my initial is that it should be a different type of goo depending on whether it's a gas giant, a white dwarf, or a brown dwarf. That's my initial thoughts, and it should only be 1. So that way, it's something that you could potentially plan for. Like if you know you're going towards a big gas giant, you can plan to get X goo augmentation, just in case you need it. Because otherwise, it's just completely random, right? If you're able to strategize a little bit, then it's better game-wise. So that's my thoughts.
Now, the other option is to go for the Goldilocks, and in order to do that, because there's only 1 drop of water and you need 2, we would have to enter orbit, and when we got to the Oort cloud, we'd have to expend 1 step of fuel just to bombard the Goldilocks with icebergs to give it enough water for it to be habitable. So the whole thing boils down to, we can live here. There's troglodytes, they're worth half VP, but at least we'll be alive. Otherwise, we keep going and try our luck for the next one. So the commander, we can stop. We can stop in time. We can stop on the Sunlands Caitlins, for instance.
We can even stop here.
And I think we can stop there too. And if so, then we're going to probably evacuate out into a troglodyte, is what it looks like we'll be doing.
Yeah, because we don't have the means to. We don't have the means.
We don't have. Sorry.
We don't have the means to stop at the Oort cloud right now, so.
Yeah, I think because our batteries are basically dead, we're probably gonna have to keep going. Maybe head towards Procyon.
They have to be on
towards
1.
Procyon.
Yeah, the decanting. Yeah, we need a. That's a 1.
Yeah. Well, we could
right.
technically do it if we recharge the battery, then use the ignition to do 2 steps. We will move 1 into Sirius, and the next turn we could do 1 more step to go into Oort orbit.
Yeah.
Slim down 1 section, and then we have 7 weights and have a fuel step.
I think that's a plan.
That's a plan. It does rely on the MH to be working, though, right?
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
So we could risk that. And I guess worst case scenario, if it doesn't work, we just keep going forward, right? Maybe head towards Procyon.
Well, yeah, then we would have to get some fuel in Sirius.
But we would have to slow down to get the extra step of fuel to bombard. Because we could stop, but we don't have the extra step of fuel unless we slim down something, which we could slim down. Like if we succeed on the MHD generator, it counts as 2 cards for the foamed metal. So all we'd have to do is just place in the foamed metal here, place 1 dice there, and if we succeed in the MHD generator, we could skinny the batteries in the same time.
Yes.
And actually, skinnying the batteries makes it to where. Actually, it's the same right now. I forgot about that. But yeah, that might be a plan.
I forgot. Is jettisoning still part of the game?
There is a
Jettisoning what?
Jettisoning a blueprint.
Yeah,
It
we
is
would have to
still part of the
jettison the
game.
shield, I think. Because if we send down,
well, it's tricky because it's tricky because if it is part of the game, it would be considered a helm decision, I would think. But the tricky part about that is that should be something that is mutinyable, because otherwise the commander could just jettison whatever they want at any time, which is kind of not really cool.
That's true.
And we've already said that you can't mutiny against a helm decision, so it just for that reason, it almost makes it.
Oh yeah, because that means the commander could just make sure all their points are on one.
Yeah, they could jettison the jars
and
and kill everyone on the ship for. There's no retribution for that,
I think it's in the helm decisions F2A or something like that.
Yeah, but it probably shouldn't be because it's too strong.
Yeah, that is a very powerful ability. If you can,
unless it's the one thing where the second in command will have to okay it.
Yeah, the commander is only allowed to jettison a blueprint if it lowers the dry mass enough to gain extra step as fuel necessary to perform a power deceleration at a star system.
So it doesn't say. I mean, we could add in the rule or a bombardment, but even then, it's possible for the commander to choose which blueprint it is, and in that case, he could choose the jars and just kill everybody. I don't know. It seems pretty strong to me. That may need to be considered a little bit more.
I agree that it might, it also makes sense. Like the model I have for why helm decisions aren't mutiniable is kind of it's kind of like how pirates would do it, where you could openly vote to change who the captain of the pirate ship is, but you couldn't do that in the middle of combat.
Yeah.
But of course, I'm pretty sure on any pirate ship, if the captain suggested, "Army mateys, let's drive straight into the iceberg," I think the crew would not particularly care about that rule anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. What's ironic is that in this game you do sometimes fly into the middle of an iceberg.
That is true. I did that once. It didn't end well.
I want.
I mean, you could. It's a little bit clever. The commander could make the decision to jettison something, but what is jettisoned is voted on. But that takes time. That takes time, of course.
Yeah.
At least that way, everyone has it's a little bit more. Because I feel like I'm thinking of like a space movie now, or like a film where they have to lighten the ship. I feel like everyone would kind of sit around for a second, if they had time, anyways, sit around like the table and discuss what makes the most sense to get rid of, and that sort of thematically seems like that was the same thing.
In the game Luftschiff, for instance, if the Zeppelin has to lighten the mass drastically, they can cut off the cloud car. Now, if someone's in the cloud car at the time making observations, this would be a very harsh decision indeed. But in Hollywood, and in real life, they did cut the cloud car, not with anyone in it. But in Hollywood, yes, I've seen this movie.
Mm-hmm. Now, if we had like a commander should be the tiebreaker instead of individuality, like it is for the mutinies, because the commander has the ultimate say in the end, I guess. But
the other option is to get rid of jettisoning, which I'm. This was also done in Zeppelin days, cutting off the control car to try to, and everyone goes into the keel.
But
maybe
in an emergency,
to me for that reason.
Yeah.
But if it gets too complicated,
Phil, I think this rule was probably written. We came up with the foamed metal maintenance cells, right? Because right now we have a pretty good. I mean, this is. I don't like making rules based on like one game, but in this game particularly, right now we have the. If we succeed on the MHT generator, we're going to have the 4 cards we need to lighten the batteries as long as someone places on the foamed metal cell on the batteries. So we're going to lighten the ship anyways, which bring us down to a dry mass of 7, which gets us the extra step of fuel we need. Now, obviously, that's just this one scenario, but I think this rule was probably written before we added the foamed metal on maintenance cells rule, which makes it easier to lighten the ship. So it might not be needed, is what I'm getting. But I don't know.
The other
so
thing
maybe we just
the other thing is transposition, rearranging the elements of the starship, which is looking like it'll never be used, and that might get cut too. Actually,
yeah, it's we haven't used it.
What would the actual? What would the? How would you do it? How would you jettison? Do you have to place? Is it an action? Is it a? Do you need an avatar for it, or
it would be a helm decision? Like, let's say you wanted to jettison
yes,
the
but
wardens.
how would it work? Do you just say it and it happens, or do you actually have to do something?
So
game?
it would be in the helm decision sequence, which is in phase 4, which is where we are now. Let's say we did it on wardens, right? You would remove the wardens from the blueprint. All purple cards on playmats would be discarded, and the entire purple column in the market gets discarded.
Yeah. So my comment would be that it's a bit weird to have such a. That's quite a massive decision that you do without sort of the game mechanics. So you don't have to have any avatars or cyborgs there to do it. You can just do it by making the decision.
This is a really, really good point. I hate having major things done without an assignment on a worker placement game. It breaks the rule there. I'm very tempted to get rid of jettisoning altogether. In fact, I think I will kill it.
Yeah. And
I think the only way that it would be like acceptable to be maintained is if it's the discarding of shields. The idea is that basically saying like, yes, you're going to lose some living space, but we don't care. We need to bring down the ship.
That's also a slippery slope too, though, because you could discard a shield and bust someone's slot that they could have a cyborg in, effectively killing a cyborg or discarding cards. So I think here's my proposal, Phil, is let's get rid of it, but let's add it as a card, because then it's somewhat controlled in a way, right? Because then players can choose to do it or not. And if someone places there and you don't want that to happen, then you place there as well. And then if you're the chief engineer, you can just say, no, we're not doing it, which is always an option. Actually, I also recommend changing the transposition to a card as well, and then that frees up that maintenance cell to be able to put something more. So I think both of those should be cards.
Actually, I was going to suggest possibly replacing transposition with jettisoning. It's the wardens basically taking a piece of the ship and chucking it into space.
Yeah, so the reason why we have that on the wardens doing the thing, that's almost having the jettison be on the wardens is also a bad idea, I think, because then it's not even the commander's decision. It's whoever gets to place the dice there, which is also strong. So I think, honestly, the best way to do this is to get rid of jettison as a helm decision, making it a card, and then to caveat on that, the transposition.
Card, and this cannibalized card could have those capacities added to it, or similar things, transposition and jettison. All right, let's go on.
I think you could also add to the skinnying that you don't have to add a shield. Maybe.
Yeah, because I guess you could I guess that would be a way to jettison, because that's effectively jettisoning extra mass instead of turning it into a shield. You're just letting it, drop off the back of the ship or whatever. Yeah, that's a good idea, I think.
Yeah,
especially if let's say I have my shield in front. If I'm the one that skinnies the battery, maybe I don't want to put a person's shield out there because that just helps them. So that's a valid point. That way, it still keeps the dream alive, right? That jettisoning is happening, but it just kind of limits it a little.
Yeah, and that also makes the card that makes you able to shift the different pieces of the starship around, because I suppose the piece next to the bow will be the first one being sort of in danger if there's no shield.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so let's see. Where were we? We're right. Commander making helm decisions.
Yeah. I think the plan, I mean, that's the best plan we have so far is that we use the generator to charge the battery, and then
I support
it
that
all hinges
decision.
on that working, but
I actually support it for two reasons. Even if we don't want to have Sirius, we can just refuel on this gas giant.
True.
Like,
so as long
once
as
we are stopped, we can refuel or like strengthen the Goldilocks. That's two possibilities.
Yes.
And both red and green have blue augmentations, and green actually has 4 stress as well. So there's a good chance that we can get a blue goo
Green's not
outbreak as
awake.
well, which we're going to need.
It's not a cyborg.
Oh, you're right. But the augmentation still counts. So green and red should probably place.
But I guess we're not going to be doing any more helm decisions, right?
Well, we could decide on the. Well, I guess the goo domestication doesn't matter right now.
Yeah. So
I think we can move on to
aging.
attrition.
All right.
So who has to roll? Anyone have to roll for aging? I think.
Yeah,
just red.
I think.
Just red.
Somebody awake.
All right. Here's a dice for you.
thanks.
Okay, good.
Survive.
We need
Everybody
to have
age?
some births next.
Yeah, and Long's already just got born, so he's fine.
Yeah, but I think Aldrina should use her last year to get.
Yes.
So we have a new child.
Yeah, that was my plan.
And then everybody's back into their ovals. -1 stress for the married couple. So
-1 stress
I'll
for
take
me. Refresh the market.
Well, actually, wait a second. Should you take that -1 stress since you're trying to spark a outbreak?
We can give it to somewhere else.
Yeah.
But is there anyone alive that is fresh?
How did green? Oh, green is this. Yeah, that's a good point. Dang it.
We've got red, purple arch enemies.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yes.
Oh yeah, but
so they get stress, and then purple could lose the stress from the married couple.
Yeah, so the arch enemies happens first, I think, and then I guess red could stress out.
Well, actually, no. As currently written, it goes -1 stress for married couple, -1 stress for sleep dynasty, then +1 stress if an arch enemy.
Oh, that's right. Is that in order, Phil? I can't remember.
It's supposed to be, but if you want a different order, we could try a different order.
I would think it makes sense that you would do all stress gain first and then do stress loss.
It's kind of what I'm thinking too, actually.
Right.
Because then you have more options to choose where it goes or where it goes away. You know. So let's do that. Let's flip all the positives to the left and all the negatives.
So yeah, red gains stress from arch enemy and then relieve stress from marriage.
Yeah.
Red gains stress as well. Yeah. So then
Okay. Assignment. Starting with me. Okay. Well, somebody needs to run the engines.
That's true.
Yep.
Might as well be me. Actually, wait a second. Do I have a blue augment? I do not. So yeah, I'll just run the engines.
No. So someone needs to run the engines, and someone needs to place in the foamed metals on batteries.
Yeah.
Yes.
But it should not be red or green because you guys have blue augmentation. So
Not to mention the batteries themselves.
Well, we are charging them. With
no,
the
we
energy.
don't. No, we don't need that because it gets charged to 6.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
And we are using
That's the problem,
MHD
right?
because-
I mean, if we didn't have this MHD generator, we would be effectively screwed because we can't even charge the batteries. So
Yeah.
Yes,
It
you're
was-
right.
A very, very wise decision to pick it.
Yes, it
all right,
was.
Lena
so-
should do motherhood.
Yes. Have a kid. Do something selfless for once in your life.
hey, I'm working on it.
Okay, going over to that. Huey Long, what are you doing?
Something we need to do more. Go there too.
Yeah, I was gonna say you should definitely go there instead of the maintenance cell because then you could get an augmentation.
A quality bot, you need to go over to the MHD, and then I guess Eklund's final
At least-
bot and
Foamed metal.
yeah.
Something else in which there is no honor.
Oh,
And
come
we
on,
are
Eklund.
Why would you go there? You can't even do it.
Yeah, I can if the MHD works, right?
Yes,
Then you
again.
cannot stop.
True, but we're not going to be able to flip the blueprint and
Oh wait, we
slow
can
the ship
still,
down.
we can do that next turn. It's actually not that bad because we have this.
I still don't have. Well, let me put it this way: if the pregnancy is viable, will I finally get a cyborg?
I have no protest because I'm asleep, so please do that.
Please do it just so we can skinny down the batteries.
Yeah, I think so, Phil. Because
All right.
everyone else has been awake already, so we
No,
need some
we need
young
to
No,
do-
no,
we
you need
to
to
do
go
the
on
skinning.
batteries.
Yeah, we need to do foam
Yeah,
metal.
you need to go on foamed metal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go to foam metal.
All right. So that was that. That was awful. Cell rolls. Let's start with the pregnancy.
Well,
that
Each
happens-
commander gets to choose. So.
We do work.
Question
That's after.
Oh yeah, and that's an auto success anyway. So
it's
yeah.
not a success, yeah.
So, generator.
Yeah, so just roll for the MHD generator.
Oh,
So it's just red and green for the augmentation.
Yes.
Why does tabletop hate me?
You technically don't need to. You don't need to take them off the card if you highlight the dice and right click and say roll. It's not going to roll the card. It will roll a chit though if there's a chit on it.
All right.
All right, give it a good roll.
Come on.
Give it a nice good roll. Success.
Hits.
Double success.
Triples, but no, yeah, just double. And
Double success. No goo.
Well, actually,
All right,
yeah.
So red's going to be chief engineer on. So
Yeah, I'd assume.
not
So
that it
battery is up
matters.
to 6.
Yep.
And yeah, and
We
it counts
have
as 2 foam, so
4 blue
that's it.
cards, yeah.
Then we go to the cell
Good
rolls.
work,
so,
everybody.
Yep.
Yeah.
Arduino, you get to have a kid. Who do you want?
I'll choose. So I'm going to choose Phil, but I guess I choose the cyborg. So I'm.
Yes.
I really want the mission to be a success, so I would strongly advise that you pick a female.
Yeah,
pick
I would
Amazon.
say the same.
I'm thinking Wolf. Well, let's have Wolfie here.
Yep. Okay. So, yeah. Phil, after many years after literally, I think, almost a century of complaining, you finally have someone.
Human.
All right.
Sorry, Phil. I placed it in this slot, but if you wanted it in the jar slot, you're welcome to do it.
That's fine.
All right. So now we go to maintenance. So I fire the engines, so we go down to 4, and we're just trying to brake as hard as possible, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think so.
2 steps, yeah.
2
Then
steps.
next turn we can.
The battery only goes down 1 step on the skinny side of the engine, so you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that only did 1 step.
No, next turn we can do 1 more step.
And so everyone who's awake gain a stress.
Except for Unity.
Right.
Yes.
Then we thin out the foamed metal.
Right.
Oh.
Actually, hang on a second. Phil, didn't we discuss this before where babies age 0 should gain a stress? Because we talked about how, a baby's, like, let's say a baby's in a nursery or whatever, adult in there is going to gain the stress from the extra radiation. Why would the child not?
I thought the idea was that the children are raised in, like, extremely defensive parts of the ship.
No,
like
so, I mean, sure, we could say that, but I remember Phil and I had this discussion specifically, and we said that anyone age 0 would gain stress from the engine.
Make it to the rules, at least not yet.
Okay. Well, what do you think? I'm fine with either one. I just want to make sure, because we actually, I mean, so far in this game, we haven't done that, so maybe we should just keep it that way for now. But if we want to change that, we should, either add it or not. So
the thing is that, well, I suppose, and this is an interesting choice, that maybe everyone in the jars would gain a stress as well. This is even asleep dynasties. This requires a little bit of thinking about what the impact of the game is. But right now, I think not.
Okay.
So now that we're at
we gain
7,
a shield, right? No, we would gain a
gain
shield.
a
I think.
shield.
I have another
question.
I have another question for Phil, since we're sort of on topic here with using the foamed metal on the batteries. Phil, it looks like you updated the precondition on the foamed metal for all on the blueprint placard spreadsheet to say 4 or more cards in work cells, augmentations, or goo augmentations, but it wasn't colored red, so I didn't make that change. But I want to suggest that we don't include regular augmentation because it could make it too easy to skinny the ship.
Yeah, this is making it into a special rule, though, because we've got we've got some things in which that augmentations and goo augmentations count, and some things which they don't. But if
I'm willing to try it. I just want to point out that it could be too easy. Of course, it does take an assignment of an avatar, but we can try it. We haven't been playing it that way on this game. Someone mentioned it earlier, and I corrected them because I didn't know that it was going to be changed. But
I think if it's too easy, we may increase it to 5 instead of 4. But augmentations and goo augmentations have been counting the same sorts of things for victory points and for prerequisites. It's going to be hard to remember if we make it.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm fine with changing it, and that 5 maybe would, if that's an easier thing to balance than just taking out augmentations altogether, and then so that's fine. Just I just want to remind you, if you make any changes to anything, you got to color them red, otherwise they could very easily never get updated, even before files get sent to the manufacturer potentially. So
Okay.
just keep that in mind. But I will color them red now, and then change them after.
Yes, I'm used.
I guess in that case, then, do we want to play with right now? Because I mean, if that's the case, we wouldn't have need. I mean, we still probably would have done the MHD generator.
Right,
yeah, let's go to 5 right now. And
yes,
with that,
let's go to 5.
Is there anything else? Is there anything else that we can skinny on the next round, based on that? All that's left is green and purple. There's no purple cards out there. There's one green card, it looks like, and I think I'm the only one. So no, we've satisfied 2 of the 5 right now.
The shield right now, or did we say we don't have to?
This is a really good question. Now we also still have the utility fog.
We do.
We do. Yes. But the thing is, if we get a shield, we are not at dry mass 7, so we still.
That's true. This is a case. I made the thing skinny. I should be able to put my shield there, and I would want to. It might give me points and stuff like this. Be like the first thing I've done the whole game, but
and you still could, because we could just recharge or like refuel at the gas giant, because we can still stop at Sirius next turn.
We can't refuel unless we stop. There's no way to refuel unless we stop.
Yeah, but we have one more fuel step. We have not enough fuel for the ice water edition for the Goldilocks, but we have enough fuel to stop into orbit, and then we can refuel.
All right, that's true.
So you can just put your shield; it will all work out.
Okay.
If we are going to allow shields to be placed with foamed metal, we need to. I need to know so I can add that to the impact on the maintenance cell.
I think they already are. They already say.
Does it?
Maintenance.
Oh, it does, and add a shield to the bow. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Right, it does say it already. So yeah, you I think have to. You have to then.
Yeah, at the moment, as it is written, you have to.
Yeah, I was thinking that I need to add it as an impact.
I think it's on all of them.
Yeah, it is. They're basically the same for all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So we move on to movement. So the dome reaches Soul. So green.
I get one broadcast thingy.
Yep. Broadcast guy, and also you can flip.
Data.
Yeah, but you have to just pick one. You can't look.
Yeah, I pick one. I pick one before seeing it. Yeah.
Yep.
That makes sense. Oh, we'll go right for the middle.
Oh. Stress does not increase the age of Amazons during attrition rolls. That's really useful. Yeah, that means Metscanet has much better odds of living.
50-50.
Yeah. Hey, it's better than 1 out of 6.
That's true.
Here we go again.
So much better.
Yeah, congrats. We just cured cancer. Or, well, found a really good way of treating it. I was wondering what Earth was doing that whole time. So we're gone.
Yeah, right.
Can
I resend this data? No, right?
No.
That's a good question. Well, he's asking if you could put it back on the card. I don't think so, right?
No.
It should go back to the reserves.
Yeah. And, like, thematically, it makes sense because they now have the information about this invention. So why would they need it again?
Yeah.
But I think it was not made clear in the rule, but I'm not 100% sure.
And Phil, you said that's in the rules already, Phil, or?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Then I
like that.
It is.
It moves.
Then we arrive in Cirrus.
Yes.
And if we really wanted to, you could try a flyby. Probably shouldn't. Really shouldn't. Yeah, don't do that.
Oh yeah, I had
forget
another
the odds
question
said that.
on the
Do I
flight.
need
I
to
think-
remind you what happened last time?
Yeah.
I think their plasma risk table is a little 1d6, right, Phil? Does the math work
Yeah.
out better, you think? Okay. But we're still
It doesn't,
keeping
because it
the
has
pilot ability.
7 plus.
The
Pilot ability
is
is
still allowing the additional die
+1.
roll.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
think it should be just adding 1 to the die roll.
For the pilot?
Yes.
Or
I
alternatively,
think maybe
it could
2.
be
I
that,
think that 1 is a little weak. How about 2?
alternatively, it could be that you roll 2 dice and just take the higher result.
Yeah, that's true. I kind of like that too, but I think just adding 1, Phil. I think maybe adding 2, or maybe what Matthew suggests. What do you think?
Well, right now it's got on there things like 7 plus. So it looks like you're adding. I'm okay with
so it'd be
adding
minus
2.
1, I guess. So it'd be minus 2 then, is what.
No, I'm saying add 2 to the roll.
For a pilot? Oh yeah, that's right, because you want higher numbers. Okay, so I'll make
Right.
that change. Add 2.
Excuse me for a second. I'm taking a comfort break.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll be taking a quick break as well.
You guys want to just take a few minutes real quick? I'm gonna.
I think everything else past this point is automatic anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, so if someone
we
wants
can
to
just do until we do assignment again. I'll be back in 1 or 2 minutes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
same here.
So we go to attrition and aging. So
I get rid of.
one of your avatars.
Yeah.
We also have to roll for if Mescanet lives.
Did someone age me already? Why?
No, I think it's
Okay.
you
When
need
it
to
comes
flip
to it, you
over
can
to
do
old.
it. Yeah, when it comes to it, you can do it. I'm gonna run down.
All right. Okay, and I think the only other thing is we need to roll for to see if Mescanet lives or dies.
Yes, go ahead.
So I have to roll a 1, 2, or a 3. She lives,
Okay.
but not for much longer.
Yes, and she's the commander, isn't she?
She is. So then we get arch enemy stress. Then everyone who's asleep loses a stress. And then, oh right, these two are going to have to negotiate the marital bliss. But we can negotiate that when they get back into the chat.
Right.
I'm going to also take a wee bit of a break. So I'll be back in a little bit.
All right. I'm going to start over the next turn.
I also take a break.
All right, I'm back. I think everyone else is still out.
I'm back.
Yeah, I'm back as well.
Oh, okay. Let's wait for everyone else. Is Per Fisher back as well?
Yes, I'm back.
Oh, okay. So we need to decide who takes the stress out, right?
Yeah.
Let's. You can go ahead and do it. Actually, it doesn't really matter for you on the nutrition. You're going to be age 8. But I'm also trying to get a goo. Trying to get a goo outbreak. But I'm afraid that you might die on this turn anyways. So and then I won't be able to lose stress on my next turn. So I think I might want to take it out on.
Take one from you.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Actually, I have a question. Is the first player during the assignment phase always individuality?
Yes. So it's balanced based on the strength of the commander. So the equality commander, and then going kind of the strength. So individuality is the weakest commander, so they have a little bit of a perk of always going first, which could be technically a negative thing too if you're trying to like stall. But there's ways around that, I guess.
Okay, there was, it looks like you guys settled your marital bliss question.
Mm-hmm.
So go ahead and assign individuality if you're back. Matthew.
I think he's not.
I see. So, but the plan is to fire up the engines this turn and come to a dead stop on Sirius, and then we'll be in orbit and we'll bail out. Now, it strikes me...
We need to refresh once, at least, so we can do the ice comet.
Right. So there's all sorts of different possibilities. One is try to hydrate the Goldilocks, and in order to do that, we really need to be in an orbit or on an Oort space, which we're not at the moment. But another thing we could do is land on a troglodyte. But I don't think we have the right stuff for that.
No.
So
we need to
come back.
So I think we're going to have to not fire the engine this turn and move on to Sunland's Kaplan's, and then stop there, and then use our fuel step to hydrate it. And then when we orbit back around, then we'll be able to land on the Goldilocks. Now, if we wanted to refuel rather than land on the Goldilocks, that's possible. That reminds me, I have to make a note in the rules about refueling instead of bailout.
I think we talked about using the term bailout only for like a pod card, right?
Yes, we do. Yes, that's absolutely true. I'm misusing the term. I use the term landfall in the rules when you're at orbital speed over a place that's habitable. Then you make landfall, which is risk-free. It's not a bailout. Okay.
And do we need...
so the current plan is we will shoot out to here.
Yes.
Then next turn we will slow to an orbital speed.
Correct.
And on that same turn we will then fire a
Yes, we will nudge the icebergs so that they're hurtling towards the Goldilocks.
Right.
But
Which is great because we haven't done that in it. We haven't done that in
shield.
And do we need a goo for Goldilocks or no?
Yes,
we do.
We need the goo as well.
I assume you guys have
But,
already
like, we
done
have-
the.
We need
Yeah,
to
you've
either
already done the
refuel or
press release,
shield,
so.
right?
So
Because
that'll
we
give
only
us,
have one.
and that whole procedure should give us enough time to domesticate the goo. So wherever it ends up breaking.
We'll need one.
Well, first we
It-
need a
it-
goo
it-
outbreak, and then on the next dozier we have to domesticate.
Right,
Don't
but this
we
whole
have-
procedure should take enough time.
Don't we
And we
have
have
a
Ordwina,
whisperer
so-
somewhere?
Yes. Any case, so as individuality, I think what I'm gonna do. I do not want to get back awake while Woeface around, especially if I'm bringing back an elder. Now I'm not going to do any decanting. Instead, let's see, what are these? That's not much. I don't care about that. That's something at least. Okay, don't care. Don't care. Okay, and you only get the Explorer chip. Do you get the Explorer chip only if you flip an air tile, or does an air or water?
Right now it
Like
just says air,
Yeah.
and it's called a wisp. The actual metal you get is a wisp metal. So
Okay. Let's see. What else could I have this guy do? That's useless. Don't. Well. I guess. What I'm thinking here is, since we're going to be going over this sun lens this turn, what if I assign to the sun lens peep?
We are in the Sunlands next turn, right?
No, this turn, because we're going to be moving
this
one speed
turns.
into it. So.
Yeah, but to be first, right? The maintenance cell. The question on in which order it works.
Oh, it's at a sun lens.
Because-
Okay.
No. It should be updated to say if at or will enter a sun lens.
Okay.
Is that right, Justin?
Can you ask the question again? I was working on something else.
The updated wording on the skinny jars.
On the Sunlands peep.
What's the question? I'm sorry.
The Sunlands peep.
It says if at a Sunlands, and the question is if it should be if at or will be at Sunlands this turn.
Oh, I see.
What does it say now?
Yeah.
I thought I updated that.
It says yes. Take a snapshot if at or about to pass through a sun lens.
I guess the
it's
only
just not updated. It's not updated on the placard because.
My only concern with having the rules written as that is that would that be resolved during maintenance cells, or would that be resolved during going over the sun lens? Because if it's resolved during going over the sun lens, then there might be scenarios where that doesn't end up happening, and then you get information you're not supposed to have.
I agree. The order of operations matters here.
The way it's written is that it occurs during maintenance, and
But
since engines has to be resolved first, you know before you resolve it if you will be on a Sunlands or not, right?
That's
Actually not, because if you are here, you could move here or here.
yeah. That's one of the problems is piloting
So,
decisions.
yeah, true.
Yeah, the helm decision, which is the problem.
I guess you could just say it's that if you're at a sun lens, you get to look now, or if you cross over a sun lens, you get to look. It would be kind of it would be
written.
So this is a good reason why it may be needed that helm decisions happen after the movement of the starship. So that way, you on a turn you move the starship, then the commander makes helm decisions, quote unquote, for the next turn, and then you're sort of like locked into that. I think I've maybe brought this up before, but I maybe make it that way.
That
I can't
doesn't
remember.
work very elegantly, for instance, for intersections.
Yeah, I think intersections are the big problem here, because if you are at this intersection and have a speed of 2, could go either here or here. And you shouldn't have to decide on the turn before where you will go.
Yeah,
because
no,
if you are here
I get that.
and have a speed of 2, you might lose your speed and your choice doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm. It's not the first time order of operations has become a problem. I mean, we've had to battle this for in a lot of situations. So I'm sure there's a way to deal with it.
Yeah. But
is the question is if the information is it not good in any case, even if you decide to, you still peek at the sunlands, but even if you decide to break the ship or fly in another direction, you still have the information because you're close to it.
Yeah, true. But if you never actually go to the sunlands is the problem, right? Because you need to be in the sunlands, to actually do it.
Get the information, yeah.
I guess the only way other way you could kind of square the circle is by claiming that what happens is basically you're sending out a little micro probe that goes to the location, takes a snapshot, and comes back, almost like a yo-yo. But it has to be over such a limited distance.
And that's,
the other option is
probably the way it would be done.
Otherwise, you could caveat the Sunlands peep that says during phase 4 is when you actually reveal it. Like, for example, you kind of like how you do with the Wisp. You move the dice
your
to the
die
starship.
on top
Just move the Sunlands peep dice to the ship, and then in phase 4, you just say if the Sunlands peep dice is there, then you flip the chits. Otherwise, the dice just goes back. That's
probably the easiest way.
That's basically already in the rules for Wisp, right? You're just doing it for something else instead.
Right.
So
like you would put
that's not a bad idea. It's conceivable to use dustbug chits and counters for this.
Like, for example,
it doesn't need to be a dice, but
what I was thinking of was that if you assign there, then what you do is you take your die and you put it on the snapshot space you're planning to go to, and if the ship actually does go there, then you get to resolve. And if your ship is already there, you automatically resolve.
Yep.
I would just handle it the same. I would handle it the same way as a Wisp. I think that's a great idea.
Okay, so but I will assign to the snapshot, just because if we need a backup plan, then might as well. Also, I can get a medallion out of it. So
freedom.
Sorry, I was muted.
Well,
yeah,
you're gonna die this turn.
Yes.
No two ways about it.
Maybe. Right?
Really, the only way you could block it is by doing Sangricites.
But couldn't he survive by rolling a 1?
Well, no, because
I can't become any older than I am.
Yeah,
okay.
because you
So
would
when
age
you
to age
would
9,
get
and
age
then
9, you die anyways. Okay.
yep,
Okay,
Grim
that makes
Reaper.
sense. Then we should use this last chance.
Yeah.
I thought we
to
got rid of that, Phil. Didn't we get rid of the instant death, or
get a new baby.
is that still?
I
I think you just have to roll. You just stay age 8, and then you just keep rolling every year.
Okay.
That's not in the rules right now. Possible we could add it, but right now, if you go to age 9, you die. It might be a good idea to go to 8. I never wrote this down though.
Yeah, I mean, you already have. I mean, you have a little chance, anyways, right? But at least you have a chance. And it might extend it for 1 year, but it's probably not likely that it'll extend it for 2 years. I think it'd be okay to have it that way.
I'm writing it down.
So, any suggestions what I should do in my maybe final year of glory? 12 years of glory.
Now,
I could.
I have a possible suggestion. This one up here, the push rope pod, the expensive red one.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if we took that, because this turn we're not firing the engine though, so maybe it'd be better to take it next turn. And then when you take it and the engine is fired, you would have a chance, if it succeeds, in sending someone on a relativistic pod, and you could send them to no, that won't work because we don't have the right stuff for the troglodyte.
Unless we want to gamble it on the 1 out of 6 chance.
Yeah, there's a 1 out of 6 chance. It's a lot of victory points, but what did we say, Justin, about what the right stuff should be for a troglodyte?
My recommendation was to have, for each different type of troglodyte, have a different type of domesticated goo required. So, I mean, it would only be 3 different types in that case, right? Because types of troglodytes, but you know, figuring out which one pairs best with another is, you know, a later discussion maybe. But that was my thoughts on it, because then it's at least something that you can strategize for. Like, you could see ahead of time that, well, we're going towards.
I wrote it down.
Yeah. So,
I'm sorry, I don't have a good suggestion after all. So forget what I said. I was going to send you to certain doom.
Let me take this card then.
I think for this, maybe for this game,
but you don't have a green augment.
And I don't think anybody does. Well, actually, no. Honor does, but there's not enough room.
So it doesn't help to have a card already? It has to be the same color? Or?
It has to be a green card.
Oh,
you either need a green augment or a green card.
I thought it was any card, yeah, sorry. Sorry.
Just try skinny down the ship again if you want. Or you could try to reduce the stress of all sleeping dynasties.
Now, what you should be doing, I mean, these are all helping the mission, but you should be looking at the VP totals. You should be asking Honor, hey, what's the state of reality? What should I be going for the highest VP?
Well, Freedom already knows what the state of reality.
I know it, yeah.
Well, maybe he doesn't, because there are only 2 nuggets.
Yeah, if they're contradicting, then we still don't. Nobody knows still. It's up to that last nugget.
That's true.
If anyone knows, it's me.
Skinny the ship, yeah, why not?
Yeah, you could
try to make yourself immortal.
Immortalize yourself.
Of course, green would have to let you do that. Fair
I would allow it.
enough.
I think skinny chip makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll allow you to
You
work
could-
on that. So.
You could also try this
No, skinny
crazy
here.
foolhardy experiment.
But that requires 2 nuggets.
You've got
But
Two
we
nuggets in the
have the nuggets.
cosmos. 2 nuggets in the cosmos.
out of
But
the
I think we
cosmos.
updated.
What
Yeah, we
does
got
it
something
mean?
that needs to be
I think.
updated.
What?
Oh,
So we've got 2 nuggets. Honor's got them. If you played that,
This one would not be really smart. I think this one would be better, right?
yeah,
It would be
I
the
think
better
that-
answer.
Absolutely, yeah. I agree. Okay,
I was
thought
considering
that
this one.
Oh, my mouse is sticking. I'll do the red one.
All right, so that goes to your board. I assume you want to put it in your board.
Yep.
That's good because I was going to choose that one, and now I don't. I wanted the benefits of all Earth data, but I didn't want the weak victory points.
All right, so Arduino, since we need a gray goo, you probably should throw your weight into this.
What's this?
Also, you have a hibernation, so the Jotham supercomputer.
Oh no, I have a better idea.
Why is it whenever you say you have a better idea, something bad happens?
I was considering maybe taking this one. I want to do it. I want to do another full experiment. Is what I'm getting at. So I'm trying to decide which one. I think. Oh, actually, it was this one.
Excellent. That makes it perfect then. Actually.
Yeah.
Okay. So reality.
This one has hardcore. This one has. Yeah. Actually, I'm not going to make that statement. But okay. So I could get rid of this one. And that also gives me my. Oh, actually, I already had a dome anyways. But okay.
So yeah, you have to put someone else's dome there.
Really?
I don't think so.
What? That'd be news to me. Phil, how is it written for Earthware? If I already have an Earthware card with my dome on it, and I collected another Earthware card, I don't have to put someone else's dome on it, right?
No. No,
so.
you just have.
It's already. I mean, the reason why I think it's probably okay is because it's already negative for me, right? Because if this one gets spent, I can't then just put it on here. So it's it's already a negative effect for me. But it'd be even worse if I have to choose someone else.
That's fair.
Yeah. And there are enough Earth data cards out there, so I think it's okay to not do that. Okay.
But yeah, I'd
so
say
that was my. That's my move. And I'll take, what is it, 1 stress for that?
Yes.
I think I'm going to try a hazardous experiment too.
I want to mention
you
that
don't want to birth
if anyone...
a new cyborg called Che.
Green, if you want to jump on my foolhardy experiment, I may be interested in decanting your meathead if the reality is objective.
That has to be a hibernating meathead, so you could only decant mine.
Yeah.
I'm the only one who's
You
hibernating.
could only take freedom. No, not freedom, individuality.
Yeah.
Because I've never been born yet.
Yeah, you're right. I forgot that you're age 5. Well, my offer still stands.
Okay, I think...
Why would I do it?
This one.
Man, one of those rare times where going first actually kind of sucks.
Yeah, unless you have an...
I am hoping to get an extra avatar dice.
let's see, it goes around, and around it goes. It's back to Unity.
I guess I'll place this here.
Phil's trying to become the first fool.
And then authority, if you wanted, you could propose marriage with Wofe.
Yes.
Oh, I could have done that too. Oh wait, no, I'm already married. No.
Yeah.
But we are not in monogamy, right?
Right, now we're exogamy, but in order to marry more than
still,
one person, you have to have polygamy.
Okay, it's only polygamy. Yeah, that makes sense.
Monogamy is enforced
Divorce,
with
yeah.
all the marriages except polygamy.
Yeah. Okay.
The actual monogamy marital regulation is that you can't get divorced. You are married for life.
Yeah.
So I propose marriage to Unity.
And does
I
Wofe accept?
I accept.
Mazel tov. All right. Okay,
Hey.
so cell rolls.
Which experiment will be rolled first? Actually important, right? Because only one can succeed.
Hmm?
No.
Only the first
What was the question?
experiment can succeed, right?
No? All of them can succeed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's do the this one first.
Okay.
I'm
Come on.
Augmentations.
Show me. What do you mean? I do have an. No, I don't.
So fail, but at least you get a red augment.
Okay.
Then I'll do my own.
Don't you want to wait for the last one? Because, first or
Ooh.
last. Wait, no, it's
That's true.
last to foolhardy success. Oh, wait, did you roll yet, or?
No, I'm not rolled. This one, the reverse engineering.
Ah. Peter.
Yes.
Where are we rolling? Oh, okay.
I mean, you got to roll it a couple times.
What?
Okay. So that was a fail, so you do get a exotic augmentation.
So you want Corpsicle next?
Yep.
All right. Fail.
Or...
In the room.
You already have a green augment, so nothing happens.
And no goo, which is what I was hoping for.
Yeah. No goo.
Damn it.
So I hope you guys remember that our strategy slowing down here and stopping at this planet was to get a goo.
Yeah.
Actually, wait a second. Why is this one green assigned to the Neogen avatar?
Oh yeah, that
I
can't be
didn't
there.
see that it has a. Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't see that.
I thought the idea was
Oh,
I thought you were gonna put it on the corpse.
If you want to jump on a card that's already been rolled, you can mulligan it and just have you roll. Because I mean, we do need. Well, I guess it's only an avatar anyways. I was gonna say we do need goo. And I think
you have a
screwed
red
up.
augment, so the best odds you have would be going to the Johnson supercomputer.
Well, or the hermaphroditism.
True.
Yeah, that one.
You decide.
I think I will do the supercomputer.
All right.
But what I mentioned is in the rules it says on
it says
E6A, the double nugget icon means in order to make a worker roll, there must be at least 2 nuggets that have not been publicly flipped. So, according to that, only one full-out experiment could be done, right? Because they are hard.
No, it says
One
in
Yes.
the rules that mean only one successful foolhardy experiment can occur.
Yes. That's
Yeah,
why
that
I
sounds
was
right.
wondering why you were rolling the others first. I mean, it makes no difference now because they failed, but in general.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That is a good point.
Yeah. I'm rolling.
I was searching for that. That's why I was preoccupied.
Come on.
Fails all around.
Wow, that was super productive. Well, that was cell rolls, so on to maintenance. And I actually get to do something productive. I'm going to put a prepare a snapshot at this sun lens.
None of the experiments used antimatter, right?
No.
Okay.
Well, they didn't even use matter because none of them succeeded.
Yeah, but it says if it fails, there's something happening with antimatter. It's just
No, it doesn't. It only if when you flip the two, if you only flip two and one's an X and the other's an O, then you end up with then you end up with an antimatter.
Listen to what he's saying. I don't know if this is a good rule or not, but if a foolhardy experiment is using antimatter and it fails, then you have to roll on the antimatter failure plasma risk table.
Wasn't there one that
That's what
had
I meant.
antimatter or no?
No, there was not. Does not matter
okay.
right now. It was just in the room.
Oh yeah, there is one experiment that does that.
It's this one here.
Yeah, but none of them that were used. That was my question.
I thought there was because I was looking at this one in the market. It wasn't.
And I might just. I think it would be better if this is not stated as one of the O conditions.
Yeah, that's
because it is. Maybe should just be put down here because it happens regardless if
it's tricky because we have all these different sections on these cards, right? You have the precondition, the ability, and the impact. If there's no set right now, there's no set location on a card of an impact that happens if it fails. If the risk
I would
if the
just
roll
put
fails.
it in the middle section, but maybe just do in the fourth line, like the when X results.
Well, this card specifically makes it seem like if you have objective reality, you do plasma risk antimatter. But what Phil is saying is if it fails, you plasma risk antimatter.
Yes,
right?
that's why I'm saying it should not be in this text, but in an extra line. So it's not part of O or X, but it's extra.
Yeah. Yeah, that bothers me, the complication. I may have to get rid of that failure equals... I have to think about that.
Okay.
And the question, do you get the impact if you fail or no? Only if you succeed?
No, the impact is only if you succeed. But I have to think about this the layout of these cards a little more because this is the reason why there's a precondition and an impact is because when stuff happens matters in a lot of different cases, and it's starting to get a little bit ridiculous to try and break it all out. So I need to figure out a way to do that.
Maybe the antimatter could just be up in the requirement or in the not in the requirement because it's not a requirement, but next to the Earth chip.
Just not a bad idea.
Yeah.
Because it is just a risk like the information about this card.
Yeah.
Well, but the thing is though, like if it's up there though, you think that it's going to be an antimatter risk whether it succeeds or fails. Because it's just a general.
How it is at the moment, right?
No, right now it's
really
only as it fails, but
okay.
I think that has to be rethought because I don't want to have a special procedure for this.
Okay.
And for me, it's confusing that there is reward here and also here.
Yeah, there's other cards where it's a problem too. I'm looking at the sheet right now, so. I'll have
that's
to
true.
think about that.
So are we ready to move on to movement?
Yeah, let's go on to movement.
Yes, we only had one maintenance cell.
So,
No.
well, yeah, commander moves a ship, 1 space.
Move that die.
Yep. And then I get to claim my snapshot of
Yes.
of what is it? Sunlands of
Captains.
Capitans, and it's the air, right?
No, it's the water.
Oh, it's water?
Mm-hmm.
Actually, right now it says the pressure Goldilocks.
Where does it say pressure? It's supposed to say water. For snapshots, things are water. Which we're pointing at the skinny jars.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
It was pressure at one point, so if we need to change it back, though, I need to know.
Yeah, change that to water.
In the rules, it says reveal one of the unflipped water chits for the star system named.
Yeah, well,
So
I think that's. I think
card.
that card's been updated, Justin.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. And I don't get any reward for flipping a water chit, do I?
No.
Let's see.
And it's only one chit, right, Phil? It's not the whole star system?
It's only one chit.
Yeah.
It's a brown dwarf troglodyte carbon planet with no water. So, yeah, that wasn't really that productive either. This was just a bad year, or bad
This
12
was
years.
just
Bad
a
12
bad
years.
12 years.
All right. Attrition and aging. So, first of all, everyone who's old, roll for attrition. So that would be Arduina and
Yes,
our
that-
illustrious commander. Luckily, because we've cured cancer, you don't have to add stress to your age.
Yep.
Safe.
And
Oh, nice.
wow! Talk about a survivor.
Excellent.
Then everybody,
I think that means
everybody
Phil
age
should get
1.
pregnant.
Yeah, I think so too. Someone should get pregnant with like an equality
Twins.
meter or something.
Or twins.
I heard the communist is quite the good one.
Yeah, it's good for the communist.
Yeah.
I would much more strongly suggest getting Nanche out.
Yeah, that does not sound mega wrong.
Any case, so let's see. Yeah, everyone's dice are back in the pool. We start the refresh. So, arch enemies. So, Long and
everyone aged, right? Because I had forgotten until now.
Yeah.
I've aged my.
Okay.
And Long, did you get your stress?
No.
Okay. Then Asleep Dynasty. So quality has finally lost.
I already removed. No.
Okay. Okay. Gotcha. And then the 2 marriages have to negotiate where they want to send their stress relief.
I will take
You want to
mine.
keep your 3, I guess.
I mean, if we're gonna need to get a goo if we're going to fight this thing. So like,
Yeah. So
I think
it's really,
We have the perfect setup for a goo.
yeah, just let that guy start a goo fight.
Yeah. I think maybe for red and white, maybe we shouldn't even get rid of grass because we need a goo so badly. Or take it away from someone else like green, yellow.
Yeah, green is not possible because I have no one alive.
Yeah. So you could take it away from Unity and I guess take it away from the illustrious commander.
Yeah. Well, it's your decision.
Well, no, I was saying don't take it away from the commander because or me because we need goo.
Right, but
And-
we have 2 stress relief, so they have to go to somebody.
That's
And also, we don't want to start.
That's what I'm asking. I don't think you do. But I would say if we do, it's safe to go for the green and yellow because yellow can't start goo right now. Anyways, it can't roll a 0.
But you
Yeah,
can't
but-
give it
but
to
you
green
can't
because
remove
green's
for
not
green.
awake.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, I think it should probably be clarified that you could choose not to, but I don't know. What do you think, Phil?
I think it has to remove the stress.
So we remove from yellow.
Because also, like, I can't think of a situation where someone would voluntarily stay stressed.
Yes,
Yeah,
that was,
makes
I
no
was thinking
real
a
sense.
simulation.
Did you take from yellow?
Did
Did you take yellow and put it here?
Nope. I put it. Did I?
Yeah, I think you did. I think you pulled it from yellow and brought it over here.
Yeah, you had 5 before.
What the hell?
Should just be removed.
I would say red should list the other one, or maybe. But since we cured cancer, it's not really important.
Yeah.
The old people.
Okay. Where does it go to?
Right here.
Yeah.
TTS hates me.
Okay. The market that
now
just got
it's-
flooded with new ideas. We now get plenty of new ones. Courtesans, mag sail breaks, the Noosphere cult finally made an appearance. The weak boson physics, and the metastable helium. Okay, so we're back to assignment. And once again, I am cursed to go first. Well, we have to fire ignition this time, so I will.
True.
Actually, is there any way I could do something else to get me points? Let's see.
Not with an avatar.
No, not really. My best hope would be being able to snipe chief engineer out of someone else's stuff, but
That's true. But then you would have to hope that someone is there cyborg with you.
Well, someone's going to have to do it, so I will.
Yes, finally someone else is emptying the garbage. But I wanted to ask you, Matthew, whether, in general, I mean, let someone else go, but what you think of your options at this point, now that your cyborg is dead.
Well, he's not dead, he's asleep.
Yeah, now you could revive him. That's one thing you could do.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
I could do that, but
because
the problem is
resurrect.
the fact that he's old, and he'll start accumulating stress very quickly. Because of
the
because the diplomat effect has not been kicked in yet.
If you could go to the corpsicle if you wanted to do that instead of going to anywhere else.
Yeah, but somebody's got to start the stupid engine, or we're headed out to some random place in space.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I'll take it. It's not the ideal.
You also send Earth data.
Yeah,
no,
I could send Earth
data. Don't do that.
All right, Freedom, you're up.
Yeah.
I guess
Freedom Europe.
We need to. I need to go on a card somewhere. I'm just trying to find out which one. You can leave the battery this turn.
Retry your own experiment, right?
Yeah.
If you wanted to.
I could.
Or you could try my experiment, and then you could get a green augmentation if you fail. Boom, 4 victory points. Point of strategy. I would do yours if you do mine. I already have an augmentation, so.
Yeah,
actually,
you could
wait
also claim your avatar dice.
Wait a
Which
second.
one is it?
Are avatar dice not allowed to assign to a cell until there's a cyborg
No, you
there?
can.
Or...
You can. No, you can.
You
We
can.
talked about it earlier.
He said you can.
Oh, yeah.
Otherwise,
then in that case-
otherwise turn order screws someone over really badly.
Right. In that case, then, like, can I instead... I forgot that rule. Can I reassign then?
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
Not if you're not going to start the engine. We need those engines started.
Well, equality can start.
Still, you got as
Or
the guy
you have
with
a
only
spare
two,
avatar.
the only guy with 2
Yeah,
dice.
you have 2 cubes. You can
Yeah.
collect points and start the engines.
This is like the only turn. But seriously, I think I'm considering getting rid of the light bulb icon. I think it's not
I've given
necessary.
you my ideas for the change for the light bulb. We haven't really discussed it though.
Yeah, I think I'd like to just get rid of it.
Maybe just
Matthew, did you place
do it
yours?
for the
Yep.
Cool Hard
So,
experiments only.
Arduino, you're up.
So I'm wondering, Phil, let's say I had dice on both of the cards in my playmat. I could then not gain another card at all since I can't discard one? Or could I still discard this card and then these guys would have to be assigned?
Um,
How does that work? Because it's changed so many times on the, like, just the basic.
in other words, you want to place a card and discard a card that already has people on them.
Yeah, I mean, hypothetically, I'm asking this because if this one had let's say it was like this, right? Does that mean I could never gain another card? Because that seems kind of crappy if that's the case. I mean, there should be a mechanism in place to be able to do that. Like, even if I discard this card, get reassigned or whatever. I know we've changed the rules on like card management.
Think you're allowed to throw away a card if it's got things assigned to it.
Mm-hmm.
But do you have to, because it's your card, do you have to approve that we can put a work on it, or?
Yes.
No.
Because
yes,
then
we are
just
in
not
freedom.
approve that.
Well, that's
Since
true.
we are
There
in
is a
freedom, you
copyright law.
have to permission.
Oh, yeah, freedom. Yeah, you're right. Freedom is the commander. So I don't want to do that in this case. I'm just asking a question. So
I don't really want you to throw away a card that has assignments on it.
No, and I think it's okay because there's 2 commander options that can nullify that or mitigate that. So I think it's fine. I just wanted to bring it up.
Actually, instead of assigning there, I actually would have assigned here if I was going to assign anywhere.
Hey, we need those engines. The engines.
You have a spare avatar.
Mr. 2 Cube can do the engines. I'm sure about it.
Now,
Arduino, your turn.
I've got young cyborgs. I don't care if we head off at a speed 1 towards another star and let you guys all die of old age just because you wouldn't start the engine.
That's true.
Well, you get to make your choice now.
Holy smoke. The
unhappiness into the.
And who went on my reverse engineering here? Anar?
I did.
Oh, yeah.
But I do not allow it.
Oh.
Okay.
Ooh.
Oh.
Spicy.
Oh.
So, Honor, do you want to raise a mutiny over that?
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
Oh, shit.
Oh.
Well, I guess let's move this back
Because
here.
I'm trying. So my strategy here is go for a card that, number 1, I don't have an augmentation for already. So even if I fail, I get 4 victory points. And 2, even if I succeed on that, it's going to create goo, and I can copy augmentations from another player anyway. So it's like a really good option.
For you.
probably the best option. So yes, I am going to challenge.
All right. So we start with equality. You have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 votes.
Yes. What are the
And
offers?
You
We
have
could also
authority.
just use the 20-sided die. Because we are probably going to go above 6.
Let's see, your candidate options are authority, unity,
Everyone except me, I think.
and me.
No.
So,
Yeah. And
So-
individuality.
honor, freedom, unity, or authority.
Well, arranged marriage, no Cupid assigned. Marriage, divorce, per command. No, I don't know if I want that. Maintenance. Listen to maintenance. I don't want that. I don't want unity or authority to win.
Welcome back.
Would I want honor to win?
I didn't realize that the first player has so much power in
actually has
deciding
4.
who the candidates are
3.
in a vote.
Green has not 5. Oh, you do have 5 votes.
I have 5 votes.
Phil has.
And yeah,
3.
I don't think I want unity or authority to be
Commander?
Yeah.
4,
You have
6.
6 actually. Honor has 6, yeah.
Then vote for
Oh,
freedom.
you're right.
I would vote for myself, but I cannot. I am not unhappy with freedom.
Then
I will
for
vote for
freedom.
honor.
Well, I was going to say
Vote
you're
for
happy
honor.
to vote for. I'm happy if you
Oh,
vote
no,
for the
yeah,
person
that's
that started the mutiny.
Well, they're gonna die soon.
Which is the best reason why to vote for me. Stay commander
Hey,
very well.
I've got the youngest Amazon.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's the
but
problem.
you also have maintenance.
That means you'll have a longer reign of terror.
I really don't want maintenance.
Not to
I will
mention
vote
that
for honor in hopes
also unity
honor
getting elected would
remembers.
annul freedom and honor's marriage. Because it's not it wouldn't be
Oh yeah. Ooh, I don't want that. My vote was for honor in hope that honor remembers.
I will
And
remember.
vote for me once they die.
I vote for myself.
Okay. Phil?
Well, I
I'll
think
vote
the vote is
for
actually
authority.
decided now, right? Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to
So
vote
it's
for
not
myself.
decided yet. Yeah.
Oops.
So what's the tally?
It's currently 5 for authority
authority.
and 11
So-
for honor.
Yeah, you both need to vote for authority to win. If one of you votes for honor, honor has won. Or for someone else.
Um,
Don't forget who you're married to.
Actually, I have a question. Do you have to assign all your votes to one person, or can you split them? Or
Yes,
can
you have
just-
to assign them to all for one.
And you
Oh,
have
really?
to assign all of them? Or can
And
you
yes,
just
you
say,
have
I
to
will only
assign all
yeah.
of them.
Okay.
I thought you meant for a married couple. That would be interesting, though, to have married couples can
no.
only vote for
Like-
the same person.
My idea was, could I just say I will vote 4 votes for honor and let 1 vote fall away?
No.
No, you got to
Okay.
vote. This is like the
Yeah.
U.S. Electoral College or something. You got to vote everything for one.
Okay.
But Phil, what do you think about that idea? Is married the same person in elections?
But what would you do in a polygamy then? If you are married to 2 persons?
Yeah,
Who will
it
you
could
vote
create
for?
problems, I guess. But it would be
And-
kind of funny.
It
Can you
could
vote for
also create
yourself?
problems if the married couple are the only 2 candidates.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree.
It's
I've already
like-
talked myself out of it.
so I'll say
Ask
this,
your wife,
freedom.
though.
Honestly, freedom.
Justin?
I've grown weary of all these people dodging responsibilities and all this other stuff and
Yeah.
all this. Like, No, I'm done with it. I'm voting for authority.
Okay.
So wait, who did Freedom vote for?
I'm not. I
None
haven't
yet.
voted yet.
Not yet. I'm saying
well, they
I'm
have to
going
vote
to
for-
vote for authority.
Freedom. Vote for honor. Freedom,
Authority.
honor, and
Come on.
equality. Just
So
It just
who
fits.
initiated the mutiny? That was equality, right?
I did.
Oh, you
Honor.
did.
honor it.
What? Okay, I'm voting
It's
for
because-
authority.
I am also voting for
Wow.
authority.
All right.
Okay,
so
so
I can
authority
divorce
has
now,
won.
right? That's a
You
serious
can just
question.
be
I want
forced to be married, right?
So anytime, Phil, isn't it true? Anytime your spouse does something you don't like, you can just get divorced. Is that right?
Right now, there's only, I think, one instance mentioned where you can divorce, and that's to marry someone. You propose marriage to someone else, but
Actually, no, I thought the other two ways you can get divorced are if you can't agree on who gets the stress relief, or you can't agree on which dynasty
so-
inherits a child.
So
Yes.
make it can't agree on something. Can't agree on something, right? Because otherwise, what's the point of monogamy? Like no divorce allowed when you can't even get divorced anyways, unless it's a very specific circumstance.
all right.
So in that case,
But I have one question. Since it's arranged marriage, it's kind of weird, right? They could just force a marriage between Freedom
Yes.
and honor, right? So then
Yes.
it would be you
Yeah.
are married, we divorce.
Yeah.
You are married, we divorce. We are married, we divorce. An endless cycle.
Well, I guess
Yeah,
it would
but I
be.
think-
I guess
I
it would
think
be that
the-
you can't get divorced unless the commander allows you to.
Yeah. Like I think that would only make sense. Oh
I
yeah,
see,
it
that's a
says
good
marriage
point,
and
yeah.
divorce per commander. It already says. I'm sorry. So you
Yeah,
can't just get
so-
divorced.
So if you wanted to be
Yeah,
divorced,
yeah.
you would have to start a second mutiny.
Or just ask nicely.
And I'm happy to do that.
Yeah, this
Because
is one thing
the
I was
thing is,
worried about is
I-
that technically
I
mutinies
think
could
this
end up in
whole- I've
permanent
been-
deadlock of just constant
I think the reason
mutiny.
I've been married this whole game and I've taken off stress the entire time for it. So that's why I'm thinking just out of that alone and the disagreement, I would prefer to be divorced in my situation.
Well, I mean, also like
But even if it's
odds are that your partner's going to die anyway. So
yeah, but even
That's
if it's
true.
so arranged marriage, if it's marriage and divorce per the commander, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I feel like maybe just marriage and that would be because essentially,
But they
like
would just reforce you to marry. So then it would be a death as well, because it would be
that's
endless
true.
of marriage divorce.
That's true. But at least I could go through phase 6 without being married. Is the point I'm trying to make. So like it's still powerful for the arranged marriage commander, but at least it gives you some saving grace, so you're not just stuck in a marriage. Because right now there's two out of 6 commander legal marriages that could cause you to be able to get out of a marriage, which seems
But I think
not very good.
thematically, you should not just be able to just get out of an arranged marriage.
yeah, that's kind of the point of it. Authority is supposed to be the most restrictive set of authorities, of a set of command.
Yeah, I guess, but I mean, the original marriage was never considered arranged. I mean,
Right,
because
but
we
now
got
it
married
is.
under, yeah.
If the
All right.
commander deems it so, it is now.
Yeah.
I'm just not happy. That's all.
It's an
I
unhappy
don't think
marriage.
authority cares too much
Happens in
about whether
arranged
people are
marriages.
happy. But at the very least, you can now freely assign to reverse engineering.
Well, I actually would prefer to mutiny again.
Okay, great.
Will anyone
Is everyone going to
vote
be voting to the
different?
same people again?
Yes.
Now, what's the grounds for this mutiny? I don't understand.
He wants to divorce.
Because I can't. Because I want to get a divorce, but I can't.
No. Okay, you want to get a divorce, but you can't. Yeah, okay, technically you can mutiny on that.
Is everyone still voting the same?
I am.
Equality is.
I am. I imagine
Mhm.
Authority's still voting for himself.
Yes.
And Otter and Freedom are still voting for the same, so
Yeah, I think that's the problem with getting a divorce whenever you want. Like, it makes sense that you
unless the
should,
commander allows it. I mean,
yeah, that's true. The commander could just say yes, and then there's no mutiny.
actually, here's a perfect idea here. You can get divorced if you can hand over one of your nuggets without contesting it.
No, you can't negotiate with those
No, this
components.
isn't negotiation. This is the commander asserting state security and seizing one of your nuggets, or seizing all of your nuggets.
That's a good point. I think, Phil, isn't state security really just meant to the commander may confiscate like a newly collected nugget? Because it seems bad to me that I could have 8 victory points from nuggets, and the commander could just take them all.
Right now is that if he gets into command, he can steal your nuggets.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't really like that. It's a huge shift in just for who's the commander.
Well, yeah, but
really
also
bad.
getting authority in charge is a big shift.
Yeah, and you could technically mutiny on that, and I would still support.
I know.
You. Maybe
I know. I can. I'm just saying, like, I think being able to confiscate newly prospected nuggets is strong enough, but having, an 8-point victory point shift, especially like late in the game, is that's all.
Yeah, that's
again, if you do that, you can protest, and if people also agree that's too much of a seizure, then they can vote for somebody else. But at the moment, I'm fine with you losing 8 points and authority getting 8 points. So I would not change my vote if he did that.
I agree.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Well, you agree in this game state, but that necessarily means it's going to be the case for all games. I mean,
right. So in other games, I wouldn't be okay. Like, for example, if Purple had like 20 points already, and they were going to seize 8 more, then I'd be like, okay, no, I'm voting for someone else. If you raise a mutiny.
Yeah, no, I see. I see your point. I'm just making the observation that it does seem.
I think the rules suggestion for the deadlock solution would be that if there's an action on which you call a mutiny, but the commander does not change, this action will just go through, and you cannot instantly mutiny on it again. Like, authority says, I want your nuggets. You say no, I mutiny. Everyone still votes for authority, so you would have to lose your nuggets, right? Because they are the commander by vote. Like, this action should go through. And the same with your divorce. You say I want to be divorced. Authority says no.
Yeah, that makes sense. That if command wins its election, then well, there you go.
Well, yeah, I get that, but I don't understand the point, because that was already the case, right? What is that different?
Well, the point is that you can't then do an infinite loop of constantly running elections over and over again.
Oh, well, yeah, but every single one is a different case.
I sort of agree that if you are having a newly elected party, then there's no mutinies for that turn against it.
Yeah, I don't like that either. I understand it slows the game down, but I mean, every single, there's 4 different things here that I'm mutinying for that, 3 of them are very significant for my victory point conditions. And so for me to lose the first mutiny based on me placing my dice here, you guys you probably didn't even see that he could now take my nuggets. That is a significant thing right now. And just because he is now the commander and everyone forgot about that doesn't mean he should necessarily steal my 8 victory. That seems like a very bad thing to do.
I would agree that it wouldn't be.
It could speed the game up, sure, but it's just not a good.
I don't think there should be multiple mutinies. If once you get a new party in command, I think they should have a grace period at least until the next turn.
Alternatively,
then we need to adjust something else, because these nuggets are so victory. So, and that's like half the amount of victory points that someone could probably get in a game. That is very significant. So they either need to be like worth 1 victory point or something else.
Well, again, also the fact is that like people should. In this case, we did kind of forget about that, but if we were playing the game better, we would have actually saw it and went, oh, yeah, that's 8 victory points. If we elect authority or equality, then they're able to seize that and get a shitload of points, which,
I mean,
that's powerful, but that also makes it a disincentive to vote them in.
And
I get that. We looked at it through a soda straw of, like, we were just talking about my dice placement, not considering everything else. I understand all that,
also
guys.
because you have the same information when you mutiny. You know that someone else besides you may be elected commander.
Sure.
So that's the risk.
No, I get that too. I still think that it's too strong, and maybe the easiest way then for the victory point value than, because for some, I mean, I could just as easily have 3, right, and the victory points. And that's a huge swing. But to me, that's a game-breaking swing. Like, why would I? I mean, I strategize to get these nuggets.
You gain those
whereas
nuggets
someone's
legitimately in the first place.
No, I mean, I totally did strategize.
I do know that green and purple have disadvantages because of their position, and one of the advantages is if they can get into power, they're able to take the nuggets. Everyone knows this. When they're voting, that they'll be giving potentially a lot of points to it. So the strategy should be, well, maybe we shouldn't challenge, or maybe
so I'm trying to not think of this in terms of like this game, because obviously, we're playtesting. I don't care if I win or lose, but I'm trying to think of like how many other people how many other people are going to be absolutely pissed that they could spend a game strategizing to get nuggets, and then the last someone steals them all and they lose the game. That's what I'm trying to avoid here.
And
the mechanism to fix that was the mutinies.
You have the advantage.
But you're saying I can't even.
Nuggets are, so you can, arrange your cards for that.
Yes, but Phil, what I'm trying to say is the mechanism I have against someone doing that is a mutiny, but you're saying that I can't mutiny. So that's why I'm saying it's a problem, because I've already mutinied, but that wasn't a rule 10 minutes ago. So the problem is that someone could steal points away from someone in the last turn, and they have no way of stopping it, is the problem.
I would, if I could chime in, I would say that the solution here for me would seem that if a mutiny is raised over some action and the commander wins the election, then that action has to go through, but any other actions can be still mutiny.
Now, I get that this will be like the 4th time I've mutinied, and that maybe the marriage or the divorce one probably wasn't necessary to mutiny, but I'm also, I'm playtesting here. I'm trying to break things. I'm trying to see what needs to be fixed, right? And that's the whole reason why you guys suggested, well, let's just have it one mutiny whole game round. But I'm telling you, that doesn't work. That's a problem.
So no, I would agree. I would agree that having one mutiny per game round is...
Yeah. Peter, what do you think? I don't think you said much about it. I mean, obviously, you're the one to gain the most out of this. What do you think about it?
No. Having being commander as a green or purple is strong with this ability, so I would otherwise probably not be commander anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So I would suggest, but having nugget for less points, or make it only for new nuggets. That ability.
Yeah.
So the problem is actually not the mutiny thing. It's the rule of the state security that you're questioning more, I think.
Well, I think it could be either one. I mean, you guys bring up excellent points on, maybe it should just be one, for one game round. Like if a new commander changes or whatever. But But the way the mutinies rules are written now is like anytime you, it could be in a future phase or sequence that someone else wants to mutiny, and now they can't mutiny in a completely different phase. Like it brings in problems. It makes sense a little bit because it makes the game faster and all that kind of stuff, but it kind of gets rid of the original intention of the. So if it's if we do keep it where it's only one mutiny per round or whatever, then maybe the state security needs to be adjusted a little bit. Maybe it needs to be either newly acquired or they need to be worth less victory points. But I think an 8 victory point swing, which could be half my total victory points for the entire game, getting stolen in the last round seems very, very broken.
Well, that's only 8 victory points because you have both nuggets. But at any rate, let's move on.
I like the idea of one mutiny per turn. Otherwise, you can chain mutinies over and over and slow down game.
You could do 1 mutiny per player per turn.
Well, a mutiny involves voting of every last player
that would
in
fix
the
one
game.
of your problems.
So I think they've had their chance to elect a new commander. Once you go through one, I don't see where one should mutiny twice and then vote all over again. I don't think that's.
The second player could mutiny over a second decision.
Yeah, it's a completely different decision, and
it's taken by the commander.
Completely different, and a completely different sequence.
Yeah, but it's still you've already voted on a new commander. Are you going to vote again on the same commander? True, yeah. It could be a different situation, sure, but it's
okay.
Still
so if we're gonna do that, then Phil, we need to have it be then it's not, and essentially it's not a mutiny anymore. It's a change of leadership, and it should be in phase 6. As such, it should be an election that happens every single, because it's not a mutiny. That's the definition of a mutiny, is you're disagreeing with something. You're not able to execute a mutiny on something you disagree with that later on in the sequence of play. It's no longer a mutiny. It's something else.
Well, you're saying mutiny against an action. I'm considering mutiny against a commandership.
Mm-hmm.
And you can come up with all sorts of excuses against a commandership, but really it's only against the commandership, not against a particular decision. That's the way I wanted to look at it.
It is sort of against a particular decision, though, because you're only allowed to mutiny based on particular decisions. So that's how you mutiny, is if any of these regulations, you're mutinying against a regulation, not necessarily against a commander. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but
I still consider it against the commander. All right, let's move on.
Yes.
Well, what are we going to do in this case then?
Okay, so far what we've actually processed is that, as a summary, is that
I still need to reassign my dice here, by the way. I haven't done that yet, but I need to figure out I need to know what to do with these nuggets.
Yes.
I think the nuggets are lost. I think that the mutiny against the commander has resulted in a new commander installed.
I am not going to steal nuggets.
Okay.
No, let's do it. Someone else is going to do it. We're not just playtesting for this game. We're playtesting
for
game. All the games that are going to be played after this.
Okay.
So I think it's going to break, and I want it to break. So.
Okay, so you still get to assign him, and you can assign him to here now.
It will be good to see at the end how many points. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So I will assign.
He can't stop you. So.
Correct.
All right. And remember, Peter, you can now force people to work in maintenance, and we need somebody to run the engine. So,
Just force him. Force
Yes.
Unity. Go for it.
Yes, go for engines. Engines.
Wait.
By the way, I
So
think that was the
is
first instance that
I
state
think
security was actually
the
used.
Mutiny bot Unity.
What was that?
Yeah, Peter told you to assign to maintenance in the engines.
Huh.
In
Okay.
the engine.
Yes.
All right, so
I go to myself.
I go
quality
to
bot
Wisp.
will. Okay. And then finally Wafe. Eklund.
Yes.
I mean, you can still assign to Wafe if you'd like.
I know, but I need points. I'm far behind. And now
With your own work and try to kill off both. Oh, you already have the hero. Okay, never mind.
I just realized my avatar is going to be wasted because he doesn't have a smart guy to help him. So
I'll take this one. Just for the points.
There we
Okay.
go.
right, so
You want to place it here or on? Because the first one could be busted by your shield.
I'm sorry. Say that again. I missed it.
The question
Put
is,
them
where do you want to
together.
place the card? Because your first place could be busted by the shield.
Because I didn't hear that. Because what?
The shield, your shield busting. If your shield is destroyed, it could be busted. The card you just placed.
Oh, that's true. I'll place it over here.
all right, so we now engage in our cell rolls. So Peter, what cell do you want to process first?
Yellow first.
All right, so
All right. I'll try to roll this. No.
this over here doesn't matter. Can't win. So what next? Your own or the life support?
My own.
Nope.
No.
But Honor does get
no goo.
oh, no goo? Ah, crap.
No goo.
No goo.
We are running out of
But
time
Honor
on that
gets
one.
an augmentation.
Yes. And then
there
the
will be
yellow.
monsters in the next round. No, red.
Red.
Oh, yeah. Nope.
Well, you get a green augmentation.
Oh, that no, you already have a.
Least.
Oh wait, no.
No.
Red gets a green augmentation. Yeah.
Yeah.
Freedom gets green augmentation. Yeah, that's pretty nice.
All right, maintenance cells. So,
engine first.
Right, so engine's exhausted by 1. Fuel's
Well, Phil
exhausted
can
by
decide
1.
if we brake or accelerate, right? Technically.
Yes, so Peter, do you want to brake or accelerate?
Break.
Oh, it's Phil, I think.
It's me, actually.
Or does the
and,
commander decide?
I believe this should be specified, but I think the commander is setting these sorts of things. Let's go ahead and
Okay.
stop.
So we don't have any domesticated goo, so it's not going to be habitable.
Okay.
Yeah, but we have a little bit of time if we start orbiting.
Sure.
The question is, do we stop or do we go to orbit?
We go
that
if we stop on this turn, the next if we stop on this turn, the game ends immediately because we are then in orbit, according to this end game
But
check.
it's not habitable.
At a habitable
it doesn't-
Goldilocks
Yeah,
troglodyte, we're not
Neither are
at
habitable,
a habitable one.
Okay,
So we
we're
can
going
go
to-
to a orbit.
Once
We're
we have the
going-
goo augmentation or the domesticated goo, then it will instantly end.
We also have...
But that'll still take 2 turns, though, because the goo has to outbreak first.
But that's the thing. We have to both domesticate the goo and get 1 extra water onto the Goldilocks.
Yes, we have to do both of those
Ooh.
things.
So we
True.
actually need more fuel. So
Yeah,
we're going to
we're
need
down
to
we are in
somehow...
orbit, we can do the refueling as well.
Right, but don't we have to be at a... I mean, that would take even more
If we
time
skinny-
to...
If we skinny something or lose that shield, we're
We
going to
need
get
to
the
lose.
fuel.
We just need to lose the shield.
Yeah, that would
Yeah.
solve it.
But
But that does
we,
mean
if
we're going to
are
have
in
to...
serious with
We're
the
going to have
odd
to take
orbit,
even more time.
we could also refuel, right, in 2 turns. Because with odd
Um,
orbit, we move to the border and then to the Sirius point. And in the Sirius point, there's a gas giant, so we could refuel, right?
Right, but we can only do the... we can only throw icebergs at the planet from Oort. So...
Yes. So we need 2 more turns to go back to Ord, and then 2 more turns to go back to Sirius. So it would be 6 turns.
I don't know if the ship can hold together another 6 turns.
Me neither. But that's how it works.
Like, what I'm thinking is, what we could do instead is we go to circular orbit, so we stop. Then we slim down the ship. But no, if we slim down the ship, we'll just make more shields. Unless we want to make that
we
voluntary.
need to be able to jettison them.
Yeah, that's got to
question
be
is if we can
voluntary.
I mean, unless Phil is willing to right now jettison his shield.
Which I'll do.
I guess actually, technically, that's the commander.
Only the commander can do that.
Right, and anyway, when we do that, we would get the extra fuel, and then we could actually, that's how it would work. So, what we would do
I want
is
to point out if the command, well, actually,
Yes, we will.
that how it would work is that okay, trying to think here. How
we
it would
would
work
still need to be in odd orbit because we need to go back to Sirius orbit, right? We need to be on this.
We need it to be in circular so that we don't leave the we don't leave behind. We don't leave behind the Oort comets and stuff. Unless
true, because
we need to be circular. But the thing is you can use as a helm decision to change between the two. But what I'm thinking is we set it to 0. We stay put during movement. Then the commander orders Phil to throw out his shield, which drops us enough to get some fuel. Then we use that fuel to throw a chunk of ice at the Goldilocks, so it's now has enough water to be habitable. And then reset the orbit to an orbit, to the elliptical orbit, so that we'll eventually get back to the planet. And in those 2 turns, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Sorry. When we were talking about jettisoning earlier, one of the reasons why we thought jettisoning was too powerful for the commander to decide is because it removes an entire component from the ship, which could destroy a bunch of cards on someone's playmat.
Right.
Choosing to remove this shield is effectively should not be allowed. There was a suggestion made at one that said, if you are ever supposed to add a shield, you can choose not to do that, and that was quote unquote a jettison, which is like you're sort of building the shield and then you're immediately jettisoning it. So I don't think that we should allow the commander to be able to jettison a shield, because it could be the same situation. Phil has a bunch of cards or a cyborg in that shield slot, and now all of a sudden the commander is making the decision, destroys those cards or that cyborg, and it's not even something that can
state
because it's a helm decision.
The commander is able to make that decision if it lightens the ship enough in order to make the braking maneuver allowed. Now this doesn't.
But we went over that. We went over this already, and we saying that you.
Right, but I would also say that putting stuff in your shield slot is already incredibly risky. Like, because that could just be killed by erosion.
True, but it's also incredibly worthless, because I have yet to see a playtest where the shield doesn't stay out long enough to actually use the slot. So right now, that's completely worthless. Like, having a slot there has never been useful in any games we've ever. And so doing this makes it even more useless. That's and we did discuss this earlier, and we made the decision that we were going to fix it, and now we're bringing it. So I just wanted to bring that
shields, up. But for shields you could make it that both of them have to agree, the commander and the person that,
you could just make it a mutiniable cause.
Because in this case, it's not a regulation. You can't mutiny against non-regulations.
No. But I mean, just for shields. Like, for shields, the only 2 persons that are affected by this is the commander, because he decides, and the person whose shielded is, because they get to lose cards.
Yeah,
so if they both agree,
it's just more rules.
It's not that much of a rule.
It could be made a regulation, but in a real simulation here, if a starship needed to jettison some mass, a shield, in order to be able to make an essential maneuver for colonization, the commander is going to order that and overrule any personal loss of belongings that might ensue. Now, we could make it a regulation only for certain commanderships, but
I think that idea would be true in any commander. Any commander would basically say, no, the survival of the mission is more important than your trinkets.
Sure, but if you make it a regulation, it could not be mutiniable this turn, because we've already changed the rules again that said I've already mutinied during this turn, so it's impossible to do another mutiny.
Yeah, I would agree that making it only one mutiny a turn.
This tiny pebble is getting bigger and bigger as it rolls downhill.
No, it's not so big. You've already voted in this guy for better or for worse for this turn. You're going to have to suffer for who you voted under. This is like any democracy, really. Unless we introduce impeaching or something else like that. But it's possible to put in another regulation for jettisoning. I think that's not a terrible idea. But
I mean, there is another idea that we could, and the thing itself has been gone for a very, very long time, so I don't know if it's even worth bringing back, but maybe you can only call a mutiny once, but you can still duel the commander. So really a mutiny in this case isn't really a force of arms takeover, it's an election. But if someone just is not willing to let something happen, they can basically literally just engage in a fist fight with the commander over it. Because, I mean, at that point, like, yeah, democracy has spoken. This guy has legitimate leadership, but democracy doesn't stop you from pulling out a gun and saying, no, you're not throwing away my shield. But of course, I mean, we threw out...
Consider the simulation value, that's true.
But I would say at least, I would agree that, yes, jettisoning how mutinies exactly work, both of these need to be addressed, but at least for this case, both parties agree, so...
I just think the jettisoning opens up a Pandora's box. If I'm commander and I'm able to jettison something, maybe I'll jettison the engines. And the reason I do that is because everyone else has a bunch of yellow cards. So I'm going to jettison the engine, and now, yeah, sure, we can't stop the ship anymore, but at least someone else doesn't win the game. We all just lose. Like how, and you know, that's just way too strong and just very uninteresting to me.
I would agree. It has to be.
There is no way, if someone wants to scotch the mission, there's no way to stop that.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Yeah.
There's just 1,000 ways that they can make it so nobody wins. If you have any power at all, I can't. There's no way that I can guard against somebody who wants to torpedo the whole mission, and I'm not even going to try that. But jettisoning. In order to save the mission, this has got to be in here, because there's plenty of missions in which you either jettison or the mission is lost, and I think we have to face that. I can't run away from that. Okay, so we slowed down.
The ship has been slowed down to circular.
Right. I think everyone takes the stress.
Everyone awake does.
Everyone except equality and individuality.
Yep.
I'll give one to myself.
And then I send out a wisp, which costs 2 power as well.
2 power.
Yep, the battery's running on vapors.
No problem,
yeah.
guys.
Then we go to movement. So the wisp moves 10 spaces.
1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
All right,
So
reveal the airship.
Reveals the airship, right?
This is actually pretty valuable. And what's it say?
Oh my god.
Goldilocks if 3 goo, so no.
No.
Just no.
But I get the explorer shit.
Yes.
That's the last to reveal. Yeah, the last to reveal. So you seize the explorer chit from
from Freedom, right?
Yeah.
I can now look at the nuggets. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Nice.
And there can be 2 savers, Meadow.
Yeah, the first and the last one. And
Yeah.
I was the first one to erode shield. That's why I keep mine forever.
Yep.
I don't really lose it.
Maybe it should be first and last, not the or.
Well, you get one if you are first or last.
It's latest.
Like you don't have to do both.
Send a wisp.
That's why it's an or.
Yeah, the idea would be that the
Okay.
first person to erode a shield gets a medallion, but then the second medallion for eroding shields can get passed around the table. But the first one is stuck. There's no way to move it.
That was the intent.
So we're now at the ship doesn't
No
move, but now
movement.
helm decisions can occur. So the commander
And
can
alert decisions.
Oh yeah, but we're not gonna have any goo fights yet.
Yeah, but doesn't really make a difference. But technically, since we want to domesticate, we could also change it right now.
Yeah,
we don't do it now. We'll
anything,
forget
but-
later.
Yeah.
So then the commander can call for can start doing helm action. So again, Peter, my suggestion was that you ask Phil to jettison his shield so that we can get our mast down so we have some fuel.
Yes.
And then use the fuel to bombard the Goldilocks with ice so that it's habitable. And then that burns to fuel. So
No.
Oh.
We haven't done it. Can you do that right now?
yeah.
Yes, it's helm decision.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So
we now have water on the Goldilocks.
yes. Don't really have a way to mark that.
Yeah.
I guess it's not the right kind of discs, but like here we go. Boom.
It's busted.
We've busted the surface of the planet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, and then the commander could set the speed back to half orbit so we can start moving into Cirrus.
Yeah.
Or should we wait until we have a goo before we start moving?
Just
I guess we could
technically,
just. We could just
like,
stop
we could
on the
just-
outskirts of Thera.
we could just stop here. Yeah.
Yeah, they move.
Yeah. So. Okay. So
But
that
we would only move.
age up.
All
Or
right,
actually,
9.
Attrition first.
yeah, attrition. So
Attrition first, yeah. And Meshkinet has. Oh no, not yet.
Meshkinet has passed.
Nice.
Yeah.
We have one fertilizer left at H3.
I survive.
Yes. Good. Yeah. Now everyone age. Or has everyone aged?
Yes,
Okay. Cool.
I have.
Then
So the Naskenet died, or no?
Meshkinet died.
Yes, Meshkinet.
So-
Oh, yeah.
So the marriage is
Should
now
be
over.
Yes.
the dead
Finally.
pile.
Till death do
Oh,
you
it's-
part.
Stress game?
Yes. So actually, there's no more stress gain because your arch enemy is now dead.
Ooh, no one gains
Congratulations.
Hmm.
I lose one stress since I'm dead.
Yes.
Meshkinet loses stress as well. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
And the married couple can lose one stress.
And the Unity can remove. Yes.
Um,
Well, we want to get a goo fight, so I think we're just going to let Long stew in his juices. At least that was the plan.
Well, yes, but Unity only has one stress anyways. Woofy.
so what do you want? Do you want me to lose the stress, or do you want to
Yes.
lose the stress?
You should lose.
All right, I lose it.
All right. And the market gets refreshed.
Yeah.
All right. Choose one cyborg to not age or make an attrition roll this year. So we do have that card. It's genetic quelling.
It's just straight up better than mine. Except
Yeah.
it has radiation and no earth icon. So
Yeah.
2,
Also, it
1.
requires a. It requires.
Yes, it requires a cyborg. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it also gives more points.
Yeah, but a
Victory
different
points.
sort.
Yes. But in
Okay,
total, it's
so
4 and -2. -3.
Yeah. Okay, so for my turn, considering the situation, I am going to assign. Since I don't think we're ever going to need power again. So I'm going to assign to decant, or to the resurrect.
Okay.
Freedom. What are you doing?
That's a 6 point for alive neighbor.
Yes.
Yes.
What can I do with my avatar? It's the only yellow in Plano is one here.
Oh, you could send out your signal.
Could do that, yeah.
And it might actually get to Earth and back to the ship in time, so you could do that.
Yeah, it's only 2 turns, and if we get Gunao,
It's actually 3
we
turns.
domesticate it next turn.
Because in an orbit, the ship takes 1 whole turn just to reverse direction.
Oh, we have extra time than we thought. Cool. So, let's see. Arduino, what are you up to? Hopefully
Not
causing
sure
a goo fight.
Hopefully.
Yeah, and also, for the mission to be a success, we just need a Amazon on the ship to have touched down. We don't need a young Amazon, right? Or
Correct.
Correct. Okay, cool. So yeah,
But I think we should still do some kind of other hoop roll, right?
Sure.
Well, if Wuffe wants to do it, is open to doing it.
What
do what?
Oh, you're doing that.
Motherhood roll.
Oh.
Pregnancy cell, however you want to call it.
You do get to roll 2 dice for that, so
Yeah.
Because the
odds aren't terrible. I mean, they're bad, but they're not completely bad. Alternatively, you could try to do the hermaphroditism.
Yeah, that would work as well. If we get Pachamama back to her
Pachamama's
wisdom,
dead.
she counts as... Yeah, but we could hermaphrodite Che to Pachamama, right?
That's not how it works.
That's not how it works, I said.
Hermaphrodite can only be used as written on a age 0 meathead in the jars.
Yes, but it would be used on Che. He's an H0 meathead in the jar, but he would be... Would it just be Che in female, or would it just... Or would it...
It'll be Che as a female.
Ah, okay, okay. Now I understand, okay. Okay, well then.
Oh.
Yeah, in that case, it was kind of bad for Pachamama to be the first one. Happens.
But you got a medal for that.
That's true.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's my
Well,
turn.
Not directly, but
I go here.
yeah. Hey, and it would be you again.
I guess I'll go down here.
Hmm.
Okay. Cell rolls.
Oh.
Commander, which cell roll do you want? Do you want it in gray or in purple?
Oh. Utility fog first.
All right. Oh,
Goo.
But
Got goo.
goo.
That's what we needed.
And
okay.
the blue
Goo, it's true.
augmentation, right?
Yep.
And goo augmentation, correct.
For a blue augmentation, not a goo augmentation.
Blue augmentation is what I meant to say.
Yeah. Then we have the other one.
Yeah.
Wow.
And it
Well.
succeeds,
Whoa.
Nice.
but also
Probably
another goo.
Probably overpowered as well. Considering the current situation, 3 people just got 3 or 4 augmentations.
Yeah.
Yeah, but only one of us gets it, right?
Yes, the chief.
True,
Only the
you're right.
chief engineer does, and I imagine
Yeah, that's
he's
me.
going to
Purple.
pick himself.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
We may want to nerf this a little bit by saying maybe copy up to 2, because I never really imagined it being more than 2 when I wrote this. Anyone else have thoughts? As soon as I got my augmentation card, so that means it's probably too strong.
I agree this is too strong. I'd like it to be written kind of simply here.
or maybe instead it's just copy all augmentations of one dynasty.
Yeah, that
that's
could be
what it is, basically. That's already
Well,
what
the thing
it
is,
it's very confusingly written. The way it was originally written
that is what it is. Okay.
The way it was originally written was copy an augmentation held by another dynasty. I think that's okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, that sounds.
I think it's too weak because it's too weak. The reason why I rewrote it, Phil, because you could literally just assign to any other work cell that you don't have an augmentation for, and you have a 5 out of 6 chance of failing and gaining the augmentation anyway. So what's the point of going to that cell? So I think it should be copied 2 augmentation.
Okay, 2 augmentations sounds strong, but I'll try it.
I mean, otherwise we should just get rid of the card, which I don't really like. I mean, I like this. I just think it's too strong the way it's written now. It's too weak having it only be 1.
2 augmentations held by other dynasties.
Any one. By copy 2 augmentation held by 1 other dynasty is how it's written right now. But I mean, the point was I didn't want it to be. Well, I'm going to copy, 1 from yellow and 1 from. You choose how about choose 1 dynasty
Yeah, choose one dynasty, copy 2 of their augmentations.
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
All right, so that's all the cell rolls. So now it goes to
I
maintenance.
guess Peter would choose himself. Ah, yeah, he already did.
So this resolves first. So engines resolve first. So yep, fire the set up your radio signal, and then I will resurrect my good friend.
Yes, and I forgot.
The engine is depleted.
All right, choose one
Good,
dynasty
that's-
and copy up to 2 of their augmentations.
This does not cost power.
No, that doesn't, but this does.
Oh yeah, I see now.
And I forgot I use my unfit for duties, so I command my
Right.
medhead to hibernate.
Did what?
Okay.
Doing unfit for duty.
Yeah, you don't have to do that, but you can if you want.
I'm not sure if it's good.
Actually, no, yeah, that would be a good idea because we don't want 2 outbreaks. So, yeah, the mission will still succeed. So,
But we should make elections.
oh, yeah, mutiny time.
So there was no goo, or what?
There was no goo in the end because because the other successes were by avatars, and avatars can't start goos. So,
Yeah, okay.
and also the 2 avatar dynasties didn't have any stress anyway. So,
So is Peter causing you to hibernate? Or I see, no one else did. Okay, I got you.
Peter hibernated himself.
yes,
Yeah, but yeah, okay.
very selfless commander.
No,
Let's see, your electoral options
why
are...
is there no outbreak? Because I roll less my stress.
Also, the marriage gets annulled because one of the factions,
Yeah.
I think there could be outbreak because I roll.
The rule is that an outbreak only occurs for a cyborg roll, for only one of the big dice roll less than a stress.
Yeah, and I did. I rolled 1.
He did.
So he retired
then you
to
cannot
prevent
hibernate.
it.
What?
No, there's some stuff wrong here. So what were the rolls? Because I don't. The dice are gone.
Well, the
Oh,
purple
You can either
dice,
hibernate
he rolled
or
a 1. So he did cause a goo outbreak. That's a good point.
yes, but he said he wanted to hibernate, which he cannot do when he rode with his cyborg.
No, that's the whole point of unfit for duty. A commander may order a meathead to cause an outbreak to hibernate in order to prevent the outbreak.
Yeah, so the goo, the goo happens no matter what. But the point I was thinking of is, can even if it's a non-chief engineer, as long as any cyborg rolls a 1, then the goo outbreaks, regardless of whether they're chief engineer or not. I know that wasn't the specific question, but I wanted to point that out because that's initially what the question was. But yes, doing unfit for duty does not cancel the goo outbreak. The goo happens.
Wait, then what's the point of unfit for duty?
So let's say for example, so Peter was in command, right? But let's say I placed there and I was the one that caused, or let's say Gray was the one that caused the goo outbreak. They rolled a 1 with their cyborg, and they had like 2 stress or whatever. The goo outbreaks, and then the commander can decide, since you're the meathead that caused the outbreak, he can order. That's the point.
But I missed that last bit.
The commander can order you into whoever causes the goo outbreak.
Right, but what is besides as just a way to nick someone of some points, what's the point of that?
Because they failed in their duties, essentially.
No, I'm saying what's the strategic use of it?
I think it's just to prevent points.
You lose your sideboard for one, so you don't gain any, even though you're already full. But if this happened earlier in the game, it could be.
Or the commander may be thinking that there's just too many people awake. There's too many arch enemies, whatever.
I
thought at one point Unfit for Duty was about preventing goo outbreaks.
No. It's only after the fact.
But
the goo
how
happens
would
no matter
you
what.
know someone will do a goo outbreak? You won't know that. So you can't force them into hibernation before they've done it, because you won't know that they will do it.
And they don't cancel each other out either, But I'm wondering why is because he died, right? Is that what happened?
I would die probably in 2 turns.
Hibernation. So that's why we have to.
Okay, so he went into hibernation. But you can't you can only can't you only hibernate during the assignment phase?
Yes, unit Unfit for Duty on himself. Because he himself caused the goo outbreak.
I thought, great. We'll see. Okay, I didn't know that because ice aren't. So I thought someone else had created the outbreak.
No,
so purple actually created the outbreak.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, I wasn't aware of that.
So the elections.
Right.
Yeah, I'm setting up some cubes again.
6 votes. He has 1, 2, 6 votes.
Yeah, we could just keep them. But we need 1 more cube. For individuality, who has
2 votes. Yeah, not my greatest hour.
This is.
Now let's see. The possible candidates are either honor, unity, or individuality.
Unity all the way.
Well, you didn't spawn a new cyborg last round. You just halved our chances for a non-orphan.
I promise you pregnancy if I'm elected.
Yeah, but no.
No, I'm just not a fan of maintenance. That's why I will vote for individuality.
Yeah, I'm from the original part of the ship.
I vote for unity.
Yeah. And I was the original commander. That's why I trust you so much.
Ixnay original commander A.
I voted for myself.
I'll vote for myself. So Freedom can probably choose, I think, either.
Yeah.
Because I'll obviously vote for myself. So that means 8 votes, 6 votes, or
wherever freedom
votes, so.
wherever freedom goes is
yeah, Kingmaker.
Unless he votes for honor and individuality votes for unity.
Yeah, but I'm not going to vote for unity. I'm voting for myself.
But you could vote for unity.
Not clear. Let's do some unity.
Well,
unless individuality wants to vote for someone else.
Well, he can't. He can't change anything.
Well, he hasn't voted yet.
There are no 13 votes for unity.
What's the total? We got 7. Oh, okay, I gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, so my vote doesn't matter who I vote for, so. Unity is in charge. Waffe the diplomat.
bring us together.
All right, I'm going to take just one of these nuggets.
Well, you can't. It's only
You can't.
authority and equality.
Yeah.
Ah! All right, I'm not taking any nuggets. Sorry about that. All right.
So that was maintenance, all done. So they're
I'm going to try to move the starship around. Let's see if I can do
Yeah,
this.
that's the only move that's done, right?
yeah.
No, radio moves as well.
Yes. The radio goes 1, 2.
Yeah, right?
There.
Loop. Oops.
Yeah. Right.
All
It
right,
should make it to Seoul next round, so we'll have that to look forward to.
Okay.
Attrition and aging. So
Attrition on
Pachamama as well, not Pachamama, Adwina as well
Arduino.
as on Homagold.
Well, we definitely need Arduinos to survive.
Oh, and he dies instantly. He just got out of the jars and then dies instantly.
That's
I died.
tragic.
No more goo whisperer.
Oh, that's gonna make the war a lot
We-
harder to fight.
One human left.
We need that goo whisperer. Didn't we have
Well-
cancer or something that helped?
Yeah, she just
we
rolled
did-
a 4 and was at age 7.
Yeah,
It's just
that's
bad.
it.
50-50. Never knows.
Well, Wolfie, congratulations. You have the whole ship to yourself.
Well, I'd say you should really... Yeah. We could really use some...
Kids
Children
or a
right now.
decanting. A decanting would
But
be
you are
great.
not even married anymore, so you only have a one...
Actually, no, we can't decant anymore. We've used up the battery.
Excellent.
We can recharge it,
We
right?
can recharge it then.
Yeah, both
Yeah, we
is
can.
Decanting does. We can use hermaphrodism.
We can use
Oh, yeah, we
MHD
can.
generator, and that's
Hermaphroditism.
Oh, yeah, we can also just use hermaphrodism. But
Yeah, I should
Does
look
that-
we
on
go
them.
to
Child
we go to
and
refresh.
orphan?
So everyone who's asleep, lose 1 stress.
Oh, nice.
Does hermaphroditism make the child an orphan or not? It should, right?
I think so because it's decanting, not
Yes, it
birthing.
should.
Yeah. Okay.
But we're fine if it's an orphan. It's not like we're going to be waiting around for another 4 turns. Hopefully, we're not.
Yes, and the Wolfa is so bad, Commander, losing too many people in one turn.
Yeah,
True.
in a very indirect way. Yes, Unity. Wolfe did succeed in uniting the ship. No one's dissenting.
That's true.
Yes, there's not so many mutinies now.
It's very quiet. Okay, so assignment time. Well, we need
Yeah,
a
we
fight. We
should
need to
assign-
domesticate these goos. So
Oh, damn. That's true as well. But we need some
Yeah, we're-
cubes on here.
there's a really good chance that we're going to lose some blueprints. before
yeah,
we
but
do
we
that.
don't need many blueprints anymore.
Yeah, we really don't need to.
We can
skinny
let the ship degrade.
anymore.
The question is, well, I need to protect my investment, so I'm assigning to the blue.
Blue goo. And perfectly, we are even on domesticate.
All right, so Freedom, you have a blue one. You probably want to fight the blue war.
I do have a blue one.
Well, he could just wait one turn because this turn only your card will die and not the blueprint.
No, that's the point. The cards will die, and he has a card.
No, only your card. Ah, yes, true. All the cards. According
All
to
cards
the-
are at risk of dying.
Yeah. Yes. I miss. mistaken.
Honor has green, so has no dog in the race. So it's up to your choice of which one you want to try to domesticate.
Right, there are two. Oh my god, that's such a big problem. I just thought we were deciding between domesticating goo and hermaphroditism, but we are not. Actually.
All right.
To be honest, consider something. Consider the fact that green and that equality and authority have yellows, and no one else does. And they're also some of the higher point earners.
I actually think Honor should go for hermaphroditism.
I mean, they need they're going to need someone that requires that Wolfe assigns there as well. But like,
yes, Wolfe could assign their second avatar dice somewhere on goo.
Oh, that's true.
But we really need some human.
Unless a little secret, two nudges are not the same.
Wait, they're different?
Yes.
Okay, then do not assign to hermaphroditism.
How would you know?
Because he owns them.
Oh, can you look at your nuggets? Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes.
That makes sense.
Yes.
But, oh yeah, true. Oh yeah, true. It will make you transhuman otherwise. Oh my god, I misunderstood it as well.
I mean, if they're two different, then that means that causes an antimatter explosion, which no, not again.
It does not if it's not with antimatter.
No. It's if one's an X and the other the O, it causes an antimatter explosion.
No, it does not. I'm pretty sure that it does not.
No, that's how it works.
I don't think so.
I read the rules today, and I'm pretty sure that it does not anymore.
Right, not any.
It creates the possibility of a second universe, but there's some other stuff that has to happen first.
Yeah, I think it just says nothing will happen, and there can be another.
Yeah,
experiment.
If there's an X and an O, it's indeterminate. But if at the if a third one is revealed and shown to be an X, I think we get a child universe situation.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. That was recently changed. Okay, gotcha.
So the rules state indeterminate. The experiment fails, and neither the O or the X result occurs. However, a child multiverse trigger is flipped. If later in the game a third nugget is obtained, it is immediately revealed. If it is an O, nothing happens, but if it is an X, the game ends in a child multiverse.
Okay,
and the
so
child multiverse is a new Big Bang. So the game ends.
That's the 2001 ending. I need to go to the restroom real quick.
And who wins if a child multiverse occurs?
It just says the game ends at the next endgame check. D3A.
All right. So the victory conditions are the same.
Most
I
victory
think
points?
so. It should be.
But we will probably not get that hard nugget, so it will stay for infinity.
We won't really destroy any things anymore.
Yeah. We'll be forever.
But then
in
you
the
should do a
dark.
motherhood roll, right? Because at least it's 1 in 6.
I can try a motherhood roll, or I can try. Oh, is it my turn?
Yes. I was trying to negotiate with. I was going to try to negotiate with Justin that he should focus on fighting the blue goo war rather than the yellow one, because if yellow has a better chance of wiping out the yellow cards.
So we heard this. I
should try motherhood because we only have 1 Amazon left.
We only have
the odds
one.
Are good.
We only have
it's a
1
in 6 odd.
Yeah.
And this is your last turn for motherhood.
This is my last turn for motherhood. If I can make her survive landfall, but in order to do that, I really need to get these goo.
Yeah, that's true as well. You could just hope for being the only survivor. That would actually do.
That's
quite some.
that's the plan, but I need this goo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I understand.
Peter, how are you going to sign your bot?
I go to my Go.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Inequality?
I'll go to that one as well. Yeah. No, I have no blue
Yeah,
cards.
you're protecting your investments. And finally,
Of course.
I think I'll go for this goo too. I'm not sure if this is the right decision.
I mean, again, if you focus on the blue one,
really make a difference, right?
no, it does make a difference in the fact that your cards might get deleted, and you guys are, I think, the point leaders at this point. Yeah, I'm almost certain you guys are.
Yeah.
Well,
Peter's
I
probably.
think Honor is the point leader.
No, I'm not.
Well, Freedom will get a medallion next turn. So
Oh, I were all.
yeah, we are now at cell rolls.
So only ones.
And no.
And no, it failed.
Oh.
But at least I get a yellow augmentation out of this.
That is true.
Peter is beating me by 4 points, I believe.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well,
Any
he
case,
does have 8 of my. He does have 8 of my victory points in his pocket, so
That's
Yeah.
his victory points.
that's the reason why I wanted him to take them.
So it moves to the blueprint.
Well, first we have to roll for. We have to roll to see what work cells it deletes. if
Yeah,
any.
that's right.
Yeah, roll a 6-sided die to see if there's any yellow things that die.
2 or
no.
3 will kill
5.
something.
So it moves up to the engines.
Yes.
And then we have.
Now roll up here.
Yes, and let's sincerely hope this works.
Yes.
So wait, why did the 2 fail?
Because augmentations
Because
don't
we
help
are
in
in
the fight.
domestication, and domestication is only on 1.
Oh, it's only a 1. You're right.
All right, let me roll up here.
Come on.
Yes!
Okay.
Although freedom gets it.
Congratulations. Yeah, Freedom is now ahead in points, I think.
Well, goos are only
Wow.
worth 3 victory points, so.
They will now get the radio victory chit.
Well,
No,
not
Goose
quite
actually
yet.
worth 4. Goose worth 4. It's this chit is not
okay.
updated.
Okay, gotcha. But
Or
we have
is this
domesticated
now
1,
an
so
instant-
that means this planet is now habitable.
Wow.
We don't have any maintenance rolls.
Yeah, but
Um,
I have a question. Does the end game trigger right now? Because we are kind of in orbit. No, right?
no, we're not in orbit. We're in the outskirts.
We are in orbit, but we're not in orbit at a habitable world.
Okay,
So-
okay.
And it'll still take 2 more turns.
No, because
Right.
this turn we move into the border, and next
Right.
turn to here, right?
Yes, that's true. You're right.
Which space are we on? It looks like we're here.
Oh,
No,
we
we're
are now
on
at
the
the
sun
Sunlands.
lines.
Well, we are now in the
Right.
movement step, so we are now on the border point.
Yes.
So the
Alright.
radio.
The radio reaches Sol, so take
You get
back.
the broadcast point medallion.
And you get to flip one of the Earth data cards.
Yep.
Oh, well, that would have been nice.
Stress.
Oh, still.
What was it?
The time-separated twinning.
No, that's bad. My bad. That's
Really, it would have been nice if we could have gotten the game stadium, but oh well. Such is life. Okay.
Attrition
that's
and
all
aging. Woofer
Yes,
is now
so-
age 5.
Yep.
Yeah.
But I
so
don't
this-
think that this is really a problem, right? Because in the next turn before the attrition phase, we are done. Because we move
Yeah.
into the orbit, it's over.
Okay.
Yes, I think it is over in just 3 more phases.
Yep, refresh.
Yes.
Nothing really happens on that front. All the sleep dynasties lose a stress.
Yep.
We go back to assignment. All right, everybody. If you got any last-ditch efforts, now's the time.
Right.
Well, individuality.
Not much you can do with an avatar.
Yeah, that's true. Do I
You can
got
get goo
anything?
points, right?
Yeah, but I'd also rather someone eat. Well, I'd rather the goo eat out the engines and then wipe out your
Yeah,
some of
true.
your
For
guys'
you-
victory points.
For you, that would be true.
Yeah. Let's see. Can't really do anything here. Yeah, definitely can't do anything here. I can't do any decanting.
No one could go.
Can't do that.
Well, you could decant. Yeah, it's too for you because it's only 1 in 6 chance for you to get points. So
Let's see. How far away is? Oh, wait a second. No. Wait. No, and also I don't even get anything because desiccation doesn't give you rewards, which sucks.
we start with individuality, right?
Yes,
played
I'm
this
currently
entire game
making a
without-
decision.
We played this entire
so
game without
Phil-
collecting any purple cards.
Phil shouldn't set his
That
cue.
seems
That's
to
a-
be usual.
I think. Yeah, that's the problem. I think maybe need to and I remember this because MHD augmentation is the one I probably get the least amount of. That and then green, but there actually has been a and actually I have both of them. So, but some of the purple cards need to be probably strengthened a little bit, so they're a little bit more useful, taken more often.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, there really isn't anything you can do as this guy.
No, not really.
Can recharge battery.
Yeah, that's about all you can do.
Yeah.
Unless I'm willing to do trying to bet on someone else and putting something somewhere. You know what? I'm gonna bet that other people are gonna. I'm gonna bet that Wolfe is going to try to do reverse engineering. So I'll put something on it. All right, Freedom, you're up. Recharge the batteries. Honor?
Phil, I have so the broadcast medallion, it looks like playmat as latest to send radio. I think the original medallion I had latest to reveal Earth data. It should probably be latest to reveal Earth data because counting in the time it takes to get it back and actually flipping the card over rather than. So like right now, someone could send a radio signal, but even not getting it back, they could, get points, right? So
Yeah,
I think about changing it to reveal.
We played it as reveal Earth data by accident, but
Yeah.
Yeah, that also makes more sense, you know.
It does.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Well, it would still be on freedom. So.
But there are also cards that make you reveal your data, a data.
Yes, there's the supercomputer.
Yeah, I get. And the thing is, if you do that, if you successfully pull out the supercomputer, then you just permanently get to the broadcast because no one else can.
Okay.
Well, yes, but if you reveal the last one, you still just permanently get it without the supercomputer.
True.
If you are the 5th person to reveal something.
In any case, Justin,
I think
it's your go.
Yeah, I'm thinking. There's not a whole lot I can do here without a cyborg, unfortunately.
Yeah,
so
you
I
can't
think
even copy augmentations. You can try to get the goo.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking, is going for the here.
But also, it might be better just to let the goo wipe out. Well, actually, that's a good
Could
point.
also try to
because it could wipe out yellow points.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
you could
that's a
also
good point.
put it on
I mean,
this.
there's
because then you might win out against individuality, and he won't get the points. That could also work.
And
Also,
when the kill or domesticate is decided.
you're sticking with domestication?
It is now, or
Oh yeah, in D4 it was decided.
Yeah,
And
so
I don't know what.
So, Commander, back in
If-
D4,
Yeah.
actually, no,
If you want to
Wolfey
swap to
Wolfey
kill.
made the call, so would you want
Yes,
to...
but last turn. Maybe last turn he wanted to change it.
No, it's fine at domesticate.
Okay.
In that case, now I'm
think
thinking
I'm-
about it. Can I change my assignment to the goo? Or is that a bit too late?
It's okay by me.
Where are you now?
Me, it's
I'm
okay
currently
because it's good for
Reverse
me.
engineering. I mean, yeah, because it is good for you, but if I'm able to grab this, that's 3 extra points for me, so...
4 actually, I think it's.
Oh yeah, 4, so yeah, I'd rather assign to that.
Yeah, that makes
So,
sense. Yes.
Honor. Yeah, makes sense.
Freedom. Do you want
Unity.
to change as well? Maybe.
Nope.
Okay. Then Unity.
Yeah, I think I'll try this. It has to. We're still playing with the light bulb, yes?
Yes.
Yeah, and actually, I know I already said I would change it once, but can I change it over to instead one of my work cells? To the flip a desiccation one?
That's okay with me.
You can, but I'm questioning why.
Oh, because if I fail, then I get an augmentation.
No, only cyborgs get augmentations.
Oh, right, then, yeah, okay, sorry.
So
Yes, I will stay and fight the goo.
yeah, maybe freedom. You will not. You already have an augmentation, so that's not even why you did it.
Yeah. Yeah, Wolfey.
I go on go.
Wolfey's going to try to get the other avatar die. But wait a second. Remember that we, according to Peter, the two disagree with each other, so they'll have an indeterminate result.
Yeah, but the avatar
Okay.
die is not a full hard experiment.
Oh no, it isn't. I'm sorry, my brain's fried. We've been playing this for 6 hours. Yeah, and you have your final avatar.
I don't know.
Yeah, so you.
And the avatar gives you some points?
No, I don't think so. I would guess that you want to try to get the goo, right? Or maybe, yeah. Okay, you wanted to do green for the green augmentation. That makes sense as well.
Yeah, that's what I sort of had in mind.
But this is probably smarter, because then you get 2 with a 1/3 chance.
Well, I already have the yellow augmentation.
Yeah,
But
but you can get blue and green.
Yeah.
And you have a 1 in 3, 1 in 3
if I
chance.
succeed, I was wondering if it's better to do an
Yes.
augmentation if I fail.
Yes.
I mean, if you have 2 avatar dice, the odds of success are over 50%. If you assign both your cyborg and avatar to it.
5 out of 9.
Yeah.
You get 2 augmentations.
And 5 out of 9 at about 8 victory points would be roughly 5 victory points. More.
Oh.
Yeah, it'd be about 5 victory points versus probably maybe getting 4. So
utility fog.
Sorry, that was me.
Okay.
Just updating the command star to be a little bit more goldish. It's hard in TTS here, but it's going to be the same as the political star. The yellow was bothering me because it was so close to the unit color.
Okay.
All right, I'll place
much
up there. I'm
different now.
sorry for taking time here. I'm messing up.
No worries.
Yeah, it's
And
got
your
to be late
second?
over there in Europe, right?
Yeah.
Yes, it's very
1
late.
1 a.m.
Yeah.
You
And
still have
you
this
have your
one last
second
die.
I still have one last die. If I kill the goo, I get a medal.
Yeah.
Well, it's domestication, so you get the goo.
So I get the goo. All right,
Which
I'll
is
try for
4
it.
points as well.
Yeah, both 4.
All right.
Hey,
So
which rolls first?
Cards.
I'll try. I'm gonna try the one on the utility fog first.
you succeeded.
Congratulations.
I succeeded. I didn't quite want
Perfect.
to succeed.
Which one do you want to
And you
slim
didn't
down?
even and you didn't even start a goo outbreak.
I
Amazing.
didn't even start a goo outbreak. I guess I'll flip the life support.
Yeah, we've gotten the ship down lean and mean.
Yeah.
And I wish I had one more turn. I'd be able to put stuff in my slot. All right. I'm going to try
It's a really
this one
streamlined
here
ship.
on the red.
Kind of surprised we've gone this long without something eroding away and getting discarded.
Well,
I mean,
that's a
we've
failure.
avoided the LIC for a while. It failed.
Yeah.
So that's that.
Yeah. Now
Then the
Um,
goo
goo
fight.
left.
I'll try goo fight.
Come on.
Green!
And honor.
All right.
So
Green
So,
and honor. Well,
commander
honor has
gets to
more
choose
points.
whether whether honor gets it or equality gets it.
I'll tell you, honor has more points. Since they have
Well,
4
then
orbits.
equality it is.
Thank you. Your
All right.
original commander gets honored.
There are no maintenance, library, or anything like that.
No,
We
wait,
Move
wait.
into orbit.
Wait, what?
We are not here yet. And game check, no.
Yes, we are now. Oh no!
yes.
We move after the endgame check.
Oh yeah.
I think we forgot move ship last turn, maybe.
No, we did
No,
move last turn.
We did move
We did
it.
move last turn into the border. I thought the endgame check was after moving, but it wasn't.
Oh. Well, that changes
Oh.
it.
Well then, there's another turn.
Yes.
One more chance for you to get a card. Congratulations.
But also one more chance for you to possibly die.
Oh, true.
Well, really, it's
Use
just
your
one
H5.
chance. If you roll a 6 right now, the mission will end in failure. And actually,
Well,
no, it
it's
doesn't
not
end.
true failure.
Yeah, because we can reboot the engines, decant a female, and then we can colonize.
Well, we have embryos
We
left,
have-
so
we
we
have-
could just.
We have no battery.
No, but we can recharge the this.
All right, I'm going to roll attrition for my Amazon.
Right. So
Roll a 6, Phil.
No, not a 6.
Yeah.
oh, what's ghost shipping this one?
Oh, no.
All right, who's doing
It's time
who's
for a
doing
ghost
the,
ship.
who's doing the storyline write up for this game? Because that's probably
This
the
is
best part.
amazing. I love it.
So now just the avatars are just going to have to wing it on for the rest of this.
Well, I don't know. Isn't there not an end game if we have embryos left?
I mean, no, we have to have an awake female who can actually create the cells we need to start up the artificial wombs to get all the other ones out. So,
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But as part of Hell Decisions, we should have set us to circular orbit, so we're just orbiting this now. We need to get an awake female out as soon as possible. So that was attrition and aging. So now refresh. Return all workers to the Overreach Dynasty. -1, no archenemies. If you are asleep, lose 1 stress. And then we get a glitch. So... Oh, and another reload.
That was the glitch.
Sorry. That was the glitch.
So for the glitch, how it works is we roll a 1d6, and whatever part of the ship
I'm
hits,
sorry, but the rules state that the Goldilocks landfall endgame, if the following 3 conditions are true, all surviving humans are.
So,
not really specified,
sorry,
because it says all surviving humans must make a risk-free landfall. But let's say it happens if there are no surviving. Because the conditions do not say that there needs to be a human.
Did we discuss the implications of having a ghost ship right now, or was that overlooked?
I am talking about the endgame condition. Because the Goldilocks landfall endgame condition does not state that there have to be humans alive.
I think we did change that. I don't remember what the Phil will be the one to answer that.
Okay.
But my question was about, since Phil died, what are because Phil wrote the ghost ship rules recently. Are there any implications of us being in a ghost ship right now, outside of just nobody's in command?
First of all, the last commander is still in command. But he has a good point that the end game condition has to specify that the game ends if there are anybody alive, anyone awake left. And that's got to be added to the rules. Otherwise, the game would end right now with no one alive. Now, with no one awake, and maybe that's okay. What that would mean would be that the autopilot would eject the jars, which would parachute down, and the orphans awakened by the by the avatars, would have to try to take over the planet. And that's probably a decent way to handle it. It's just got to be defined. The ghost ship says, I'm looking at an older version of the rules, but if there's no awake workers but still embryos, you lose your nuggets, augmentations, goo augmentations. The avatars assign. Helm decisions are made by this last dynasty that was in command. The battery discharges by 1 step by a glitch, and once it's at its minimum value. Is it at its minimum value right now?
It is.
All right, then you're right. You roll the dice to see which blueprint is lost. So go ahead. Did you already do that, or?
Yeah. Did we
Wait,
not?
was that
I don't
a
think
yes?
we did.
So hang on. Phil, I'm reading the actual rules. There's some purple rules in here. I don't know if you want to actually do those or not. But it says if there are no awake workers, but there are still embryos in the jars, then all dynasties lose their nuggets to the cosmos. They lose their augmentations and their goo augmentations. That's the first sentence. So.
All right.
There's more after that, but I'm stopping there because we need to figure out if that's what we're going to do or not. And if we are going to do that, I have questions because, I sort of think that anytime nuggets need to be returned to the cosmos, shuffled before they are placed back out there again. So it's not possible to know which one still needs to be revealed. But that's
I did mention that somewhere.
Okay. That's not the most important thing, though. Obviously, if we were to follow through with all this, it's pretty significant. Which I'm not against necessarily, because the mission can still go on, right? It's just
Yes.
At a huge disadvantage because they lose basically everything except for the metals.
Yeah.
It also says then each dose a year, the avatar is assigned to the non-light bulb work cells, as well as librarian and maintenance cells executed before moving the starship. During the final phase, each dynasty loses all stress and the ship suffers a glitch.
All right. Basically, I think if we're following the rules as written, you've got to roll one dice and see which blueprint is lost, and hope it's not the jars.
Yeah, that
As
would be
I'm
kinda
reading
bad.
it says we replace the bow blueprint with the random dynastic shield.
Yeah, it doesn't say anything about rolling a dice. For a glitch, it says during
okay.
phase D6.
We roll a dice for which dynastic shield we choose, but it will replace the bow.
Battery discharges
okay.
by one step.
All right, then let's.
Yeah, so it says replace the bow blueprint with a random dynasty shield.
Yeah.
So I guess we roll the dice for that, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Yeah, there's already a shield up in front. You don't take away the warden. You take away the shield first.
Yes, but that would
I
not
don't think
make
a
any
shield is
sense
considered I don't think a shield
blueprint-
is considered a blueprint though. A blueprint
Then
is.
we
think
would
it
have
is.
an endless cycle of shield replacements, right?
Yes. According to the
'Cause you could just-
glossary, a shield is a blueprint, and so I think we're going to be removing. We'll remove that shield.
Yeah, but okay. So
I
hang
think
on.
how
Let
it would
me
work is that it goes.
interject here. This is quote unquote a glitch. So I don't really see how much technology on a giant mass of metal can cause a glitch. I mean, I could see a blueprint like with computers and softwares causing glitches, but not just a big chunk of steel or beryllium in front of the ship causing or having a glitch, I should say. If we want to do
it
it
be the glitch that it
this
just
way,
falls
then
off.
it shouldn't be called a glitch in that case because it's not really what's happening here.
I think it shouldn't be replaced by a random dynastic shield. I think the bow blueprint should just be removed. And I guess what's happening is that the ship's not being maintained, and the bow receives more damage than the rest of the ship.
But that's fine. We should just maybe call it glitch. Doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, we could call it deterioration or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Corrosion,
but first we all
corruption.
lose our augmentations and goose, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Well,
And nuggets.
if that's what we want to do. I mean, it's in the rules right now as a proposed rule, so we can have a very quick discussion about that.
I'll just move these things up here. All right. So, and I'm going to remove the shield because it got deteriorated. And now the starship moves onto Sirius. And I think we end the game at this point and add up points. And we could add up points both before and after the ghost ship rule.
Well, actually, I mean,
technically we get to do one more assignment.
Yeah.
Yes, we do. So go ahead with this one more assignment.
I'm signing on to the decanting.
Okay. Makes sense.
And then, yeah. So if someone recharges the battery, I get to decant someone at random. It could be me, could be somebody else. Who knows? Everyone's got an equal shot at this.
And do you still get the saver medal for eroding shield, or it is not the case?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
True. You are the last one to erode shields.
Yeah.
So you would get the savior.
Oh, it's not.
from
The thing is, it's not really considered an erosion. So,
honor.
like, we need to kind of figure out the term here that we're defining. Is it considered an
Yeah.
erosion, or it's not really a
So,
glitch, in my opinion, but it's not really erosion either.
Yeah,
But I don't know.
not easy.
Maybe you want it to be the same. Like terms,
Yeah, I
terms
think-
really much matter. I'm
I
trying to
think-
keep stuff.
I think it should be called an erosion to try to keep terminology down, and it is sort of an erosion. As
Okay.
It
Yeah, that
would
seems
make
fine. I
sense
just
because
think
it still
glitch is not-
protects the ship. Because if you always remove first, like the first
Yeah,
blueprint,
erosion
then
is
the
sort of like
ship
defined as.
still protected
So-
the ship. So you would still get a medal for it, I think. That makes sense.
Yeah, if it's in the glossary that erosion just remove the first blueprint on the bow, then it's fine. And then we could just change it from glitch to erosion.
yeah, I think that's what we should do. I think. All right.
Yeah. Then honor would lose the medallion. Or the
Wait, why would I lose a medallion?
No, the savior, because it's first or last 3 world shields. You wouldn't get the hero.
Oh, because I wasn't first, right? Because I was last.
Yeah.
Yes, you were last. I was first.
Who was first?
That would be equality.
Quality.
Okay. Yeah, I need to work on the actual components for this,
Yeah.
so it's more
Um,
clear.
Okay, so
I made a
Freedom is
stab at
fine,
that,
okay.
which I showed you briefly before this game started.
Honor, you can assign your avatar. If you help charge up the battery, everyone's got an even chance of actually having a human on the ship when we land.
So we now. Okay, yeah. We will now end the game according to the rules as written, right? Even without
Yes.
a human. Okay.
I mean, there's still a chance somebody could get a
Yeah,
could
but
get
then
somebody
my
out of the
question,
jars. But
my question would be: does it need to be an Amazon? Could it be a meathead?
So
Because that would also make a difference.
I don't know.
But yeah, since we will just end the game as it is written, it doesn't make a difference. So
Yeah, I think we should also, at the end of the game, we should also count up victory points as if we didn't lose all of our augmentations in goo, because
yes,
that just for data purposes, and also just to see if that rule is okay or if it's too strong or whatever. I'm not sure how I feel about it yet, but
he asked a good question. If we do the decant maneuver, what's the wording on the decant as far as
an H0 cyborg as an orphan, so Amazons as well.
Yes. So it's
my question. Yeah.
I think
you can't do it though. Well, you have to charge the, and the only way to charge the batteries is if you assign to the MHD generator.
Yeah, that's what I'm
but
saying. Everyone should probably assign to the MHD generator.
There. So the question is, who decides? And I forgot how it was written.
It's
but
random,
I think it's the chief
Yeah,
engineer.
it's random chance.
Well, it's a random chance.
Yeah.
It's a random chance, but there could be 2 cyborgs there, and I think it's up to the chief engineer to decide which one.
Well,
yeah, I think it'll be up to the.
Oh, you mean if someone has 2 cyborgs left?
Yeah.
Well, if it's random, then you could roll Dynasty, and then if there's 2 in there, you just roll again to see which one it is.
Well, I think it's more that it's randomly picking the dynasty and the fact that you can't really decide what its personality is, but I think you can program to pick which embryo you implant.
Yes, that was the idea.
Yeah,
you
so
can decide if it has
Dynasty
XX
choose.
or XY.
All right,
Have
so
the
Honor,
Dynasty choose.
where are you placing?
So individuality plays to decant it. Freedom plays to charge the battery, and Honor is thinking at the moment.
Yes.
But there are not really that many other possibilities to gain points, so
Yeah, and everything requires a
cyborg.
Yeah, that's true.
Charging the batteries might be your best chance.
Yeah.
I don't know. You can't do this because the engine is not ignited. You
Yeah,
have to do the MHD generator.
Oh yeah, MHD. Sorry.
Is everyone just going to assign to the MHD?
So I'm just going to assign everything I got to the MHD.
Yeah,
And
I'll
how
do the
about-
same, I think.
And Peter?
I go here.
Oh, yeah.
Interestingly, there isn't any dynasty that
But-
lost both cyborgs yet.
Yeah, everyone's lost only one.
Peter,
No,
Peter,
the other-
I'm just going to state it. The end game is before the movement, so you will not arrive anywhere.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I go here.
I actually thought about it. I was surprised no one did it last round. Because I thought as well. Someone
right.
might take the Wisp.
Time for cell rolls. So, Commander, if you'll do the honors.
I'll do the honors.
And no.
No energy!
What?
Oh, no
Because all the
augments left,
augmentations
so-
went kaput.
There's no augmentations left. And that's sad.
Yeah.
And therefore,
Yeah, I
there
don't
will
know if
be
I
no decanting.
I don't want to spend a huge amount of time talking about this, but I don't know if I like that everyone lost their augmentations in the goo, because even if all your cyborgs die, your dynasty never loses your augmentation. So it just seems
Yeah.
weird that because of the ghost ship, you just happen to lose everything you've accumulated over the last.
I think
I
so
was
too.
hoping to get some motivation to keep a ghost ship from happening. But at any rate,
Yeah, but it's not always up to the players, though. I mean,
Well, you
it can
could
be,
make
but-
it. You could make it so people lose their medallions because it just gets forgotten or something. No one's allowed.
No.
Because I always figured augmentations were more physical equipment than.
Well, the
But I
point
think
of
medallion
it,
losing is also bad. So
yeah, the point of it
What do you-
was
what do
if
you
you
think,
went into a
Justin?
ghost ship, if you went into a ghost ship scenario where you wanted to travel across vast distances, the point was we needed some mechanism to have it be where you lose something, maybe every dozier. So maybe it can be, instead of losing once,
Well, yeah,
just
one at a time.
every refresh phase or whatever, if it's still a ghost ship, everyone has to choose one augmentation of their choice to discard, something like that. Because that way it's still, there's still a little bit of strategy involved in it, but it's not so brutal that it all happens at once.
Also, I just realized something. Because we lost all our goose, the planet
That's
isn't
not
habitable
terrible.
anymore.
Correct.
Oh, that's true as well.
Yeah, okay. That rule needs to be changed.
what was
Yeah.
that?
Because we went to a
can't-
ghost ship, we lost all our goose, which means the planet isn't habitable anymore.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I think it was a failed attempt at the ghost ship. Because Phil, you were the one that brought it, actually, and it made perfect sense. There does need to be some negative effect, right? But I think this was probably too much. I think maybe it should just be every dozy year, possibly during the refresh phase or whatever. You just every dynasty has to choose one augmentation, goo or otherwise, to discard. And it could be, on the sequence of play here, it could literally say, it already says +1 glitch if ghost ship. You could just say something like ghost ship with a star, and then that means like any ghost ship rules apply in that phase.
Yeah, that sounds
But
What
good.
do you
want
think
to- I
of the
want to add
idea
something
to get
else.
rid of the medallion, to flush the medallions?
I
That's
think
not
I
a
don't like that
terrible
idea because I don't like it because there's not a lot of, one of the reasons why I was so strong on keeping medallions in the game is because there isn't a lot that you can build on throughout the game that are actually worth victory points. Because remember, before we had the medallions, it was just augmentation for failure in cards, which you could literally scramble to get in the last turn, if you're lucky enough to have a cyborg. So there needed to be some other way to build experience or otherwise throughout the game, and medallions were the way to do that. Strategy
yeah, also I
involved in
think the
being able to
idea
maybe
of losing like nuggets, goos, nuggets, goos, or augmentations one a turn actually does make sense as a glitch. It's equipment
That's true.
breaking down, goos, undomesticating, going
try
feral.
Yeah, that's a good point. So you could call that glitch.
Try that.
The other thing would just be erosion.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the current glitch
Actually-
rules just make it erosion.
Yeah,
And I
so
think the medallion thing is also worse for people with the first shield erosion, because you can't get that back. Everything else you can get back, and if you are the last one to lose a shield. So you're the last one who lost a shield is so much. It's not as bad as losing you were the first one who lost a shield. Like if the
All right.
medallions.
So I want to ask for points now.
oh, wait a second.
So
What rule set are we going to use? Because if we've lost our goos, then we are dead.
Actually, I found a rule on that too. Because I7C states parthenogenesis, exception to Goldilocks right stuff. With the augmented brains, Amazons and the emancipated avatars of transhumans can withstand far higher atmospheric pressure than meatheads. Thus, if landing party does not have the necessary goo augmentations to bring down the pressure, it can still make landfall on a sufficiently hydrated world by hibernating all the meatheads into the jars. So we can still land, because all of our meatheads are in jars.
Yeah, and then we would just kickstart the Amazons. We kickstart the 2 Amazons, and yeah. So actually, we would still succeed in the end.
So technically, as the rules are written right now, this game is over with a successful landfall on a Goldilocks planet.
Yes.
All right. Can I ask player Gray, Matthew, how many points of augmentations do you have?
4 points.
And goo augmentation?
None.
Okay. And medallions?
None.
Nuggets?
None.
Work cells. Now, I guess we have to flip over the reality to see if it's ultimately X or O.
And hey! All right, so that's 8 points worth of work cells.
Okay, so you've got 12 points altogether if I calculate. Okay, Freedom, what do you got for augmentation?
I've got 3.
3 augmentations at 4 each?
I've got a
Just so everyone knows
augmentation as well.
Oh, right, and everyone in the
jars-
jars are worth 4. So
Yeah, it says 3
yeah.
on the placard, but it hasn't been updated yet. I just made this little arrow thing here. It's 4 for anyone in the jars.
Oh, yeah.
So what did you have, Gray? What was your total?
I had 12, so actually I would have 16.
Okay, because you have 1 in the jar.
Yeah.
And what does
Okay.
Red have again?
So 3 augmentations, 1 goo augmentation,
So that's 16 there.
1 medallion.
Plus 4.
Wait, where's your Oh, did you already return your goo augmentation? Or
Oh, it's here.
Oh, it's
Oh, it's here.
left.
Oh,
on the
okay,
left
there
of
it
this
is.
playmat.
Yep. Plus plus 1 for objective reality on your. And then what about cyborgs? You
And
have
what about
1 left in the
cyborgs?
jar, so
Yeah.
so another 4 for cyborgs. I think that's it.
So that's 24, 25 points. Honor, what do you got for... Well, tell me your cyborgs first.
I have 1 cyborg in the 4.
Okay, how many augmentations?
16.
Goo augmentations.
0.
Medallions.
0.
Nuggets.
0. Contestedly.
Work cells.
8.
Oh, you're in the lead at 28. Okay, Unity, that's me. I've got 1 in the jar. I've got 8 augmentations. I've got 2 medallions. No goo augmentations. Objective reality, is that the second one? I can't read.
Yeah,
Yes.
you have 4
Yeah, you have
on
4.
work cells.
All right, 4. So altogether, that's 24. So it's pretty close. Purple, you've got 1 in the jars, true?
No,
Yes,
2.
two.
I have
2.
2.
Yeah, I'm sorry?
I have 2 in
2 in the
jars.
jars.
2 in the jars. Okay. So that's 8. How many augmentations or how many points?
3. So 12.
So 12.
Okay. And goo augmentations?
Nothing.
Medallions?
8.
No, medallions, none. Nuggets,
Oh,
8,
medallions,
I think.
none?
None.
0 medallions.
Nuggets?
8.
2. Work cell?
1.
1. Okay. So that's 20, 29.
Yeah.
Okay. Equality.
I have 1 in the jar,
Okay.
1 goo augmentation,
Okay.
2 augmentations,
Okay.
2 medallions,
Wow. 2. Okay.
and 1 point from the work cells.
Okay. So
All right, you know what I'm going to say.
24, 12, 12, 24, 25.
Yes.
So I'm going to say
Okay.
Peter won because of the Nuggets.
You did.
Yeah.
Peter won because of the Nuggets. Okay. Um.
Okay, I'd
All
love to.
right,
I'd love to
so-
stick around for a bit longer, but I need to run some errands, so
All
this went on a
right.
bit longer than
Well,
expected.
thank you very much for playing. I've got to run as well. I'll just mention the score again. Gray 12, red 25, white 28, yellow 24, authoritarian purple 29, and equality 25. All right. Good night, all.
Yeah.
Good night, everyone.
Yeah.
It's been a blast.
Thanks for the game.
Thanks.
It was really
Yeah.
fun.
No pun intended.
Thank you.